The Year of Summer That Never Came. William Ospina. Colombian writer, novelist, and critic born in the Herveo municipality of the Tolima department. The Year of Summer That Never Came. To Andrea. With all my love. To Nicholas and Martin. Under the moons of the future. But the more thoroughly I contemplated. O fortress of Notre, give me the monstrous ribs of your structure. More often I said to myself, one day I will create something beautiful with a sullen substance. Ossip Mandelstam. It is not the bright colors, the joyful sounds and warm air that excites us like this in the spring. It's the quiet spirit, prophetic of infinite hopes, like a feeling of many happy days, of the fruitful presence of such diverse natures, is the intuition of flowers and fruits, superior and eternal, the dark sympathy with a world that amicably approaches. Novelis. 1. In the western lands. In early April, the temperature fell sharply and the rains throughout the Labrador and in the fields of New England should have started spring, but that combination of cold and dryness impeded the advance of the vegetation. The fields continued barren, the trees still leafless, the grasslands were parched. Throughout the month the cattle feed began to become scarce in such a way that all the hay of the province ran out and there was to allocate corn to cattle reserved for human consumption. Well into May, the situation had not changed. Spring, dry and cold, made the farmers and merchants, but no one expected even what happened. It was May 12th when a wave cold advanced through the northeast from the mouths of San Lorenzo, where fed blue whales, and led flash frosts south to Virginia and Pennsylvania and west to the Bay of Thunder. On the night of the 12th, Quebec City was icy another time like in December, and the 14 woke up completely covered in snow. So a whole system of storms settled over the valley of the St. Lawrence River. A tale of winter, they said the neighbors, and so it seemed, because shortly after the fog and a rain soft improved the mood of the farmers and the appearance of the fields. Quebec newspapers recorded, pleased on May 30th, that the spring finally seemed to arrive. A slight increase in temperatures made sprout wheat and peas from the ground. Barely wet, the meadows began to green. 2 or 3 days later, almond and plum trees burst into pink and white flowers, and first golden leaves appeared in all branches. That's when the second frost, a cold air of polar temperature, passed with large winds to the south, whipping the sandy shores of New Haven, the Kingston waterways and the Rhode Island sea labyrinths. Snow covered the province again of Quebec, and in the river a half-inch layer of ice. The fruit trees stagnated, honey. The following fall it failed in the maples, cornfields dried up cold. The flowers fell with the wind and, as in a Milton verse, the last scratches of winter devastated the first shoots of the spring. The second wave receded. The mole of frozen air lost its strength too, as it moved away from the shoreline and drifted across the continent. The country was small then, but beyond there was an unconquered world where storms could be lost. Meadows with tent villages, conical, the kind that jumped on foals with large spots, armed Dakotas, experts in decimating the continental herds and sell to the settlers of the Northwest Company. The skins and the pemmican, meat. Slice of bison that they macerated with cherries and dried in the sun. The murmur that followed was softer, almost sweet, even in contrast to the recent cold, and the lips of the farmers pronounced in their own way the grateful verse that later Wordsworth would give, "There are blessings in this gentle breeze nevertheless." Something more unusual and worse loomed over New England. On June 4 the birds the 5th, a wave of cold severely fell on the country, precipitating frost in the fields. The warm bison lay in the snow puffing a warm steam, and they no longer wanted to get up. Upon Quebec initially rained, but the sudden drop in temperature turned the rains into hail. Early, as he has told us. Keith C. Hydern, weather watcher. On June 6, New York was completely covered in snow, and during all day 7 the snow erased the world. Summer was almost to begin. It that started instead were the coldest 10 days of the year, and some, in their desperation, they said they were the coldest weeks of the century. But the century was young, and today we know that what was happening was more serious. Coming the summer of 1816, the summer coldest of the whole millennium. The nights were made of ice. The birds began to die, and the newly shorn sheep died, because no one could foresee that year to strip them of their wool would be deadly to the flocks. Corn, barley, potatoes, turnips, everything was stabbed by that cold that it buried the world. The fruit trees that had begun to bloom were looted and their production destroyed. Of apple trees and peach trees, ice needles hung, beans squeezed and dried in their pods. They were followed by soybeans and cucumbers, amaranth and pumpkin. Almost all farms depended on livestock, but from the previous year the production hay had been minimal, and all the northern New England, devastated by successive frosts, it began to suffer the effects of hunger. The anomalous winter added to the discomforts of that station the disaster that nothing was prepared to face it. 2. Food shortages were added, transportation difficulties, and this cold, messy surprised everyone. World without reserves, without stockpile of grains and no firewood. All the pemmican of old summers was consumed in weeks. The birds and the raccoons, the bears, deer and squirrels seemed to run aimlessly through the fields. At first it just seemed that bears were more invasive, more nosy raccoons, foxes, more thieves and more squirrels. Indiscreet, but then they fainted when the cold found them. Surprisingly, they died at the sight of people like it almost never happens. Even the infallible salmon, which they go up the waterfalls at the end of the spring, they seem to lose the direction sense. In the last days of July the landscape was still as desolate as early March, with the aggravation that winter days are usually bright and blue skies, and it was a July of closed skies with leaden and black storm clouds, with dark flocks saddening the horizons, and even the most sounds frequent from the woods, cries of birds, howl of owls and howls of wolves, they grew gloomier as the fronts of ice. 2. In the Far East, it was the year of the rat 4513, and had just passed in China the rebellion of the White Lotus, which cost the empire 200 million. ounces of silver, the equivalent of 5 years of tributes. As a last wave of that rebellion, the 8 trigrams sect revolted against the throne and advanced with bloody steps to the city. Banned, provoking year campaign. 70,000 dead in the provinces. The sect was defeated, and a row of gallows illustrated to travelers about the severity of imperial justice. An embassy of 75 English, led by Lord Amherst, saw they pass those gallows while trying be greeted by Emperor Jiaqing, who firmly opposed the shady deals of the British in China. Amherst finally couldn't see the Lord of Heaven. It was fired without courtesy because he refused to perform the kowtow, to kneel with his entourage before the emperor, and undertook a hazardous return that would include a shipwreck in the waters of the Yellow Sea, an interview with the Phantom Napoleon on St. Helena, and an icy reception in London. For his pride had spoiled flourishing business. Just in those days, attending to the claims of his people, the Emperor Jiaqing had seen himself obliged to dictate to the clerks a decree condemning his minister Huang to drink a fatal glass of juice of poppies, and England had her part of responsibility in that. History. Used to importing from China exotic merchandise, and indebted from excessively, the British. They had found an infamous way to pay the debt without spending your gold reserves, sell to the Chinese the opium they cultivated in Turkey and in British India. It was a business happy for the English, but it sank the Chinese in degradation and in ruin, and it had just been revealed that the Minister Huang, sacrificing health of his people, he had allied with the foreigners in that maneuver. Disgraceful. Visionary opium was the plague of empire, and Jiaqing did not understand how. While China exported to Russia and to Europe only sophisticated goods, cotton, green tea and flower tea, silk, porcelain, clever toys, flowers, artificial, glowing furs of tiger and dark skins of panther, rice, musk, rhubarb and dye substances, England wanted pay them with a wicked substance that dull minds and annulled the wills. Jiaqing was preparing to ban always selling opium and damn habit of smoking it, when the news came that the weather had maddened in all the provinces. In the register of dynasties, from the ancient times of Yellow Emperor, did not exist memory of such a cold spring. From the mountains of Tibet, the Tuochuo, the river of glaciers, descended with more water than ever to the place where it becomes dank war river of the marshes. The rains rained down on the slopes where the flow already leads. Tongtian name, or river that passes through the sky, arriving at the throat of the Salto del Tigre, where the flow it is encased between slopes that reach 2,000 meters high. Already it was a moving wall, and at the become Jinsha, or river of sands of gold, overflowed in avalanche. It was an unstoppable force, and deadly when turned into Yangtze, flooded the plains of the central China and slid like mole of mud towards the ports. More than 1.5 million people lived in the port of Shanghai, closed those days with 1,000 ships in, and the flow flooded the city, leaving thousands of houses underwater. No one counted the dead. But in those regions everything is measured by thousands and by hundreds of thousands. Reports from officials of the emperor said with alarm that On the submerged ceilings they passed, floating swollen and uncountable buffalo bodies. The weather, the rain, lack of food and carnage unleashed waves of plague. A new flood, this time in the Yellow River, drowned 100,000 people. A hurricane devastated the Beijing city. Much of the eastern shore was swept away by the waves of the sea, and the emperor himself succumbed to the irregularities of the climate. Although many chroniclers argue that his death was due to pain caused by the desolation of his empire, the truth is that winter, which had caused the death of 2 of his 6 concubines. He also unleashed his fury on the head of the kingdom, and on a day of storms lightning struck the store Jiaqing campaign, which, inspecting the disaster, and without any homage left to the emperor, turned into a smoking log. No one seemed to know then to what they were due: to the extreme cold, the frost in the middle of June, the darkness of the days, the extravagant colors and fearsome sunsets, the repeated storm in the lakes, the very black clouds suspended over the countries, the cold hemisphere and gloom that had become the northern sky. Now we know that shadow covered the peninsula of Indochina. We understand the overflow of the Yangtze and the death of countless buffalo. We track the cholera epidemic that unleashed the floods of the Ganges. They are no longer inexplicable. The cold and darkness that covered the Middle East and overshadowed the Balkans and the ports of Greece. We accompany with pain but without anguish to those who saw how the summer of 1816 turned into a only cold scourge from the coastlines, from China to the most inaccessible counties of New England, travelling in bumpy carriages, and successive from London to Rome. William Turner painted in his notebooks of traveller sunsets like walls, bloody, stained, purple and clay. At that time, more birds died than ever, because all the berries and all cherries, and how usually occurs in abrupt changes from the weather, whole flocks fell suddenly over the fields. Clouds of starlings lost their orientation. Yellow blackbirds rained like pebbles. The roofs dawned dotted with dead birds. In the fields ravaged by the Napoleonic Wars, the bones of the soldiers did not rest in peace, and hunger and death, nightmares of Bruegel, covered the countries. Finished the period that owed correspond to spring. People sat down to wait for the summer. But summer got nowhere. Across the north of this world, maybe only one man would have been able to guess then the cause. That summer did not come, that 1816 was the coldest year of the century and perhaps the millennium. Precisely in New England, where the weather scorched the wheat fields and made farms sick, shortly before a sage had had a cool glimpse on the cause of mutations of the climate, which humanity attributed always to luck, to divine wrath, or at the dictation of the dark stars. Recently a journalist from the Boston Gazette found in the newspaper by Benjamin Franklin, in an entrance corresponding to the month of June 1784, these words: "It is possible establish a direct relationship between abnormal cold seasons, gloomy years and activity volcanic." That observation was like lightning of light at night. Wisdom them could have offered that year to New Englanders so modest consolation, but alas, the wise old man had died in 1790, and just as Thomas Jefferson recorded in his diary the extreme cold that tormented North America in the middle months of 1816, perhaps only Franklin, having still lived, he could have written on his, in somewhere on earth must have. There will be a volcanic eruption. 3. The volcano. There is in the Sea of Bali, in the Indonesian archipelago, a small island famous for its horses, its trees that produce red dye, their sandalwood forests and their knobs of honey. The eastern part, whose soil is full of copper and gold, view from the air it has the shape of a turtle that rears its head. The island is called Sumbawa, and right on the spot where would the turtle's eye be, raises a volcanic mountain that makes 2 centuries it was 4,300 meters high. But now it's only 2,850. Because a huge eruption tore apart the upper cone in the early 19th century. Like the Great Wall of China, this island could be seen from the moon. But few in the world know that exists, and many will be amazed at it. Know that a long time ago, in a succession of dark days, that eye of turtle, Mount Tambora, tiny on the map, he raised a cloud of sulfur, ash, and crystals, powder that hid the sun over a immense region between Indochina and Australia, produced in the world a season of cold and desolation, unleashed a sweeping wave that killed 90,000 people, through ash showers on a surface the size of the island of Borneo, made extreme the winter, spring chilled, left the people waiting in vain for the light of summer, and very far from its origin, in the mountains of the west, gave birth some of the most nightmares persistent of modern times. Climate scholars have tried to rebuild, some time later, the long journey of that cloud. To understand its magnitude it is enough to think that another very famous eruption, that of the Krakatoa volcano, in 1883, which affected the sunsets during several years, he launched 20 cubic kilometers of materials. Volcanic, this eruption of Tambora in 1815 threw to the skies 180 cubic kilometers of sulfur, ash, and powdered crystals that once breathed into the atmosphere. They remained in it for a long time. The night of the volcano not only returned black the Indonesian sky and transformed the paradises of Bali, overshadowed the lives of people in Jakarta and Sumatra, in Borneo and in Singapore. Dragged to the northwest through the monsoons, it went melting into the atmosphere to cover the northern hemisphere, and produced in all the world the coldest year of those time. It was the largest eruption of the last 1,000 years, and in the index of volcanic explosiveness reached an intensity of 7 out of 8. Possible. Without a doubt, 1 more degree would produce worldwide a final winter. While the cloud, bigger and more black than the most colossal mountains, darkened the southern seas, the tsunami caused by shock underground on the island of Sumbawa, eaten away by the eruption, swept the White Isles of archipelago, adding thousands of victims, some drowned by the wave, relentless, and the others marked by the famine and the plague. What did they do? Burn shells of corpses in the Malaysian slums. The roar was not only heard by thousands kilometers away. Today's elders managed to hear it from lips of their grandparents, and they know that ash rain covered 500,000 kilometers. The cloud blocked the way. from the rays of the sun, and the night fell over the countries carrying plague and death to the Indochina peninsula, famine to the Hindustani plains and war to the deserts of the east. Half. It overshadowed the Greek islands, made wolves sprout in the pine forests of Wallachia and Transylvania, made to fall haunting flesh-colored snow in the forests of Hungary. It got dark, even more so the high forests of Alsace, and brought famine to the villages of Swabia, burning leagues of wheat fields on the plains of Stuttgart. Bitter the vineyards of the Tuscan Ronda, did that in Ireland it rained 142 days in a row, and at the beginning of June it was still unleashed in storms over the central regions of Europe. People saw creatures fantastic in the sunsets of the Mediterranean. The influence of that layer of ash modified the twilight colors. Northern parts, making appear in the shades amber and purple, garnet and scarlet, pink and earth red and red blood, so that at times the sky of that Europe that had just escaped the storm of wars Napoleonic seemed sprinkled with mud and open wounds. Many left testimony of what that they had seen. Like the dark, it became more sinister as it peeked out about alpine landscapes, and how in the June days of 1816 released its cold and its shadows on the Swiss lakes and enveloped Geneva in 3 days so dark it seemed in reality a long interrupted night. By twilights, no one saw anything resemblance from mythical times in that Heracles was begotten, whom the people called the Lion of the Triple Night because his father Zeus felt so much delight in the embrace of Alcmena, who made the night of his loves will last like 3. And it was very close to Geneva, in the shores of Lake Geneva, where that unexpected shadow, at the moment that summer should begin, kept locked up for several days a group of foreigners who had gathered almost by chance. 4. In the south, the issue took hold of me in Buenos Aires, in mid-September. I was invited to dictate a conference at the Grand Rex Theatre, and the eve, after having lunch with Freya Quintana in the San neighborhood, Telmo, while reviewing the text that read before 3,000 people, there was a storm that suddenly darkened my window, on the 10th floor of the hotel, near 9 de Julio Avenue. I remember thinking about going out to meet Juan Eduardo Fleming, who in vain had invited months ago to a symposium about Jorge Luis Borges and Franz Kafka, organized in partnership by the Borges Society of Buenos Aires and the Kafka Foundation in Prague. Wanted. Apologize to Juan Eduardo for not have been able to attend your invitation to symposium, whose theme was the golem and literature, and wanted to take advantage of to meet him, after a year of spaced emails held back by the rain, what raged with almost tropical fury and that erased the dilapidated neighborhoods of the port. I took the opportunity to consult on the internet if he had the last name of Mary Wollstonecraft, who had quoted in the text of my lecture. The last name was fine, but the biography of the writer delayed me while the rain lasted, and there I found a detailed account of something that I had read in Byron's Life by André Maurois, and also in Ariel, the book that the same author wrote about Shelley. Curiously, Maurois, in those admirable books, he had not stopped to tell what. Now I was intrigued, what were the circumstances of the encounter between Two poets, in Geneva, in the false summer of 1816, and how in those 3 dark days like a single night, some of the nightmares were born. Most remembered of the times. Modern. You already know how it is, Mary's. Wollstonecraft. I passed Shelley, from Shelley to Byron, from Byron to Polidori. From Polidori to Villa Diodati, already. Midnight I was reading about him. Paradise Lost and about the visit that did Milton in 1638 to Galileo Galilei. In Italy. In the following days I was interested in the island of Sumbawa, and through the distorted Mount Tambora, which today is 2,850 meters high, but that 2 centuries ago had more than 4,300. I was surprised that the rash from a volcano in mid-1815, in Indonesia, would have been one of the efficient causes of birth in Western modern legend of the vampire and the nightmare of being living made with fragments of corpses. I felt the strange pleasure to see how they were united in a single story, that I vaguely sensed the lives of Byron and Shelley with the catastrophe of a volcanic eruption in the seas. From the south, with the tsunami on the coasts of Bali, with that cloud of sulfur and ash and volcanic crystals that blackened the sky over the peninsula of Indochina, and that the monsoons they were leading north, unleashing cholera in India and drowning crowds in the Yangtze and river floods. Yellow. That story united things extreme, spanned half the world, conjugated geological phenomena and meteorological with historical facts, literary characters and creatures. Fantastic. And it was impossible for me. Find your order, your sequence and its limits. A story. Well, I told myself, it does not run out in 10 years, and maybe it doesn't go for any part. I don't even know if it is possible. Turn it into a story, or if you can have different form than an essay on literary and historical curiosities. Its most colorful protagonists me. I also said, they are just moments of the subject, small brush strokes in the picture. The matter attracted me in a way abnormal, was extremely curious. For all its events, for its minor ramifications. I suppose that what we call inspiration is that altered state that makes us capable of reading hundreds of pages of intractable style just because of the hope to find some data that square in the mosaic, some name that opens perspectives to history, a trivial detail that in our curiosity we value more than a diamond. And the more unruly I seemed the subject and more difficult turn it into an argument or a story, the more it took hold of me, making me track details and minutiae. Few things excite me so much. How to travel, but as soon as I get to an unknown city, and even to one that I know and where I have who to visit, I often don't know. I can think of nothing better than to stay reading in the hotel room, writing, or researching some thing. Now I was in the perfect state, pregnant with a almost inexhaustible history, and with a good internet connection for browse virtual forests. 5. The books. When I managed to escape the first time wave of enthusiasm, and I went out to the city, soon I saw myself on the street. Irigoyen entering a bookstore at buy a couple of editions of Frankenstein, one I chose for him. Prologue size, because the monster was less interested than his gestation, and an illustrated edition for Adolescence, with which I proposed. Certainly trivialize the obsession and try to barely turn it into something quaint and curious. I walked for a while in front of the buildings of Puerto Madero, which always remember the fleeting days of Laura, Antonella and some loving nights too. Shores of the Piranha, under a moon, big and red. Walking after 9 de Julio Avenue, I saw on the walls a poster inviting young people to meet with Nestor. Nestor speaks to the young speak to Nestor. It took me a while to understand that it was about Nestor Kirchner, the former president, and I decided to attend the week after that curious meeting of the politician with the Argentine youths. I visited more late El Ateneo, and at least I thought I was already looking for books about the Gothic in architecture, on the landscapes of Romanticism, about Lord Byron, without realizing that I was doing it to dodge the obsession a little. I looked on the shelves for something new. Borges, because I always feel that in Buenos Aires will continue to be found something new from Borges even though they have passed 500 years. I had promised to give a talk in Switzerland on Borges and Geneva 3 weeks later, at the Reading Society, taking advantage of the beginning of the season of a play by Omar Porras about Bolivar in which I had participated, and wanted document me a little more about it. Borges Baccalaureate period in Calvin College. I expected find something, but what I found, I was surprised. 3 new volumes of unknown articles, reviews and interviews, to add to the 4 that I already knew too much. I walked back to the hotel a lot while in the spring night, enjoying the calm sky and thinking of Borges and his night walks with Carlos Mastronardi and with Francisco Luis Bernardez through the old neighborhoods of Buenos Aires. There is a tango of Piazzolla and Horatio Ferrer who is not of which I prefer, but one of its verses always reach me when I go alone through the Buenos Aires streets. No. You see the moon is rolling by Callao, I sang to myself over and over again in silence, while playing at not having to consult a map to find Piedras Street. I had already settled in the room when I finally associated the 2 things. With the start I said to myself that this talk about Borges in maybe Geneva would let me know Villa Diodati, the mansion on the banks of the Lake Geneva where the facts of 1816. It rained other times in those afternoons of Buenos Aires, although never with the same intensity of first. One day after me conference, I was able to meet at last with Juan Eduardo and Susana Reynoso in a cafe in front of the Recoleta, where the world opens on terraces with equestrian statues and meadows with couples in love, but was one of the very few times in that I left the hotel. Most of the I spent time locked in the 10th floor, and it was no longer the rain that was holding me back. And contrary to the copious promises of notices, strays, a vascular episode prevented the announced meeting of Nestor with the Argentine youth. The only other thing that promised get me out of my confinement back in Bogotá, I remember that I had an encounter with Andres Gomez, who worked with me in the frustrated cultural programming of the Mayor's Office for the Bicentennial of the Independence. We are of. See us in the circular library of Garcia Marquez Center, in the neighborhood. Old man from La Candelaria, and there While we walked between deep shelves, I told Andres about my recent obsession with the facts of Villa Diodati. We parted for a few minutes, examining each different sections of the bookstore, and little. Then Andres put in my hands a priceless gift, the book of Trelawney Memories of the Past. Byron and Shelley Days. I started to read that same night. 6. Geneva. 2 weeks later, when I got to Geneva, he believed he knew the two poets. And although my admiration for Shelley had grown, my attitude towards Byron it was becoming more conflictive. Many years ago there was read Moirwas books, but the memoirs of Trelawney gave me exciting new details of their lives, and once again I found that biographers preferred Shelley. Had made a scale of 2 hours in Paris, and he was almost dead after 12 hours of flight from. So I got into bed in a comfortable room that I already knew of, the old Cornhaven Hotel, a room whose window looks to enter and leave the trains from Switzerland towards all the confines of Europe, and I slept until the sunset. Omar Porasmi woke up around 8 in the afternoon to tell me that we were invited to have dinner at her Spanish friend's house. Bethlehem Ferrier. You remember her, she was in the premiere of Bolivar's work at the Grec Theatre in Barcelona, and we took a drink with her, with Ricardo Svarker and other friends, after the function, next to the cypresses, under the stars of summer. He told me that a part of the troupe of actors would join us for dinner. I felt rested and euphoric. Dinner was great, and in addition to the risotto, Belen offered us almonds, gin dusted with addictive chocolate. Immediate. We were finishing the dessert when I told them I had in Geneva the additional purpose of get to know an old country house called Villa Diodati. That is the place you will go and not. You will come back, Belen told me thoughtfully. Why do you want to know that place? I then told them about my obsession with Byron and Shelley, and trying to shorten too long a story. I told them awkwardly that it was the place where, on a night in 1816, they had gestated at the same time Frankenstein and the vampire. You would have come a little earlier, me, he said, because that house belonged to some relatives of mine until about years later it was auctioned by Christie's, and apparently her new owners are Russians who nobody has seen. I was surprised, of course, that a house that belonged for me more to the legend that the physical world began to have that aura of reality. Had looked at the distance, in the engravings of encyclopedias, and knew that for Mary Wollstonecraft had the character of a sacred site, of a kind of cultural temple, because before the season they spent locked in her, the year of summer then ever arrived, they had occupied it, in different moments, Rousseau and Voltaire, two great enemies who, however and without knowing it they worked for a common work, the Revolution. French. Villa Diodati is 5 minutes away from here, Belen said suddenly. Yes. Do you want, I can take you this same evening. It was cold but the promise wasn't. It could be more tempting. The last that I would have imagined is that I could get to know the house the very night of me arrival in Geneva. I accepted, between the enthusiasm of the rest of the fellow guests, and half an hour later, we were loitering among the big trees around of Villa Diodati, in the dark, under The mint stars of autumn. Early. 7. The house. When was Villa Diodati built? Who were its owners? Why? In those days I had stopped. Be a family home for. Become a rental villa? Was it already for rent 2 centuries ago? When another young poet passed by. English, who came from visiting Italy too. A wise man chased by the saint. Inquisition? How was friendship that united that young poet with the first Diodati? And who were they? First Diodati? Where was born that fascination of the English for him? Italian world? What other facts had occurred, throughout the time, in that town that rises between the trees, serene in front of the lake, dominating the landscape of the city that stretches far away, and that in the night full of lights the mirror of the water? What were your materials? What was its structure like? What are its proportions with respect to the lake and the mountains? Did you have in your design some special relationship with him? Climate? All those things, some logic, and others perhaps absurd, I wondered. When I was heading towards Villa Diodati the first night, the night in that our friend agreed to take us. After, to my amazement, he told that house in which I was obsessively thinking for several weeks had been owned of his relatives a few years ago, and now it belonged to some tycoon who I was looking to get away from the world in the fence of walls of ice. Switzerland. What is the relationship between the houses and dreams? Is a predisposed house to house a certain type of fantasies, certain types of fevers? I thought carefully about the stairs, windows, doors, the halls. I was thinking about the windows, turned into frames by which some areas of the landscape are delimited. I was thinking about the relationship of architectures with the environment. How was it the landscape of Villa Diodati? And what were the trees like? Did they burn that night? What smoke came out of their chimneys? Because after so many years, I was thinking of a precise night. That night of June 16, 1816. When, held back by the rain insidious that dotted the lake, and harassed by the cold wind and by black streams, 5 youths. They were locked up in the village, watching strangers through the windows. Colors of the sky and the lake, colors that perhaps they had never seen each other in. The air of the continent. I wondered those things, and even others less reasonable. And time later, while the steam Savoy, I walked quietly among the little ones. More fragile sailboats at the mercy of the dangerous lake winds, which make navigation more difficult in these waters than in the bays. Italians, looking one after another at the large villas that look out on the Pending. I wondered again. What is a house, if houses feel? If the houses think, in what way? They dialogue with the dreams of their population. While they lived it, surely. None of the people who they coincided that summer, he thought that they were starring in an event historical. Those things are only known later, often when no longer there is no one left to talk to and wonder. That's why none of who were in Villa Diodati between June 16 and 1816 could know of those facts more than we, who lived 2 centuries later, and we re-examine in detail the facts and characters. It was not much that we could see the first night, and I think it wowed us. Plus the image of Geneva shining on the mirror. Thousands of golden lights and some of colors, the reflection of the buildings, the headlights of the cars that slide. In the black water, the lighted streak of the water tower that is the source in middle of the lake, and the meadow in slope that runs alongside the black walls of the village. A plate with a long story revealed to us that meadow is named after Byron, which is celebrated on that site. Always the national day of Switzerland. What is this madness with Byron? I said to Bethlehem, what could this man for Switzerland to associate its name to the national holiday? She me replied that Byron took advantage of his stay in Switzerland to write a poem about one of the greats national heroes, and that poem has become the epic of the Confederacy. And if to that we add that Byron is also considered a Greek national hero, similar mythological halo turns out surprising for someone who seemed always so tormented and so lost in his private life. Maybe he would be the one first surprised to find out that the world remembers his poems more, and his generous exploits that sound, and the fury of his passions, his madness, and his alleged crimes. I leaned on the great stone there, high up in the meadow, and I stayed looking at the lake, lost in Bum's thoughts. But my hand, what? I was distracted by the roughness of the stone. He found himself suddenly in the darkness with a fissure that stretched out on the rock, forming a groove. I walked away a little, then, already the faint light of a street lamp I saw, which was also engraved on the rock. Your name? 8. Byron. Byron himself said that his father, he was a ragged aristocrat who died of boredom in France in the middle from the storms of the Revolution. His mother, Catherine, belonged to troubled lineage of the Gordons of Scotland, noble bandits whose history was full of legends and scandals. Byron liked. Remember that in your family tree some kings nested like eagles from Scotland, but Andrew Morwa states that of each branch of that same tree hung a Gordon, hanged for murder, and the truth is that the poet ended up puffing up more of ropes than of crowns. The skull father had dissipated in lust and gamble your own fortune, and his wife's, and little George. He grew up in poverty. At 12 years, a ceremonial lunch at the school rectory revealed to him that I had stopped being poor and what had transformed into Domini Byron. The death of his great-uncle, Juan L. Bad, who lost in wars Napoleonic to their only heir, had just made him future Lord of the British Empire, Lord of the Sherwood Woods, and owner of a Gothic palace called the Abbey of Newstead. At this point in the story, one always wondering why one English abbey, a palace ecclesiastical, could be property deprived of some nobles. For understand it you have to know 1. History of crimes and regrets. King Henry II, who sponsored the construction of monasteries and temples to be made, forgive the Pope's murder in holy site of Bishop Becket, contributed to the founding of a abbey dedicated to the Virgin of the Sherwood Woods, and in that grey palace with large rose windows and pious bows the life of monks. Penitence was reflected in the lake by 3 centuries, even when another Henry VIII, raised against Rome, ordered to confiscate the monasteries and auction the goods as merchandise of the church. At the bottom of the lake they went to give the venerable abbey documents, and in the muddy bed a lectern crowned by an eagle of gold, which the monks threw for that it did not fall into the hands of minions of the king. A great-grandfather of Byron, Sir John, little gentleman and robust man with a huge beard, which seemed a forest Andrea, bought the building for £800, and since then the Abbey of Newstead was owned by the Byron, testimony of old battles between God and the devil they had took place in remote years of kingdom. Byron was beautiful as a statue, Greek, and it is not surprising that finally turned into a statue, Greek. Jane Porter said it was like a lighted alabaster vase. From inside, intelligence, quick and brilliant, he had learned to respond sagaciously and with venom to the words of others because they fate favored him with a flaw, a limp that apparently was not it, beginning as a result of a deformity of the limbs but from the weakness of an ankle ligament, which he himself attributed to the excessive modesty of his mother at the time of giving birth. This lameness provoked the teasing of his fellow students and contempt of some girls that he, young man, pretended, so that he for protect himself he sharpened his tongue up, turn it into a fearsome weapon. Fortunately, Byron never understood that defect of his right foot like what it really was, the mark of the divinity that made him a poet. But it would have been for her, given her arrogant and licentious character, such time would have been no more than a decadent aristocrat, abusive with his friends and sucking the blood of their loves, but the physical consciousness of his imperfection, that foot that left always a long streak in the sand, forced to think and suffer, and his genius found in that shrinking on himself even the opportunity to distill some drops of divine wisdom. He had, like his mother, certain tendency to gain weight, and this he was so disgusting that he spent days whole without eating, or feeding, just water and biscuit. Its imagination was vivid and grand, his inexhaustible verbal resources, his magnificent language, but his style is loaded with ironic rudeness and secret messages, since in it the poetry tended to be at times a adornment more than one personality. Exuberant, passing gestures, inordinate and tragic to vain puzzle games. He was passionate and selfish, he was brave and cruel, it was sensual and violent, it was bright and gloomy, the most showy personality of England and one of the most fascinating of his time. Wealth and the name came when I already know had loaded with resentment and resentment. As he was a member of the nobility, became liberal, how was it his duty to be a patriot? He did. Supporter of the enemy Napoleon. As he was rich, he idealized his poverty. Previous. He dedicated himself, someone said, to inspiration, insurrection and adultery. He was a good aristocrat, and as soon as he could, he started his trip to the continent, but it was also a good romantic poet, and fell in love with truth of Italy and Greece. He gave the impression of always being at war with others and with myself. Same. But he was a misanthrope. Absurd that needed to be revered. An atheist who lived by worship, be beautiful and tormented, of polyform sexuality. His vanity of poet made him abound in rudeness. Prosaic, and if the marriage fell into adultery, love wrapped in a web of opposites. Loyalties, like a sin to be entangled in remorse. After each excess the boy he dragged his contrition through the world. He punished and forgave himself. Alternately, and it was Mephistopheles and it was Faust, and it was Cain, and it was Don Juan. Finally overwhelmed with passions and private pleasures, he wanted to redeem himself. Through history, and in the chrysalis of a libertine the warrior was forming, who would die in the trenches of Missolonghi fighting for the independence from Greece, and I would disintegrate into light on the pyres of the liberty. From his first trip to Europe, to the 22 years, had returned to England, turned into a poet. Shocked the aristocracy with news that in her bosom still genius could be gestated, and fed up. We know that the year 1812 the only thing it was heard in the halls and terraces from London was that name, Byron. Byron, Byron, whispered by the admiration and envy, for the love and veneration cars of horses of the aristocracy. They formed continuous traffic knots before the stairs of number 13 of Piccadilly Terrace, to present cards and invitations to Byron and his exquisite wife, Lady Annabella Milbanke. But 3 years later the same name was heard with the same frequently, everywhere, by the contrary reason. Now what? They uttered hatred and indignation, shame and anger. The poet, venerated, had debased the eyes of high society. Annabella Milbanke was now his victim, the aristocracy that was proud to have a poet discovered that he had cradled to a rebel who transgressed all rules, and as he had done with his elders, began to prepare the robe. 9. Childe Harold. My acquaintance with Byron had started in Cali, together with Guajules on Guadalupe Avenue, on an afternoon 30 years ago. There, Estanislao Zuleta entrusted me with his astonishment that Spain, which did not have actually a romanticism, would have inspired instead to all romantics. You have to understand that the romanticism was a response from the passion and fantasy before excesses of reason, therefore only where there had been a rationalism, a romanticism emerged. The reaction, passionate about young people, English empiricism, to Enlightenment, French, to German rationalism. Many had been developing that passion, those who saw in nature divine perfection, and those for who things were just signs of a secret language. Goethe, master of romantics in his youth, and their disciple in his long old age, succeeded in being the inspiring and inspired. But nobody embodied that vital attitude in a way as vigorous and extreme as Byron. He united passion and sensitivity with nervous tension, sensuality, unbridled with the ingenious eloquence, encyclopedic culture, with personal charm under a luck of demonic possession. And the first trip he undertook, as soon as could dispose of his inheritance, he would have to become the archetype of romantic trips, the pilgrimage by the Mediterranean countries. In Sintra, 15 years ago, we stayed with Natalia Granada and with Enrique Lopez del Hierro in a hotel in the mountains, a large house whose windows open wide groves, and where in the distance the boulders support old castles of the kingdom of the Moors. The sight was very beautiful, but, to our surprise, there were no more guests. The reception manager, who seemed to be the owner too, he installed us in the rooms of the second floor, and then he told us, with admirable tranquility, that would have to be absent at night, and that the hotel was in our hands. Showing us the largest room. On the first floor, he told us, here. They can come down to talk at night. Here are the liquors, the fireplace. It will be on from now on. We feel at home. Each one took his bath at sunset and we went down to diner. The man left and we, after taking a walk through the woods, we settled in the room. We had crossed half of Spain. From Madrid, by Castillo, by Estremadura, we had entered Lisbon at sunset, after crossing the quiet Portuguese fields, where, unlike the rest of Europe, there were still peasants inhabiting the fields. We had seen the sun setting behind the lines immense of the bridge over the Tagus. We had lived the grace of the uptown Lisbon neighborhoods that always they have evening light, and now we arrived at the magic of the forests of Sintra. I don't know why the dialogue went to us, leading towards Byron. I remembered some episodes from his childhood, its love for his dog, for whom built a mausoleum of princes at Newstead Abbey, their parties, libertines and then their loves, incestuous with Augusta Byron, of the that their daughter Medora was born, the Caroline Lamb's strategy, who, in love with Byron and knowing the erotic hobbies of the poet, he disguised himself as a boy to seduce him. Byron's friendship with Goethe, which made the old man cry in his house Weimar when he found out that Byron had died at age 36 in the swamps of Greece and that cannons of Athens had fired for 3 days in his honor. We also remember that Byron, striving to overcome conviction from his limp, he had become the best swimmer in England, and what a his arrival in Constantinople, in 1810. He was the first European to go swimming from Europe to Asia, feat worthy of an Olympic medal. We talked until very late, and we happily went from port to cognac while the fire of the fireplace told its old legends. The next morning the owner of the hotel gave us a leaflet with the history of the house, and we discovered, almost afraid that in that house Byron had stayed 2 centuries behind. We struggled to get out of the amazement of that discovery, and still when we meet again we talk about this, because it was as if the house would have started talking about him, or as if a limp shadow I would have watched through the windows, while we thought we were alone, centuries later next to the green stones of Sintra. I do not know of another poet who in his time to undertake so methodically the task of poetizing his own life, their experiences, their trips, their loves, and their thoughts. Life and poetry are confused in Byron, and his first famous book of poems, the Childe Harold Pilgrimage, set up the invention of destiny. Romantic. The character who speaks in He is a Luck of Marco Polo that wants to tell his people what the customs of distant countries, their parties, their ways, their cities, their wars, but there, unlike other travel books, the traveler is as important as the world that describes. Everything passes through the sieve of his personality, of his tastes, prejudices and passions. The castles of Portugal, the war of independence from Spain, life pastoral among the ruins of Greece, classical domination of the Turks. On that marble of gods shattered, it all comes through. Of the emotions and whims of a tormented and feverish young man mixes of Hamlet and Don Juan. Like in Portugal, stop to listen to the tavern music, like in Seville, a century before Garcia Lorca, was fascinated by the cruel spectacle of the comes-hots of bulls and the splendor of the festival that envelopes them, full of color and beautiful creatures. How does it stop it? Adventures of warrior women. Verifies political conflicts and honors the brave people who go. Knowing everything is at the same time a story of travel, autobiography, political chronicle, historical pictures, love verses, the monologues of a conscience, tormented and lucid. No wonder the sedentary English aristocracy, caught in that fortress of water walls, beach, been dazzled by that poem showing one of the yours turned into a hero at the same time, intellectual and adventurous. Never news from the hostile continent, never. The news of the world had come to the island at the same time with that journalistic precision and that rumor of troubadours, dotted with stories. Gallant, tinged with irony. Byron was funny, Byron was eloquent, Byron was witty, Byron was passionate. It was England travelling the world. Without frigates, without cannons, and without merchandise, with only elegance and rudeness, wit, and wisdom. The old aristocracy flattered and stunned. She turned to bookstores to leaf through his own greatness, and Byron woke up become the oldest celebrity of his kingdom. From that moment, whether he wrote or not, he was in the center stage, a monster made of eyes looked at him relentlessly, and very soon that glory that repeated his name by the salons, bent on celebrate all your epigrams, you would turn into a hydra determined not forgive not a single one of your mistakes. 10. Summer. Now I know that to understand the facts must be remembered in detail. The circumstances that precipitated Byron's exile, his melancholy escape towards the mainland. The man most visible and admired of his time. I was getting used to living in the eye of a hurricane. Had gotten that England will spy on its miners' movements, and the world only offers his vigilance and his veneration to living in exchange for them to deliver his soul. Byron was a maze of passageways, unknown even to himself. The violent light that flooded those galleries exposed not only the windows through which the glow of the last heavens, but also the basements where crawl the most deformed creatures of the mind. That beautiful man and resentful, rich, and neglected, he was a crossed ocean of thorns and of tentacles, of fears and shipwrecks. Then new things were known of his lineage, that his father, extravagant, had been nicknamed Juan the Fool, and that his grandfather the Commodore was called by all Juan Borrasca, because it was enough for him to embark for that on its sails the Storm suffered a famous shipwreck in the Strait of Magellan. It was prisoner of the Spaniards, participated in the 7-Year War against France, sent to North America at help Lord Howe against the rebel patriots. His squad was undone by the storms in half from the Atlantic. Finally it was appointed chief of the British troops in the war in the Antilles, but under his command England was defeated in the island of Grenada on July 6, 1779, and had to leave the Caribbean. One of the poet's delights was boast of his troubled lineage, make feel that before him his name I was already running around the world as a symbol of adventure and disorder. Still today, on the other end of the planet, a place in Australia is called Cape Byron in honor of his grandfather, and beside There's Byron Bay, which surfers of the world they know by their waves. Soaring. Byron felt, like grandfather, the fascination with adversity, and had even less internalized than his father the codes of English society. The frankness was his fault, and virtue. The least he owned was the most necessary to live in that kingdom, the very air of life in society, the hypocrisy. The girl he had married was beautiful and subtle, but English to the tip of her hair. Oak, and for a delicate princess the company of that man. Messy, irascible, impatient, se. It was transforming into hell. He tried to take care of him, protect him from himself. Help him become a kind of angel of poetry, but heard unfolding in the tense silences the membranous wings of a indefinable creature, suffered his outbursts of anger and their sleeplessness. Neurasthenics, and the few moments of happiness that reached by the sole virtue of his youth and her beauty was too fleeting. It is possible that the proximity of Annabella will wake up in Byron. Dark passions will fuel your cruelty, their ability to offend and to desecrate. She also sensed he guessed things that were not in his naming language, and the most disturbing was discovering the strange relationship that had formed between her husband and Augusta Byron, the sister who had just appeared out of nowhere. But that was an irrefutable testimony of his father's licenses, because he looked like George Gordon Byron. How one rose looks like another. The two brothers were looking for each other without end. They loved each other, they needed more than what was advisable, and the day came when Byron invited Augusta to live in his home. Annabella slipped silently, with the firm determination of part, but that secret departure. I was the next day on the lips of everything. London. No need to repeat what the rumors said, but how usually happens, although interpretations were evil, facts were far from false. And Augusta finally conceived Medora, her brother's daughter. England, who had admired him in extreme, saw the hour of pass the billing account to you, and then of the 4 years of worship, the 40 of hate began. Since England hated him, Byron chose to hate her with the same passion, took advantage of his fortune to go to a golden exile across the continent, and of its first stations was Switzerland. In that stormy spring of 1816, which darkened the lakes with the black reflection of the mountains, a spring as bleak as the spirit of the poet at that time of his escape, because it was then when he said in a poem that until mountains were feelings, but the story of the lame boy thrown from the heights of heaven is a very old story, and there are beings whose strange originality consists of re-embody blurry episodes of mythology, in committing again the original sin. Shortly before leaving England, Byron had met John William Polidori, who had just graduated, and hired him right away as his doctor. Personal perhaps more for its attractions physical than by their abilities therapeutic. Convinced him that travel with him to Switzerland to live a beautiful summer paddling on the lake and climbing the first slopes of the Alps. So, ending spring, Byron and Polidori they sat on the porch of Villa Diodati, at the foot of the double columns, and under the wrought iron gratings. From the second floor, facing the lake. Wait for the summer that never came. 11. The encounters. Instead came a season of storms. But do not think that, by the fact that it was haunted by the loss of his wife, Byron had stopped. Entertain yourself. Before getting out from England started receiving messages of a woman who, always with the same calligraphy and proposing. Always the same, signed every time. His obituary with different names. I was willing to meet him anywhere I was in love. But she didn't even pretend to be loved. Was content with ever being at his side. Sometimes the letters are offered in a shameless way. No. I was unaware that he was going through a moment of high emotional pressure and she needed to distract herself. She could be his distraction and did not aspire to more. Yes. The poet feared that London would see them. Could be found in some inn of the field. Latest posts. They already came with his signature, Clara. Claremont. The name said nothing to Byron. Because the young woman came from the class. Mean, although it was part of a illustrious family. His stepfather was one of the brightest intellectuals in that time, William Godwin, but it would take foreign to know that. Used to seductions and sieges, never seen someone more insistent and finally accepted. It turned out to be a girl of only 17 years old, beautiful and well educated, who expressed his love in 4 tongues and sang like an angel. Byron was burdened by situation with his wife and his sister, and I was already looking for the door to escape from the island. In their clandestine dating on the outskirts of London, it was said that the girl did not would happen to be one of their daily adventures, a distraction in times dark, and clarified that he never I would allow it to be part of her life. But any of us know the 4 words a girl, as she would say before such warning, we'll see about that. Already on his first trip to the continent, Byron had not been able to visit the land where his father died. By much to flirt with Bonaparte. From Parliament, Byron, like all English, took risks in the vast French-occupied Europe. So that his journey through Portugal, Spain, Sicily, Malta, Greece, Albania and Turkey had been a adventure skirting carefully the map of that time, not to run the risk of inadvertent treading the gigantic shadow of Napoleon. Follow Childe Harold's trail by the south is to draw the contours of the Napoleonic world. On this second occasion, although Bonaparte ghosted in Santa Elena, France still denied Byron a visa to cross your territory, and that negligence of an official, or abrupt decision of a minister of the Holy Alliance, deprived Paris of. I remember, it would have become legend, to see its streets, its taverns and its cathedrals, its halls, its gardens and its brothels, turned into stages of the greatest of romantic destinations. Maybe for that failed process there is no boulevard Byron, nor Byron's poem carved in any stone from the Garden of Luxembourg, not a statue of Byron before the statue of his admired Simon Bolivar next to the Alejandro III bridge. But France always longed for presence of Byron, and the evidence did not. It is only in the coats of Théophile Gautier, in Gerard's Lobster, Nerval, in Hugo's Effusions, in Baudelaire's Sickly Flowers or on Oscar Wilde's marbled grave of kisses, but in passion and elegance with which André Maurois rebuilt his life. 2. Emmanuel Carrere has been attracted by the subject, but it is still possible that Jean Tulle or Pierre Michan himself or some unknown young man try the novel of the absent spectrum, of the diabolical guest who never came. But it seemed made like nobody else to hobble around Paris. So the poet crossed Belgium, no, stopped visiting the victorious plain of Waterloo, and ascended the Rhine, looking for the Alps. The weather was bleak, the unusual cold was the subject of melancholic conversations with his companions, and Byron could feel that those dark clouds and those biting winds seemed to come out of their soul. He felt free at last and was looking from another life, but upon reaching Geneva, discovered that the stubborn girl I had overtaken him, and he was waiting in the big hotel where I was going to stay with your courtship. Was not Byron man who refused to have pleasant company in the midst of those storms, but, to his surprise, the girl was not alone. Told him, who had travelled to the mainland with his middle sister, Mary, and that boyfriend of this one, who travelled with them. He was also English, and he was also poet. Byron, who had written a brilliant and evil book against bards and critics of the island. I was going to forbid the young woman to take him to his poetstro, when he found out that the poet who was with those girls was, so to speak, the third person of the Blessed Sacrament, Trinity, Percy Bysshe Shelley. By then I had already achieved rent for 125 louis, from June until December, Villa Diodati, which had full view over the lake and whose ground stretched to the pier. Byron was beginning to take like a snail your house to slopes, a caravan that was from then of many carriages. Already the villa came with him, his doctor, his servants, pets, the wardrobe, books, paintings and the dishes, the clothes, the books, the works of art and pets would grow over time. They say that in Cambridge there was trained a bear and walked through the streets with him. The epitaph was famous that he had put in the mausoleum of his bosun dog, here lies someone that had beauty without vanity, strength without insolence, and courage without ferocity, all the virtues of men and none of its flaws. And time later, in his palace in Venice, the travelers were finding when ascending the stairs, in addition to the dogs, Afghan and Persian cats, crows, peacocks, apes and parrots, such once obeying information worthy of faith, or being inspired by the legend. The directors who have made films about him usually put some panther in the empty halls, an Egyptian crane leaping through the colonnades, and even a giraffe walking carefree on the marble floors. From the slopes of Cologny I could see in the distance, on the other side from the water, the castle of Coppet, the Swiss residence of one of the friends and Byron's confidants, Madame de Staël. There they met by then great personalities of the continent, and also from there the impertinent and unstable spyglasses sniffed over the water, trying to discover, despite the evil time, interesting things in the terraces of Villa Diodati. The poet hoped that the climate would improve, and to meet his dream of passing by the lake a mild summer. And it was like that in an afternoon of lightning and storms. Came to Villa Diodati, eager to meet Byron, the young poet Percy Bysshe Shelley, who was also coming, running away from a marriage unfortunate, and his new girlfriend, Mary Wollstonecraft. And although it was Clara Claremont, who introduced them, was the darkness, the one in charge that no longer could be separated. The weather was so bad that he visited her. One night became a visit from several days. Now it was raining permanently, the sky was dark all the time, clouds. They covered the distant mountains and they blackened the lake, the city. Far away, it was only visible in the evenings by its fluttering torches, and a unknown shadow seemed to inhabit everything. The young poets were excited to meet. They had lit a big fire in the room main, and for 3 days they talked of everything, from Wordsworth's poetry, and of Coleridge, of the walks of Rousseau for those same mountains and their conflicts with Voltaire, the biblical Lucifer, and that another Lucifer who was the Iago of Shakespeare, of the powers that they live in the bowels of the earth, of the electricity that Benjamin Franklin had just snatched the skies, of Galvani's tests electrifying the legs of the frogs, of the games macabre of Dr. Dipple in his castle, from the experiments of Erasmus Darwin, from the secrets of the life and death. In addition to Byron and Polidori, from Shelley and the two sisters. Adolescents, agreed by moments at the Matthew Lewis House. Famous author of The Monk, a novel Gothic about the terrors of the Spanish Inquisition, and the Countess Anna Potocka, great niece of the last king of Poland, Stanislaus Augusto Poniatowski, of whom Byron, he said, although maybe not in front of the Countess, who owed her crown to the fact of having been a lover in Russia of Empress Catherine. 12. Phantasmagoriana. The morning came and went and came, and did not bring the day with it. Rather the weather turned sinister. Byron was horror stories fascinated, and as he was wicked, he liked about all scare the others with them. But they all shared his passion for I hide it, and in those young years the world opened up in front of them like a riddle garden. Sometime long conversation, Polidori them said he had taken the trip Phantasmagoriana, a volume of German ghost stories, and Byron insisted they read them together in the night under the glare fantastic of the great fire of the chimney, so that the climate of nervousness had been growing, fueled by bleak landscapes that since mid-afternoon filled the windows of Villa Diodati. Add to this the network of affections and passions that were being woven in the house, the curious energy that it filled the main hall, but also the rooms, where the young people scattered, or locked in pairs, in some moments of your stay. Byron had affective relationships, or at least erotic, with her doctor, but her relationship with the adolescent Clara Claremont persisted, and although by the moment he will ignore it, that relationship, very soon I would change my tone because the girl was already pregnant. Shelley, the sentimental partner of Mary, who preached freedom sexual, he looked at Clara with a desire. Oldest between Byron and Shelley, there was only an intellectual relationship, crossed by lightning bolts of admiration and perplexity. And it is not difficult for Matthew Lewis, Byron too, called Monk Lewis, by the character of his novel, felt attracted to Polidori. Lewis, oh paradox, had received in the British Parliament, to replace the luxurious and extravagant William Beckford, stripped of his seat by his scandalous sexuality. Beckford was famous for his immense fortune, for the crazy castles that built and by aristocrats, teenagers who seduced, but few. They were aware then that years before he had been able to write in 3 days, without getting up from his desk, and in French, a novel fantastic about a caliph of the line of the Abbasids who sold his soul to the demon, and you ended up wandering the caverns of hell, the first truly heinous hell of the literature, with a live ember inside of the chest. Lewis's novel was more scandalous, but Parliament. I saw less danger in the books than in the acts. Each of the guests came from an accurate story, something in the house or in the atmosphere seemed to fan the memories, and it is possible that in those circumstances were the young Dr. Polidori and the girlfriend of Shelley those who among all felt more fragile. Fire could not enlighten them more than the others, but over them he ended up exercising his more powerful influence, the shadow haunting that covered things, that cooled the mountains and seemed to want freeze the lake in the unlikely summer neighborhood. Because it was the year 1816, when spring followed winter, and dark forces of nature. They were also working on the souls. After the wars, Napoleonic, the fields of Europe, they were full of skeletons without name, and there are those who say that before that year there were more vultures than ever in the sky. Everybody knows when a starts revolution, but nobody knows with certain when it ends. No one was sure that this vast rebellion that had first cut off the head of Charles I in England and had finished cutting in France the head of Louis XVI and his queen was a vast collective guilt, as the Holy Alliance now preached it. A time when humanity had gone out of its way, had raised against the sky and had lost in madness. The young people of Villa Diodati did not. They believed so, or did not want to believe it. Byron and Shelley had put their dreams and their hopes in that insurrection that left the world head down. You promised to leave behind an age of oppression and tyranny, and that at some point was about to establish on earth a Greece without slaves. But terror had taken over everything. The guillotine put a dream multiplied necklace of blood, and the poets themselves felt threatened. Since when André Chenier was led to death by wagons of terror, a terror that, for reasons very close, it was mostly in the memory of John Polidori. On those Swiss afternoons, the ancient millennial promise of the 3 days of darkness seemed about. If they were fulfilled, everyone could live the darkness as a punishment, and one. I would hope that those most affected by the climate and its projections fantastic were Byron and Shelley, who, exiled from England in the fullness of his faculties and in the central moment of their lives, they were turning, with the young illuminated John Keats, in the early voices of English poetry. Surprises could be expected from them. Literary, but life makes fun of conventions. On that night that lasted 3 days, the great poets were just instruments for the imagination will visit those of the dark ones conceived the truth. Legends of that time. 2 powerful myths of our era were brewing in the Villa Diodati rooms. Forces sprouted from the depths of the terrestrial magma, fire underground that for many, mistaken for infernal fire, they had been blown into the planetary air in form of impalpable crystals, of Ash and sulfur, suspended. Later in the higher regions. Rejected the sun's rays and engendered a hemispheric cold that invaded the blood of humans and beasts, already in the darkness of June. Resolved in squall, shook down the waters as if his own Ariel was obeying the magician's orders, and found his shape in the mind and in the heart of young people scared to death. Because to conceive the fantasies more terrible we don't need to be poets but to be truly terrified. Nourished by the power of the earth. Cry made from the abysses of the mount. White, from the wind that bent the trees from the shore and that filtered there. Moan between the lattices of Villa Diodati, beings never seen came. On the way. 13. The slow galleries. The Reading Society building. Geneva is an old house. Nicely divided into sections, a house of letters, so that certain disciplines are. They can read in the big bedrooms. Others in the central room, others in the corridors, others, almost, on the stairs. And others in the mezzanines and dormers. Delphine de Condal, the director, drove us before the conference. Through the different rooms, to make us feel the pleasant atmosphere of family activity and not cold and erudite specialty that has their reading. One of the rooms. I remember, it was dedicated to the geography, and it was possible to see from there windows of Lake Geneva, next to which I had walked in the days recent, and the water tower that has Geneva discreetly opposed. Certain latticework and Gothic tower of iron. I saw the streetcars moving through the quiet city, and, beyond the fountain and lake traversed by slow sailboats, I could see tiny away, beautiful and intact on its slope. Trees, 2 centuries after the triple night and filled with things for me that others could not see, the quiet Villa Diodati. The time had come to descend to the conference room when we crossed a room dedicated to theology. I see here we have you coined it you, I told the people who they accompanied me. One of the librarians, pointing to the next room, he replied, and right next to it is the coin du diable. It was the police literature room. I thought that strange distribution of space would have liked Chesterton, that those neighboring rooms of Thomas Aquinas and Arthur Conan Doyle would have become his preferred. A novel that does not have a dead person seems to me lack of life. I repeated in my mind the phrase of Chesterton, and I said to myself, if I come in all religions that English preferred Christianity, it's because this religion revolves around a dead. Moreover, it puts the plot of the universal history to revolve around a single dead, of remembrance of the details of its execution and the rebuilding his agony. They were good places, Geneva and Reading Society, and good time. The prelude to a talk about Borges, who sleeps a few hundred meters from there, under the grass of the Plainpalais Cemetery. 4. To think that that cosmic novel in that Christ is the victim and the humanity the executioner has a argument worthy of the twisted Borges and Chesterton's imagination. There the executioner is the beneficiary of the crime, public execution is also a private betrayal, and the victim ends up being the author. Intellectual murder. My talk at the Reading Society allowed me to think a little more about the secrets of Geneva. I remembered too Joyce exiled in Zurich writing the Ulysses in the days when Borges, teenager down those same streets, He discovered his vocation as a poet. And I knew that the most important of the talk was to remember the Jean Vans. That it was there that Borges found his destiny. When in Geneva or Zurich the fortune. He wanted me to be a poet too. I imposed myself like all the secret obligation to define the moon. With a kind of studious grief. Exhausted modest variations. Under the lively fear that Lugans. I would have already used amber or sand. I did not fail to mention our visit. Night to the lake house, to remind that cordial audience. That in Geneva there is also that mysterious mansion that was one of the furnaces of Romanticism, and I just shut up. That, while we were returning at night for the slopes of Cologne, Belen, I had promised to move heaven and earth. To achieve that before my return to South America opened up for us the gates of Villa Diodati. There were no bookstores in Geneva. Lots of information about the stay of the English poets, and it amazed me that such an exciting story does not would have produced a good novel. Gothic in the Genevan tradition. On those moments I still did not know that we are legion those who try. Recount those days of Villa Diodati. I was still unaware of the existence of the novel Braveur, by Emmanuel Carrere, and from Lord's Physician. Byron, by Paul West, from Biographies. The Girl and the Monster by Cathy Bernheim, and Mary Shelley, by Muriel Stark, but was also unaware that in Buenos Aires, the city where the subject had seized me several weeks ago, the delirious weather and sinister from the banks of the Lemon in 1816 had already dictated to Federico Esterhazy a fantastic delirium, a little fragment of hell, to which he misleadingly titled The Pious. Geneva was getting accomplice of my obsessions. After the conference, the director offered me the hospitality of the Reading Society for me investigation, and the next day Bethlehem. He called me on the phone. Had moved. Truly heaven and earth, there was. Talked to the mayor of the city. But he had declared himself incapable to help us in the project of the visit because Villa Diodati was a private property. She did not give up. Got his lawyer to get the phone number of the new owner, no. Seemed to be Russian but British, and I said the gates of Villa Diodati. They would open for us on Monday. Next at 11 o'clock in the morning. On the weekend we visited with a friend of hers the strangest museum of Switzerland, the Museum of Gross Art in Lausanne. It cannot surprise us that in the country of extreme rationality, punctuality and chronometry, in the country of mechanisms inexorable, there is a place that approaches so persuasively and so disturbing the art and the obsession, the sickness and genius. What we saw at that sight, it was closer of the vampire and Frankenstein that everything I had imagined. Organic shapes made with fragments of pain and death. Works of art that were born from wear down its creators, the extravagant combustion of beings that they believed in their obsessions until delirium and ecstasy. I remember on the first floor a horse made with logs collected from random in the fields, which has all the strength, elegance, tense elasticity and the contained energy of a living horse, an artifice made not only with very fine knowledge, anatomy and aesthetics, but with that precision and that self-denial that the gods only have when they distract his eternity doing things so exquisite and unnecessary like the universe. Those memories of the museum, of the journey, from the peaceful fields of Switzerland, they were alive in me when 11 o'clock on Monday. Next we leave behind the shores of the lake, we advanced through the groves of Coloni and we watched the doors open. Iron of the Villa Gardens. Diodati. 14. A tribute of blood. Maybe I had seen too much the home through the engravings of the 19th century and from photographs a lot more recent that abound in the Universal Icon Library, but also had begun to adorn it with ivy and gargoyles of legend. Gothic. I did not expect to find the mansion of the monsters of the amusement fairs nor decadence too human of the House of Usher. But yes, an old Geneva house with some fatigue and a lot of mystery. I knew it had been built more than 3 centuries ago, and which had been the epicenter of heresies and of nightmares, so I surprised to find a normal house, serene and beautiful, less majestic than others that surround it on the slope of great Coloni trees. Although firm on his stone, with 3 solid plants and a slate roof, in which the windows of the mansards. Our friend's car, the Bolen's lawyer, was left out. We cross the portal, we pass in front of a house also spacious and old to the left, and we move along the crushed stone trail up to gates of Villa Diodati, where a courteous gentleman in his 60s awaited us. He looked at us with his eyes very clear, shook hands with us all, did not wait to engage any conversation. We couldn't get into the house, but we could walk to our taste for all space. Exterior. He immediately turned around and entered the room forever. I wondered if from the window I would continue our walk through the meadows. But I didn't see any movement behind those crystals where 2 centuries ago English guests spied on mutations of a dark summer. That day it was hard to imagine summer of 1816, everything was beautiful and radiant. How far the lake shook with a intense blue, the trees yellow and ochre and red of autumn were outlined on the water crossed by the sailboats. And there was so much clarity that moments the city seemed reverberate and dissolve over the shaky waters. The spout, the water tower, stood there in the distance, like a white tree. After a few laps around the house to observe the architecture, the double columns of the lower deck, iron railings, slab of the 2nd floor, the shields, rooftops, we go down the slope towards the pergolas that were full of roses. We walked a while following the blood trail of a trail of red petals, and then we go up the slope again to skirt the long pond of yellow stone adorned with a classic font. I was not there especially interested in question things in detail, because although the house is still the same as 2 centuries ago, the details, they must have changed incessantly. Me main interest was feeling there tell my heart and me imagination that the venerable town of so many fantastic stories, it was a place true in the world, inhabited by real beings. From the greenhouse we contemplate the lake, we took pictures, we put end to our visit without the owner appeared again. Omar, true to his destiny as an actor, could stop responding to my stories about Byron limping across the yard of tiny pebbles, so that his right leg was leaving a deep groove in the stony floor. Everything was so flawless, ordered in those gardens and patios, that I had the feeling that the owner would see the lines as one visitor meddling and Awkwardly tried with my own footprints erase those mocking grooves. Omar and I express our thanks equally to Bethlehem, who insisted on making the visit possible, and the lawyer, who discovered the way so we could visit the home. We went back to the Prado Byron, which it was no longer a mysterious hill, nocturnal full of evocations, sinister, but a green slope and fragrant open to the midday sun and lined by the shadows of the great ones, trees, and we read the inscription of tribute, with the mention of the poem that made Byron part of the history of Switzerland, The Prisoner of Chillon. There was something unsettling about the fact that Villa Diodati did not seem disturbing. Maybe I would have preferred something dark, some gloomy forests, some walls rickety, some broken slab under the pergolas. I didn't stop wondering what was inside the greenhouse of that the little girl came out at night. Smoke. And I thought about the carelessness of the country houses of another time, when cities were masses of contorted houses and buildings. Devious, when the streets carried stinking streams, and in the parks, without channels, puddles of mud, when the night light was not chased away the crows or the nightingales. Maybe because our epic has no place for sorrow and fear in your visible space, because until the death has been thrown out of the houses towards the funeral homes of the dual improbable, horror and mystery, now retreat to the dark galleries of the mind, and the monster crouches, confined in the unspeakable, low showers of antacid milk and hailstorms of antidepressants. We decided to have lunch in one of the restaurants, down there, on the shore of lake. Down the alleys that they winding down between mansions, half hidden under the trees, the lawyer led us to your site favorite, at the fishing club, a two-story platform that is internal in the lake, between the swaying of the anchored sailboats. The delicious fondue, the emotion of the visit, the conversation, the heat, the white wine, the agitated surface of the lake, the passage of the sailboats, everything started spinning around like a carousel, and at some point I felt in nose a known stinging weather. Then sailing the Savoy by the lake, under the spray from the fountain that erased the ink letters on my notebook, and going up alone. Same alleys in the rain, what would remember? I had to run to find the restaurant sink, and thinking. In Villa Diodati I let it fall drop by drop. The blood on the water in the cup. Porcelain, without making the slightest effort for containing it. My delay had been very long. When I finally came out, pale and embarrassed, and our friend lawyer had had to go to her office, we walked with Omar and Belen. By the shore of the lake, we returned in a taxi to the place where he was waiting for us. The car, and now it returns insistent as a question to my memory. Blood that I shed after my visit at the piers of Villa Diodati. 15. Obsessions by Lake Geneva. Have found the house at night. Suddenly turned my curiosity into a purpose. Now I was not interested. Just know what had happened in their living rooms and their bedrooms, but what forces they drove to Villa Diodati to. Those guys I don't know. They knew, and what ties were gone creating between them. Before they happen, we believe that chance rules the facts, but when these are revealed, powerful and significant suspicion that everything it was casual fades, we started to feel that even the circumstances Smaller ones obeyed a purpose and had a bearing. That, for a precise purpose, the clouds over the hapless ships. By Juan Borrasca, that something remote in the future was looking for an old man, Italian doctor who alternated the study of vertebrae and talus with the meters and the euphonias of the verse. That for her precise visions a combative English girl became girlfriend of the Swiss Fuseli, painter of nightmares, and befriended William Blake, in whose eyes they drank form mysteries and ghosts. Thousands of forces intertwined to turn coal into diamond. And towards that house built by heretics and visited by rebels, frequented by poets and revered by dreamers, they moved without knowing it. From the cradle the indecisive steps of Mary Wollstonecraft and the steps determined by Clara Claremont, the prowls of Dr. Polidori, they Shelley leaks an asymmetrical gait of Lord Byron, which resonates in the time like a cadence of stanzas standing broken. From the first moment, dates and portraits began to fill my vigils, the books piled up in the work tables and in the suitcases of the traveler. The most frequent topic in the airline counters was overweight luggage, because it that we measure in disclosures and days of wonder others only know. Count it in kilograms. But all mental obsession ends up contaminating the physical world. At the beginning I saw coincidences and coincidences in Villa's characters and facts. Diodati, then until the chances of my daily life seemed to me loaded with intentionality. Anyone can now, in the amazing satellite maps, look the Alps, get closer to Geneva, walk the shores of the lake, approach the hills of groves of Colony, look at the triangle of the Prado Byron and see motionless in front of the lake to the serene Villa Diodati, but in the quiet fever of autumn I felt that I saw what is really there. On that house converged the songs of Ariel and blasphemies of Caliban, the perfidies of Iago and the promises of Mephistopheles, they mocking Don Juan and the bats from Paradise Lost, the footsteps of lonely stroller and the mocking smile of the Gothic demons. Towards that side had not only flown with spikes, dyed red the vultures of the revolution, and had not only rode in the sky the dragon of ash and sulfur of an Indonesian volcano, but even the facts of my own life revolved from the beginning around their columns and its meadows. Because there is no fixed idea that no, I ended up contaminating all things. But it is also true that everything is communicated in secret. To the book of universe can be entered by any page. There is no beginning and no end, everything. Order is as arbitrary as the alphabetical classification of dictionaries, and a weft of threads invisible subtly ties things together. It was in Geneva, at the place of his ash, where Borges adolescent read the Golem for the first time, by Marink, where his fascination with the mysteries of the Cabal and by the words that articulated the rabbis on the clay from his rudimentary creatures. The recent days of Buenos Aires chased me, I thought again, in Juan Eduardo Fleming, who without proposing it to him I had put trace the Golem months back, and I remembered the verses of Borges that convey the same amazement of Mary Shelley pages, the moment in which a rabbi from Prague, after pronounce the terrible name on the clay, see the inert creature collect life. The drill raised the sleepy ones' eyelids and saw shapes and colors. Who did not understand, lost in rumors and rehearsed fearful movements. It gradually became, as us, imprisoned in this sonic web. Before, after, yesterday, while, now, right, left, me, you, those, others. The rabbi explained the universe to him. This is my foot, this yours, fur collar, robe. And achieved, after years, that they, perverse, sweep the synagogue well or badly. I remember with strange clarity those days, in the place where the Rhone meets, emerges from Lake Geneva. I was walking thinking about the way humans always ambitioned the attributes of divinity. How would have been the clayman of Prometheus and the torch that Titan stole to help them? What would be the substance of that creator capable of make light with words, to separate the superior of the inferior and of model in clay and atom in his image and similarity? Because it's the idea of that resemblance what makes the creature also aspire to be a demiurge. It was like a fever that me accumulated in my mind examples of humanoids forged by art and by artifice, wood carvings attributed to Daedalus and they. That Pausanias said that despite their shapeless appearance exuded something divine, the rag dolls of the sorcerers, who transmit pain to sensitive bodies, the clumsy effigies adorned with songs and runes with which the Saxons tried to arouse the divinity before bloody altars, the beautiful nude marble that they turned the desires into living flesh. Pygmalion, and that moment of creative madness in which Michelangelo struck the knee of his male stone urging him to get up. The temptation was ancient, the desire of become God producing life. No. It was the dream of a satanic doctor in a German castle, but the purpose common artists, apprentices, eternal sorcery, playing games, combine inert elements to make come up something alive. And I remembered the scientist who said yes, for real. The birth of the mountains occurred, and a huge mountain after earthquakes and convulsions let out. For all results a tiny mouse. It should be shouted that the greatest of miracles. But that painful man who needs mud, or gather chaotic shards to produce a distorted being, is the true birth of the mountains, something that victories or angels. They must have looked with alarm at the first light of the sixth day. Up to the rising water of the spout seemed to tell stories fantastic, and I ended up thinking about the uncomfortable legend of the resurrections. The trapped matter. For death seems so eager for decompose, by disintegrating into irresponsible matter, which is understand that we have attributed to Simonic magician awakening corpses in graves a more diabolical than angelic condition. And it is curious that Christ himself I would have thus broken the laws of the abyss, making living flesh of the decomposed matter. I was walking the streets of Geneva looking at everything with suspicion, as if from every corner I was going to come out the monster. The city, like the Borges himself used to say, it seems that fully aware that it exists, and is in a country that seems to weigh on him whirled smoothly, but it is in reality a fantastic city in a country that, beyond its caverns of ingots and his hobby of pricing the time in clocks, has spawned schisms and revolutions, convulsions of art and cataclysms of faith, brains illuminated by storms, electricity and works that meant the annihilation of canons and aesthetics. I told myself that this city that is pretending So serene and so classic, that city of clocks and gold bars, hid behind the mask his face. True of nightmares and schisms. And that made her more attractive. If it didn't seem to have its museum of horror was perhaps because he wore the horror in the background in a way quieter and more efficient, or because he knew how to transform horror into ideas. Tremendous, the revolution in symphonies. The disorder of the world in metaphors. Puzzling. And while I was waiting for the monster, I concluded that Switzerland was the perfect country for nightmares of Fuseli and for the spark. Rousseau's incendiary, for the Voltaire's regicidal smile, for the Joyce's space mazes and for Borges's mental labyrinths. That in every corner of those mountains seems possible the rose that rises from the ashes in the hands of Paracelsus. The unruly climate of the French Revolution had renewed that rebellion against the laws. Natural. Already the enlightened ones gave up their place to the Illuminists, already we longed for the secret of life was in our hands, and now we were starting to wish that the instrument of that resurrection or of that creation was not magic, simoniaca or medieval spells. If we had reached the age of reason, only reason had enough self-confidence to try assemble the fragments. But a German boy had exclaimed that man is a god when he dreams and only a beggar when he thinks, and a Spanish painter from Wars and Spells had revealed in his plates what things he engenders. Dream of reason. 16. A pause in the swamps. Thus ended my trip to Geneva. Already I was beginning to feel the need to stay a season in my Bogotá apartment, looking at the lead-colored clouds over the hills. From the north, but 2 months ago, had promised Gloria Isabel Ocampo travel with her to La Mojana. It is the region of Colombia where Cauca and Magdalena, the rivers that collect water from Andean mountain ranges. The flows that descend from the south and from the southwest have formed in that convergence a muddy bed that the weight of the waters has been sinking throughout the ages. A breed of growers and fishermen built there centuries ago a network of canals, 600,000 hectares, to regulate the flood regime, a giant maze that, seen from the air, it still seems on the plain the fingerprint of an immense being. Around every groove of water, they drew straight grooves in the shape of fishbone, which in vast areas formed delicate fabrics, like the veins of a leaf, and in memory the map is a big fish. Vegetable fabric of waters. I flew from Bogotá to Medellin reading my Trelawney book. That man had become the companion. Byron and Shelley's indispensable end of their lives, and every comment hers gave me the feeling that I was getting to know them, that they I was watching live in Medellin. The weather was warm, but the news of rains that were raining in the high passes of the mountain range. Soon the coastal plain Atlantic would be flooded. In a camper we took the route of north, through the mountains, towards Caucasia, a town of settlers who stands on the banks of the river. It was one dark night over the cliffs, but a mysterious clarity invaded the heaven. I asked Manuel Santiago, who was driving, if it could be a fire reflecting off the clouds, but he answered that such a clear light does not. It could be due to a terrestrial fire. It was a single white cloud in the sky, and it shone like that because it had hidden behind her the huge full moon of the end of October. In light of that moon that formed fantastic profiles. With the trees by Santa's Heights. Rosa de Osos, I also told Gloria Isabel and Manuel Santiago my purpose of writing about the life of the poets, and I related my visit to Geneva the week before. Still, I had Swiss almonds, sprinkled with chocolate, and, savoring that memory, we accompany my conjectures on the secrets of Villa Diodati, on the roads of Antioquia, near the birthplace of the poet Barba. Jacob, traveling to the deep Cauca. Under a ghostly moon it was strange. Remember the big downpours of Buenos Aires of the previous month. Sons of Geneva and Lake Geneva. 1 week before. Nothing seemed link those things, although it is true that at some point the history was tempted to approximate the ghosts of Villa Diodati to the wild banks of the river Magdalena. That night in a room, warm from the plains, amidst the murmur endless of crickets, I remembered that 5 years after the events from Villa Diodati, Byron was about to embark for America, and to join Simon's army. Bolivar, who was fighting for the independence of Colombia. No problem. The poet spoke so much in the meetings of the Carbonari in Italy, even before Shelley's death. Bolivar had become his idol, the symbol of the romantic hero that he himself aspired to be, and when two poets commissioned Trelawney for their ships to navigate the Bay of Spezia, while Percy called his Don Juan ship, in homage to Byron, he had the name of Bolivar put on the hull of yours. I felt alive again, the fantastic Byron's madness, just as he did in Switzerland and in Greece, that man. He had also been about to be the poet of these equinoctial jungles. In the heat of the plain, already starting to disintegrate in the I dream, I caught a glimpse of his statue. Equestrian centering a square that seemed to be in Mompox at the same time. Next to the river, in Bogota under the hills. Negroes, and in Cartagena next to the walls. We were in the year of bicentennial. A play about Bolivar I had taken the month before Geneva. Now I felt the call of light men. Canoes down the wild rivers, vertigo of living in an almost virgin world, where the earth feeds others. Nightmares. On those shores of the Magdalena where Bolivar fought his old fights, we just got out from the horrors of war. Paramilitary, the war of the drug traffickers against peasants crossed with their lands on the drug routes, and still in the woods they were, haunting the shadows. The dryness of the plain remained back, and we entered landscapes of winter. The roads were already flooded. Through Sincelejo we went to Magang, once on the shores of alligators and manatees where Bolivar he fought his first campaign. In a motor boat we jumped several hours on the river, and then we traversed a motionless swamp under the slow flight of cormorants. In the chest of the water, a town extensive of fishermen inhabits houses hidden behind the reeds, under the bestiary of fantastic clouds. It's amazing how they get their bearings. The pilots in that labyrinth of water, between reed beds and trunks where slow herons seem to sprout from the mercury. At the edge of the confusing canals, the first town was waiting for us. Submerged. I say it like this, because in that moment I did not imagine that what we saw as a population flooded in the meeting of the waters. It was the prelude to the harshest winter that Colombia has lived for a long time. Weather. I was moved to arrive at the Mompesina depression, land that he only knew from literature. A famous novel, Chronicle of a Death Foretold, by Gabriel Garcia Marquez, was born there, in Sucre. Sucre, near the covered swamp of purple anemones. They had programmed in several peoples a meeting of writers from the great Mohana, to whom he had the honor to be invited, and the arrival could not be more unreal. The church seemed float on the river. They had made makeshift bridges beyond the pier, some school girls dressed as mermaids with paper tails. Bright they received boys from golden skins, Moans that emerged from the well of the streets to dance with them between accordion music and of drums. There it was impossible to think of him. Black summer of Villa Diodati, and of suddenly I was free from monsters. From the imagination of Polidori and Mary Wollstonecraft. Those monsters, distant, were picturesque pictures. Gothic cut-out paper shadows. Morning in some dwindling region of the memory. I was now truth in Garcia's world. Marquez, in the church invaded by the waters, over the submerged colored tiles, past the fishes. We put on our bog boots. Bought in Magang before the navigation, and in front of the house opposite. We hear the story of how Cayetano Gentile was stabbed to death in that place for a couple of drunk twins. Where is it? The brothers chased while he trying to get into the house. What was the precise door that his mother closed from the inside, believing that the son already had entered the house, and convinced that it thus prevented the entry of the pursuers. You couldn't walk, the water had climbed more than a meter, and someone brought a canoe to take us over the reflection of the sunset through those streets of a town of dreams. The women, sleepy, greeted us from their wicker rocking chairs. Children went paddling in small canoes. The sky was fading over history. Came a puff of patio accordions. Invisible, in a lit house. Like a lamp we saw a canoe floating in the flooded room, and in it a boy with a hat with wings, broad striped in circles, and with the bagpipes in his hands he began to play for us a melody of the saw. A few hours later a phone call from my house in Bogotá had received an invitation to participate in a literary act in London in early November. I hardly paid attention. With the water to the knee in the elemental mud of the Mohana, you couldn't imagine the neighborhoods. London laps under the black sky. Autumn. Life had returned to its channel in these equinoctial landscapes. But that night I should have understood that Mohana's dreams were no more than a pause, because that invitation came again full of Gothic darkness, and a few more weeks later I would get back on track of Byron and Villa Diodati. When I returned from La Mohana I read with Beware the Invitation. 1 year later, the games would be held in London. Olympians, the poet Solomon had conceived the idea of inviting again poets to the Olympics as in the Greek times, and the release of that project would be done on the South Bank, facing the Thames in early November. I already had planned participate in the days of Columbia in France. It wouldn't be great effort to arrive a week before London, reading poems on the South Bank with poets from Estonia, Guinea, Canada and New Zealand, and enter France through the Channel Tunnel. Something in me felt like again a leaf in the wind. The call of London seemed to mean that my mind could not yet distract from His obsession with Byron and Shelley. The flight of those shadows returned me to the year of summer that never came. 17. Towards the black skies. It was the last days of autumn, but London glowed like a detainee in an eternal August. It was my first. I'll be back in 10 years, and I took advantage to walk as only there is. Walk, randomly and with the feeling of be touring an infinite city. Twice in the last few years there were. Dreamed of London. At least that's how I know. Called a fantastic city that I was walking in the dream with my brother Juan Carlos, a city full of neoclassical monuments and sculptures, monumental foals and mythological ensembles, with a bridge that moved like a ship joining the shores, a crazy zoo and a skyline of glass slums. Green, beyond the forests of hunters. Now, housed in a small hotel next to the city, where the old London architecture begins to dissolve between buildings of avant-garde, postmodern diagrams of metal decks and walls of dark glasses. I felt London no. It never loses its Babylonian air. But this trip would be short, and I already knew that I would not be able to visit the sights and the streets of the early 19th century, where De Quincey was looking for her friend, lost among the crowds, where the horse carriages formed formidable traffic jams before the Byron's house in Piccadilly, where Shelley sought understanding and consolation among the orphan flowers of Skinner Street. My free hours would not be many before the reading at the edge of the Thames. The 10-hour flight to the east messes up clocks and cadasters. At midnight, the time when London starts to get sleepy, on the plains flooded with the Mohana, they are barely 5 in the afternoon, so he was still awake. At the time when London rises, in Bogotá it is midnight, an hour when neither I have not even thought about going to bed. Was crazy to pretend to meet dates in the morning, only afternoon. Was in a position to do something. Walk, talk, hear instructions of the organizers of the meeting. And suddenly I discovered that on Friday I would have the afternoon free, the only opportunity to travel outside the town. Before, my escapes from London always ended in Bath, in Windsor or Stratford-on-Avon. Now other obsessions could lead me to other trains, and the compass madwoman pointed out without excuses the route of the north. It was the occasion to visit by a few hours Nottingham, of searching Newstead, the conspicuous abbey of the Byron. It was going to be 2 in the afternoon when I arrived at King Cross, at the station St. Pancras, and I found out that the train to Nottingham left at 2 and room. I ran to find the platform corresponding, and very soon it was installed in the car, watching the parade. Backwards the suburbs coming back. Vaguely fantastic the sun that comes down. But it was enough to get out of London for the weather to change in an unsettling way. A grey roof, like stone, it settled on it. Horizon, and soon the train was entering an immense tunnel of cold and of winter. When I descended on the Nottingham station, the sky was dark and the world had submerged in a slate station, though it had to be 3 hours for him to become night. To top it off, the train to Newstead. It took 40 minutes to get out. No, I would have plenty of time for my visit. But now information abounds. Detail about every site, the photographs of the trip not yet. We have already been taken, already. Sometimes the certainty of having been to a place, or the miracle. Undoubted of some fact often that only our eyes could see. In myself. Time confusion I did not foresee the brevity of the day, and by magic. Homeopathic I thought London could dictate the climate of the entire island. But, as was my only chance that trip to get closer to the world of Mad Byrons of Sherwood and the Savage Gordon of Scotland, was determined not to waste it. And it was while I was waiting in the station the train that would take me to Newstead when I asked again, who could tell this story? Do any of the guests of Villa Diodati, perhaps Polidori himself? So battered by luck? I understood that history required someone who could see things from further afield. The tragic Polidori left this too soon world, when the legend, when neither the sea of La Spezia nor the fires of Missolonghi, they had still worked in the stone the faces and verses of poets. I also thought of Clara Claremont, that outlived almost all the others, and was able to look at those facts from the horizon of another age, which could ponder their own history from the rivers of the future. He spoke in his favor. Have been a character almost invisible, because at that moment I still did not guess the role so complex that Clara played in this history. Barely 2 months ago, Diodati fever possessed me. Sitting at a station table, waiting for that train that was traveling to the winter, I went through the data again that I had obtained until then, and I understood that inventing a narrator, it would force me to falsify the facts. No. I knew if what I needed to write was a novel, but I understood that it was forbidden to resort to licenses of fiction. I could only count the things as they were, not the facts but just my slow approach to the facts. Tell that a storm of Buenos Aires led me to a story that many have told, and that also me, like so many others. The magic of its characters and events dominated me. When half an hour later I got up to take the train, I had already written several pages of the story, counted by myself, and began to feel that was the only tone possible to account, not the truth of history, but of the hazards and uncertainties of my own search. 18. In the country of Juan el Loco, the train was moving through a world of blackboard and twilight. It was nice, though vaguely haunting to travel for England on the fringes of the night, without having explored previously on the map, without the slightest idea what kind of town could be waiting for me. I had seen, sure, Newstead Abbey in the prints from the encyclopedias, they Newstead Abbey in the engravings. Medieval, Newstead Abbey al. Background of the Robin Hood stories. Newstead Abbey in the iconographies of Byron, Abbey of Newstead in photographs of the internet travelers, but as usual, pass with famous places, I do not had formed any idea of the region or neighborhood of those Gothic prints. 40 minutes later the train left. Stopped, but not at a station but in a gloomy stop in the middle of the nothing, next to a lantern and a sign. I went down without thinking. The train left again, and suddenly I found myself alone in the field, in a world already dark and under a sky that had just go out. The lane was about meters above the town. There was only tall grasses, a long metal mesh, and a dead house that had been a hotel, but now it was silent on the shores of the road, the windows closed, more expressionless than a stone. Lights on. The distance seemed to indicate that there There was the town. I walked towards them, passed near the hotel closed, I was admitted for a imprecise street. The strangest thing was the silence of the place, as if the darkness will muffle sounds. Already near winter, many trees. They were stripped of their vegetation. Over others the breeze worked, plucking black leaves and carrying them to nowhere. Soon the houses started, but the houses, they seemed as expressionless as the entrance hotel. Gardens, ravaged by the cold, hallways, blind, a vague mist around. The lanterns gave everything an air of another time, not the time of Byron, too, which we happily associate with the passionate colors of the romantic pictures, but perhaps of the second half of the 19th century, when already the smoke of the industry had saddened the suburbs. I walked down the central street, between houses where maybe there were people. For the vague noises that I know, they listened, but I did not see a single being. Human, not a cat, not a dog. Street map, just the profiles a bit. Spectral branches, rocking in the dark, and the sudden rumble of tall trees, torn by the wind. I've never seen anything sadder, I told myself. I knew in winter the sordid Parisian banlieues, the Brussels parks depopulated by the gusts from the north, they freeze in minutes the puddles and harden the sources, the shrunken towns of France where the stone houses are, huddle like herds around the steeples, but everywhere. In winter people oppose lights and legends to adversity. Parks, they are filled with merry-go-rounds and markets. They reinvent each figure of the Christian fable, miracle reindeer, shepherds, angels, paper stars, of colors that lie hope, Easter rabbits, little mice, winter with scarves and hats, a amusing world of fairy tales se. A pose like a bonfire. Advances of the ice, but in that place of England the winter was dumb and without soul. And nothing seemed more out of place and crazier than a wanderer from distant lands searching at the least auspicious hour an abbey. Unlikely. Nothing wore that squalor to the rose windows of the age. I was turning corners, battered by the wind, in all parts with the same impression of abandonment. It's funny, I always had the feeling of being born in a very sad town. I remembered Padua. At the top of Tolima, on the route to Manizales, invaded at dusk by a mist pierced only by headlights of the trucks going to him. Paramo. And suddenly, in the dark, gloomy Newstead, between the superstitious frame, in a Arthur crime scene, Conan Doyle or Father Brown. I thought of Padua in the days of the 50s violence, with his savage cure, his flocks of doves, its bell tower effundia too. At 6 in the afternoon the Ave Maria of Schubert, with that drunken rider who enters the canteen screaming rancheras and asking for a brandy for him and another for the horse, with his stray dogs and their boys, mischievous ones that run through alleys, with stormy bars, wrapped in Oscar songs, Agudelo and Los Trovadores de Whose, and I felt that that town, misty of Colombia, was the tree of life compared to these sinister alleys. No wonder Byron fled to Italy. I said, this stillness of swamp can turn off the heart and kill the hope. I did not want to leave the search for the abbey, and persisted for increasingly blurred streets of mist. It seemed to me that people, if they had had been locked up for centuries. Maybe there would be warmth and light, hot drinks, breads, baked, hugs, company, but none of that was allowed to filter into outside. Suddenly, almost with fear, I saw leave of a house a figure. I don't know how to say now if it was a man, a woman or a child. It was a grey form that walked down the street without looking at me and made you feel like a ghost. In that moment I understood that there was reached the limit of my search. They Newstead Abbey, if it existed, if not, I had the wrong planet. If the ghost train hadn't taken me on another direction to a dead world, I'd be in the fields, far from those blocks of expressionless darkness. On the fence of a garden, of suddenly a sign, Byron Street, seemed to drive out of town. But it was not possible for me to see at that time. Already with the wind against, under the cold growing, what would there be beyond, in the neighboring plains? There was still an hour until the return train will pass, but not any more. I could stay in that town, where the color of life was stored in airtight enclosures and not it spread to the surrounding world, where all strange had to feel rejected even by things undesirable and vaguely monstrous. Anything but stay a minute more in this place, I told myself. And I started to undo my way, almost understanding the rush with which Byron undid his, and fled his origin, and before fleeing to the hive in Italy he even went to look for the cosmos rumor of London, where according to the Dr. Johnson are all things. As I walked about, meet my own ghost, I remembered the London Square where is one of the most simple ones that I know, the statue of Hodge, Johnson's cat, in size natural, curling the tail over a bronze book on the pedestal, exorcised by that phrase of his master. My friend, if someone is tired, London is tired of life. Because London has everything life can offer. And I felt pity for the invisible community of that ghost town that doesn't seem to have nothing that life can offer. And I wished you happy summers in my escape days when you want to leave the house at night, and walk through the fields in pairs or groups, singing low. The trees, waving, huge envelope. The horizon, the full moon of old women stories. But the shadows insisted against me, and a supernatural fear left me dominating. The noises were hostile. Of the wind in the branches, and under the trees the night was alone in power of something gloomy. I walked faster, and I saw in the distance the light of the lantern of the lane. A drizzle started. A frost. I was in a place where it was absurd and grotesque to arrive, a place that perhaps he was human in the day, in the sun, but to which the early darkness returned unknown, alien. The garden and no man's land, the street and the field beyond, the abode of a fear without a body, and I felt a love accomplice and endearing for my country of bad reputation, where there are always people everywhere, and everything that happens. He is too human, and there are children running through the fields and people walking down the roads, and hawks that come down to warm up in the asphalt, and snakes that glide next to the rice fields, and dangers medieval or prehistoric too. Everywhere, but never that devastating sadness. I finally reached the train stop, to the light of a lantern that trembled under the blacker sky, and I begged a God that was far away, behind that black sky, let me get out. Thence. Then it grew by the fields, the roar of the wheels on the path of steel, and I felt the relief to know that the god had me listened. But incredibly the train passed by, crossed like a iron wind, and was lost by the Nottingham's covetable route, and I was alone again in that rudimentary station, near the hotel. Walled up. I ran down to consult the poster with the train schedule, wondering if I would have to pass the night in a town without a face, without songs, without cats, under the black Victorian rain, but I felt too that strange trip had been given for me to feel how 2 centuries ago the pure feeling of the sinister. Maybe I can visit the Abbey sometime when summer comes, I told myself. I felt like a happy fire in the mind, and the pious poster explained that the train that did not stop, I was heading to another darkness, and that the train true would come later. Wait. Resigned next to the parallels, listening to the migrations of the wind, and thinking about the night's successive Villa Diodati. How it would be horrible if this came in summer place, I thought. And I don't know how long after I heard the train coming across the fields, and I saw its shadow bright emerge from the shadow. And the train arrived. And the train stopped. And to enter the raucous wagon was to enter with relief in life, enter almost without face in the London crowd. 19. The Hall of Stones. I went back to London ashamed of not having known how to find the Abbey, but glad to have explored a fraction of Old English darkness. For a drizzle of darkness. I wanted to keep tracking the past. But urban clocks impose their rhythm, the double-decker buses pass like a red wind, the crowds of Piccadilly Circus chase each other without truce, the covered squares seem bazaars of dreams, modern bridges join the distant banks of the river, and labyrinths of art occupy the old brick factories with vultures huge as fountains of mist. I couldn't hang around at night, randomly reading the blue plates that they tell everything. Where was the house that Dickens watched as a child, going from his father's jail to the bitumen factory, and then its novels allowed him to buy? Where did De Quincey record his opium nightmares? Why streets armed their nocturnal troops? The actors from El Globo, where was he? Turner's Lightning Workshop, where Spencer dreamed of his fairies. One night, going to the South Bank, we suddenly find ourselves in front of the National Gallery, and I asked Viviana, the beautiful girl who accompanied, that we would see in a little time what the rooms had in store for us. It was the treasure grotto, and nothing moved as much as finding. Immediately, El Temerario led to the scrapyard, about which he had written a poem many years ago, but what I had never really seen, that late-night canvas in which a huge ship is dragged by the tugboats on their final voyage. I had the memory of a goodbye. Melancholic, the image of the ship. Like a huge old man, but now I just wanted to see behind the ship those colors that Turner snatched from the skies stained by a volcano. Indonesian. Another Turner was in the room, the Odysseus ship escaping the fury of Polyphemus among boulders of light, and I noticed something that they had not given me. Photographic reproductions. What? The painter traced on the ship's sails scenes from the war from which the ship returns, up to the profile of wooden horse between the towers, could be seen on the canvas. Modeled Something like that was walking through London. Find stories in whose corners are written other stories. Follow the path of a legend by that cross many legends. Different and that is contagious of them. Hear how in each story countless stories resound. He already knew a few things about Byron. I was still very ignorant of Shelley, of Polidori, Mary, and the wheels that those beginnings of the 19th century, when the boys were. They clung to the ivy of tradition, while a wind rocked them in the vertigo. I knew that if I continued walking randomly through the streets of London, the stories would come like swarm to meet me. In that city one does not chart the course, and in me case it is usually the streets that decide where we will go, what revelations will meet us. Only cities are not only places but moments, and for now, London wouldn't be infinite, for me. It was barely the extension of a few. How many days of autumn? The following week he was to travel to France. 12 Colombian writers. We had been invited to tour the country, talk with readers, talk to the boys of the lyceums. It was an opportunity not just go back to Paris, what always withholds travelers, but from visit Marseille and Lyon, Rennes and Dijon, Grenoble, Bordeaux, Montpellier or Biarritz, Toulouse or Nantes. On every train, a writer traveling to a city other than the one the other passengers were looking for. No one knew what monsters were around, chasing his mates, but I did not imagine how much it would serve me. Book C with Evlio Rosero, the clouds of starlings darkening the sky over the marine cemetery of Set. Visit with Annie Morvan and with Santiago Gamboa, the tall stained glass windows. Gothic Church of the Jacobins. From Toulouse, where Thomas Aquinas rest and dream under the hierarchies. Angelica, see the walls of La Rochelle, or visit with Antonio Knight the monstrous fortresses that the Nazis built in Saint Nazaire for the protection of your submarines, overwhelming spaces like nightmares from Anselm Kiefer, so difficult to destroy that governments have opted for transform them into auditoriums, libraries and art workshops. All that awaited on the other side of La Mancha. Meanwhile, for say goodbye to London, I decided to visit. Finally, because I had never been able do it, Westminster Abbey. I was hoping to find a temple Christian, but I found one necropolis. If I hadn't been able to go by the streets looking for the traces of Wordsworth and Coleridge, Blake, and from Southey, for a moment I felt in his presence, surrounded by shadows and ghosts in a living room. Pious stones scratched from letters Latinos. You can almost hear the music stopped in stone when one looks. The Alfred Tennyson slab, and a busy buzz of crowds move away, on the adjoining marble, where Robert Browning rests. But the relics of all the poets of England, and of some have only been admitted there. Artistically carved names. None of the fellow villagers Diodati managed to reach that necropolis. Though maybe just Byron's devil was expressly rejected from the beginning, because he led a life dissolute and left a licentious poetry. Praise his sentence, is unworthy of occupy a place in the abbey, among the great English writers. Yet the story opens. Path. Finally, the Society Londoner of Poetry was authorized to place a plaque that remembers his constant vigilance for justice, social and freedom. Not Shelley, the angel without heaven, nor the shipwrecked Louis. Neither the suicidal Polidori, nor Mary and Clara, the street girls. Skinner, they were able to come to rest under the vaults of the Abbey, in the corner of the Poets, in the centre of London. Another temple protects them, far from there, and angels do not preside over it. To they go out to the street, next to the Tower of Clock and before the shaking of the boats. In the black waters of the Thames, I felt that in the old board of nights and of days the angels prevailed. Rebels. Days later, in the south of France, the incredible flock of starlings that darkened the sky of Set brought to mind another memory. Literary, the bat cloud of the caves of Carlsbad, such as the gigantic body of a genius retreating back to the lamp. In a superb poem of the most recent guest of the Abbey, the poet laureate Ted Hughes. It was one image more suitable for shade. Great that fell on the world and that covered with medieval gargoyles the edge of skyscrapers. A lot of what we live today, much more than what we believe comes from those heavens of Geneva, the year of summer that never arrived. I went back to books and trains, to Byron's letters and the verses of Shelley, and I kept thinking about them while travelling through the Eurotunnel towards the continent, far from the sky without late autumn moon, and repeating in a low voice verses from up there, from Dover Beach. And we are here as in one gloomy plain, surrounded by confusing alarms of war and flight, where ignorant armies collide at night. 20. Shelley. If Byron lived the world as a stage where he was the protagonist of a drama sometimes intimate and sometimes historical, Shelley felt the world more fine as a temple, where he himself I was a minor officiant, always willing to disappear without feeling that would be a major loss for Set. Byron didn't mind sacrificing a goose or a hen to exercise his aim. Shelley was sorry to kill a mosquito by accident or by sudden reaction to your bite. I saw the common act of feeding as a ritual that involves a quota of sacrifice of living beings for our well-being, and accepted it as a fatality of nature, but rejected the hunt, even for purposes food, and hated the pretended sports or shows that are they take pleasure in annihilating beings living under assumptions, cultural or aesthetic justifications. It actually fed on vegetables, and he had little to end by saying I should enough with water and air, as to the trees. Byron loved Shelley because she was important part of your representation, and because his friendship gave him a high idea of himself. Shelley wasn't looking for neither his wealth nor his approval, as it used to be with beings approaching Byron. Shelley could live without him, and Byron appreciated their judgments and opinions, cast with serenity and firmness that are born of a great conviction and not of an emotional outburst. Shelley. He never lied, not even to keep the appearances, nor for fear of inconvenience, and his words were so high value because it emitted them from a firm and austere way, without considering personal interests. Shelley, in turn, loved Byron because I knew it differently. Contradictory, sometimes frivolous, too sometimes cruel, painfully trapped in his own trap of poses and rudeness, but above all because considered a significant part of the complex world that was his destiny, witness and worship. If he rejected Meeting more people was not because others will not interest you but because exceeded their ability to observation, attention and thought. Nothing could be more threatening than the sudden decision to marry, to throw a party, to toggle with the personalities of the region where they were living. If there had active suicidal drives, a party would have been enough for the exasperation, and suicide would be a strong recourse not to attend. But his suicidal spirit was fundamentally passive. He did not seek death, he let it lead to her with docility, and for the same reason, as there were always people interested in him, who cared for him and loved him, he ended up saving himself. It took indeed a great storm, a great helplessness, and all the sea and all the heaven, so that the inner mighty of Shelley will finally let it rest on the water bed, with no one to come to save him. Trelawney, who met them a few years later, he immediately realized that if it were up to Shelley, he would sleep on the bottom of the water. The same convinced him once to jump into a pond, assuring him that swimming was easy, but Shelley, instead of trying rise again to the surface, he stayed at the bottom, stretched out as if was his final bed. The adventurer had to jump into the water and take it out in moments when the poet I was already losing consciousness. Who would believe that this being seemed so indifferent to the world was that in his language more passionately clung to him. He took as his own the sufferings not only of the peoples, but of beasts and trees, seemed to feel responsible for countries and forests, seas and continents. A few would he hear mankind advocate in a way so personal and so moved by things seemingly as far away as the orbits of the planets or as the hair of the galaxies. There are those who think that mud is something inert. But like lava, I know, shakes in the depths, the mud struggles to be fire and to be life, and the red atom of mythologies and the clumsy golem of Kabbalists are hardly any signs that the earth contains the germ of life and consciousness, language and spirit. I think that's what Shelley felt. I, who never saw it. I never heard him speak, sometimes I think. Listen to phrases that come from their lips, look at the mute earth, it seems. Who does not know about songs, but wings and flutes and all the music of the time? They germinate in their jugs. From what Trelawney told me in its memorable pages, there was never met someone for whom the elements were so alive. Shelley looked at the water, in the glasses or in the rivers, like a goddess. Fascinating and scary, and it's as if had a premonition that he was going to die in his arms, that she herself would take away the air with the milk from her nipples. He lived far from the illusions of the civilization, like a rapt shepherd. By the shadows of the trees and by the turns of the wind, what would I hope to see? Appear before him a young man with irises. Tailors offering him an apple. Temptress. I spent hours motionless. Whole, dedicated to the enjoyment of thinking, standing, leafing through books, and sometimes honestly gave compassion, endured situations more absurd due to physical disability. To reach out and take a blanket to keep warm at night. For lack of that instinct that makes little deer look for warmth. Of the udders in the dark of the cave, let the seagulls search the night, the roofs warmed by the large fireplaces. I was a child lost in a room too big, to whom His toys have not helped him take possession of the space. Those beings do not exaggerate in their metaphors. They confess their childish way of living. They see in the moon a great mirror, in the water from a pond the sea of dreams, in the lights that turn in the night for the rooms of flight of ships or galaxies. They are not from everything in the world, and that's why they are so beneficial for those of us who are in He. Help us miss Him for moments, give us a few drops of perplexity and wonder, stars to mitigate the horror of the dark. But they give those things at the price of everything for them is perplexity and vertigo, and if they advance towards the end with so much resolution is because they are terrified with life, not by seem greedy but excessively lavish, because from the beginning gave them too much. And they are the ones who instead of asking more, they raise their voices to pray to heaven. That does not take so many stars, to the sea. That does not generate more waves or more gods, to the body that does not supply without end so many wishes. 21. Voltairiana. Shelley had grown up full of loneliness and rebellion, maybe because the boys of the institutes and of the high schools, those that later went to raise Napoleon's armies in the fields of Europe, were too rough, too lacking in imagination and subtlety. In front of this boy who in his tender years she looked like a girl, and I preferred to be with the girls and the books before their peers. 2. Despite being the wealthy heir to a mighty baronet, he ended up living almost destitute, because his ideas ended up causing the rejection of almost everyone who knew him. Biographers say that at Eton, a institution as respectable as abominable, in that country where we all know how brutal the fox hunt, pupils invented a brutal form of that hunt, which was called the hunt of Shelley. They sighted him from a distance, reading a book next to the larches, and the chase began for pipes and groves until they caught up with him. They knocked him down, they rolled him over on the ground. They lavished mockery and beatings on him, and they delighted watching him try to defend in vain with the whole soul, and with ruined clothes. Because Shelley was not a coward, it is true that he defended himself more with his nails than with his fists, but not only did he not break in his soul, but he was leaving filling with anger, indignation, a rebellion that never yielded, but that was translated into words, words powerful that almost ended a epic. Shelley didn't know, but that one had been before the history of Voltaire, who, when he was already beginning to be a recognized writer in the France of the old regime, one day he was reviled by an aristocrat in a public place. Voltaire had a steely tongue, and responded gracefully to his enemy, that while he, as a writer, would be remembered by posterity, the other, I would be nobody forever. Centuries. The Lord of Rohan was outraged so much with that answer that he paid 2 hitmen to beat up Voltaire at the exit of a theatre, and witnessed the humiliation from a car. Horses, yelling at bandits with feigned compassion that above all does not. They will hit him on the head. Ground to sticks, Voltaire went to the prefecture police, but there they told him no. It was convenient to face the nobility, despite its prestige. Literary, he was just the son of a notary of the urban bourgeoisie. He turned to his influential friends. Everywhere received the prudent recommendation not to tempt the fury of the aristocracy. Increasingly hurt, he finally visited his friend Almighty, the Marquise of Pompadour, the king's favorite, but she herself dismissed that lawsuit, so as not to screw up your good relationships, and advised him to forget about affair. None of them actually knew who were they dealing with, and it's maybe not even Voltaire. I still fully knew who I was. But that fury was like the lava of a volcano, and its ash would fill the sky. The humiliation revealed very well to the young writer in which country did he live and what kind of people around him, a country whose greatest literary talent could be mistreated and humiliated without anyone react, where the law protected the arbitrariness, and where a network of cronyism and conventions authorized all injustice as long as do not bother the good society. Then Voltaire understood by so who he was and what power was in him. An aristocrat had offended him, but he no longer took revenge on the aristocrat. That was not an abusive enemy, but a world fighting injustice became the force of his language, and Voltaire not only wrote the best prose in his language and of his time, but shook with she the foundations of her time. One of the consequences of that eruption, it was the French Revolution, and it was like that. As Voltaire did not take revenge in a stupid aristocrat by act private, but turned his outrage into a historical force and destroyed the aristocracy. 22. The old man. The Eton authorities not only tolerated but stimulated those barbaric customs, but all those persecutions of his classmates made the young man feel Shelley that what was rotten was not it was youth but mental order. Of his time, already at 19, wrote a book with which he proposed to dynamite. Yes, I know, the verb did not exist yet, but the act and the intention did exist. The hypocrisy of his social class and his country, with his friend Hogg, and with a sincerity too close to candor, published that invective that in a single afternoon he turned against him all the machinery of tradition, necessity of atheism, the book that printed at the university itself, that he exhibited in his showcases and put circulate by hundreds among the readers. It was a kind of revolution. Personal. Let it be known that if in France a people had risen against the king, in England a boy stood up against God, and I was hoping that knocking down your head of the historical order everything else is, it would collapse. The magnitude of purpose cannot hide the disproportion of the struggle. In France, Louis XVI's head rolled, but in England Shelley was expelled from the university, from the mansion of their parents, and the social order proposed to demolish, rejected by their teachers, feared by their friends, and disowned by his father. The boy, firm in your convictions only, found comfort, to put it with words of Proust, in the shadow of girls in bloom. His sister Elizabeth and her cousin Harriet were her first shelters. Then it was the beautiful and crazy Harriet Westbrook, whom he married out of compassion, contrary to their own convictions, and with whom lived some lightning bolts from happiness. Sooner or later friends, relatives and loves were discovering that Shelley's high ideals, his openness without limits, his dedication, passionate about the most altruistic, they were unsustainable. Shelley. He was forced to find new accomplices for that decision. Unshakable to be free, to live without prejudice, of only obeying the nature, and to surrender to the cause. lucidity and beauty. Everybody. His allies fell into the temptation of look a bit like the world, and only. Shelley stood firm at the bow, chasing his star. Why do only the girls? Did they understand? His sister, his cousins, his friends, they all saw in him an angel thrown from heaven, and his eyes' failure did not detract from his merits. Because since Satan no one had chosen a more powerful enemy, they formed a fence around the poet and he filled them with proclamations and fantastic stories. The world would abandon their thrones and their conventions, the brothers could love sisters, love. I would be free, over the world no. There would be more powers than they. Freedom and beauty. They said yes because it was beautiful and fragile, in his huge dark eyes. Truth and sincerity burned, with her long hair in the wind looked like both a god and a goddess, and although always seemed about to bring down the sky in pieces, gave more one impression of fragility that power, an awakened infinite desire to take care of it and protect it, no, was going to kill suddenly the fall of some star. It was impossible for a reader, passionate and radical as he does not know, will meet at some point with the works of William Godwin, great denier of all power, of all tradition and every institution. Shelley drank from the sulphuric books of the old man, the only liquor that would intoxicate your mind, the spiritual food for his angry heart. It was true, there was such a soul, indignant like yours but very much wiser and full of arguments. Shelley venerated those books and idealized to that man to the point of not even imagine that he was alive. Yet he was going to dedicate himself to worship from his memory when he found out that the old rebel lived in one of the infinite neighborhoods of London, and course not in the districts of the aristocracy, where the spirit, but in the stark slums and decent middle class, where sometimes the gods themselves live in rooms for rent and without heating. When Shelley learned that the old man, anarchist, was not burning in the hell but married and with children in Skinner Street, set out to look it up, to declare your faith, your admiration, without limits, their idolatry. The poet already knows. He had married the beautiful Harriet, who followed him like a star to the moon, or rather like the moon to the earth, shining with borrowed light but with undoubted magic, and giving it prestige of seducer and leader. With her, went to Skinner Street one day to meet Godwin, and it is understandable that in that time I only had eyes to the old anarchist, only ears to his theories and his complaints of the world, only interest in their projects, and neither will even register in your soul at 3 educated and discreet young women that around Godwin and his laborious women flew like bees. The old man agreed to be supported by his young disciple. Shelley contracted large debts on account of your future inheritance to keep alive that sulphuric flame, and little by little he befriended the girls of the house, Godwin, Fanny, and Jane, who they lived in the old man's home but not they were his daughters but of their wives. Only 2 of them, for now, because the third, hardly seen, he had gone to study far from there. The old man, the denier of marriage. He had ended up marrying twice. Brightest first intellectual of his time, and later with the English translator of the Grimm brothers. It was like this contribution of the poet for the rebellion ended up financing a publisher of children's stories, where do I know? I waited for the mobs to sprout. Jacobins and the great heretics. Sprouted elves and sylphs, fairies and subtle androges, and what ended? Consuming resources and Shelley's credits was not the insurrection but the fable. 23. Skinner Street. Because neither Byron nor Shelley nor Polidori. So many and so many incarnated in his life. Perplexed paradoxes like the old man, Mr. Godwin, whose home is one of the dwellings of this story. Godwin was the man who ended up receiving everything I had always rejected, embodying what he had condemned and condemning everything in which he had always believed. Maybe an anarchist shouldn't become a writer, because all text is subject to laws, everything. Speech even if you don't want it woo. An order, and all preaching runs on risk of finding followers. They vigorous anarchist whose thought it was a fire he ended up discovering that every house needs a living room and has neighborhood. First he found in the social gatherings London intellectuals to that woman, rebellious and combative, Mary Wollstonecraft, who came with a daughter in the arms of the storms of the Revolution, and he married her, feeling that this marriage would be an alliance against power. I would never accept being dominated by nobody. And when she died, by giving birth to his second daughter, Godwin returned eyes towards her neighbor, Mary Jean Vile Claremont, which had come from Germany or Switzerland with two small and full of magical stories, and became the father of Charles and the restless Jean, who was Jean during 17 years, but that from his encounter with Byron became in Claire Claremont, our Clara Claremont. It's okay that this girl has changed his name as of time the event occurred. Capital of his life. There are many peoples who think that the name that parents pour us into the cradle, it's just the provisional name that we carry while we find our real name. There are more radical peoples who think that every name is provisional. Why reach your real name? It could be terrible for anyone, but it's good not to get lost too much in the resonance of the names. Why can we finish feeling that in the name of that passionate atheist, William Godwin, already resonated in a disturbing way? I don't know. What an unpredictable triumph of God. This is how the days play with us. Insurgent who abominated the tradition was already the center of a warm English hearth with burning fireplace, and tales at nightfall, home, where the wife wrote stories. Boys and 3 girls dreamed of Princes Charming while they bent over the great books. Those books back then full of illustrations and with gilt edges, or they saw all those extravagant gentlemen, each unmistakable, who were the philosophers and the poets. Today you have to go for a walk on the Westminster Cathedral slabs to find together the shadows of those gentlemen who frequented Godwin's house, a Wordsworth, who learned to speak with the lakes and with the trees, to Coleridge, who visited in dreams other worlds, and Blake, to whom other worlds came to visit him. I wake up in his little house in Felpham, and what did he know of angels? Beggars, of insects with souls monstrous and trees that are full of eyes and sing praises. I dare not affirm that the house, the warmth of Skinner Street outside a typical English house of that time, but it might as well be that England, full of memories and visions, of music and nightmares, was the one that defeated Napoleon, because he cradled big dreams and at the same time fought against them, engendered all insurrections and then ran to drown them in blood, gave birth to the great rebels and then they expelled, frightened by his excesses. Godwin was more like England. That man almost forgotten that wore the crown, this anarchist from the middle class stuck in editor. Fables best embodied the conservative England than Nelson in his frigate, and that the lords perverts in your chamber. And Godwin raised the daughters of his women, and any of the tales that ended up publishing his editorial could start with your own history, in the classic way. This was a king who had 3 daughters. But I would have to alter that tone right away and tell that he was a king who hated crowns, a husband who distrusted of the marriage institution, a parent who preached against tradition, a educator who did not believe in the past, and that of those 3 daughters, neither Gonrila nor Cordelia, only the middle one was a daughter. Hers. But the time was beginning when fairy tales crumble, and it's almost funny to say that to that castle Prince Charming did not come to look for the daughters but the father. 3 young girls. The 3 of them had grown up together, but they came from different worlds. Fanny, the eldest daughter of Mary Wollstonecraft, had been sired in France in the storms of revolution for a doubtful American captain, Gilbert Imlay, who was now an agent. Commercial, tomorrow he was a geographer. The day after tomorrow I was a trafficker. Skins and writer next week of novels about virgin lands. Fanny never lost the feeling of come from far away and not have without yet where to return. His father barely managed to engender it before disappear from the story, and in this history has shadow status. But his admirable mother barely lived after giving birth, and left her in Godwin's hands when he was 3 years. The tall grey girl never found a mirror in which recognize themselves, neither a lover nor a child nor a firm friendship. No one told him about his father lost in the metamorphosis. He could not retain his mother. Later her sisters fled the haunted house with him, the only man who had deluded her, and she had no choice but dispose of in the forest, like a mirage. Mary, in turn, did not know her mother only one day, because destiny whimsical decided to leave the great rebel the task of caring for those just-born creatures. The legendary feminist left her small in the hands of the great anarchist, and it was that sudden duty, a responsibility for which no was prepared, which forced Godwin to turn his eyes to the cultured and foreign neighbor, although it would mean adding 2 boys to the listing of your duties. Better 4 children with a mother that 2 girls without any mother must have. Tell themselves, because widowers need think that a mother can replace another. For the girls the new mother was not a solution satisfactory, although in those unhealthy times, so dangerous. For newborns, you have to recognize that having achieved that all those boys will reach the adolescence was already a merit exceptional of that family. But if I don't know about liberal thought, they could then expect minimums income. With anarchism there was no the least chance of feeding 6 mouths. The debts were leaving damning with avalanche threat about that suburban house, so that the sudden appearance of enlightened disciple and heir to a great fortune went to Godwin doubly miraculous, in terms intellectual and practical. Banished from the father's forest, Shelley had not lost her condition. Future heir to a baronet of the British Empire, and although he lived with the beautiful Harriet feeding her only Propertio and Virgilio, by Dante and Shakespeare, because narrowness and philosophical austerity suited a couple devoted to beauty and justice, understood that those virtues they did not suit an old man at all. Teacher who had dedicated his life to the truth and the demolition of a unfair world, and I had to hold to his family. If for Godwin the appearance of Shelley was the eruption of the prince provider that would save your home and your intellectual production, for daughters Shelley had all the attributes of the long-dreamed Prince Charming. We can say that from the start, two of them, Fanny and Clara, fell in love with him, and if Mary, the second, he didn't, it was just because. So he travelled to Scotland and stayed there studying for some time. Little Clara looked at Shelley and Harriet disconsolately. Was regrettable that the prince had already found his Cinderella, because the fairy tale crumbled before to start. And a fairy tale failed had always been the existence of those young women who they had lost, one to their father, another to his mother, and another to both. In the early years of orphanhood, there was something gloomy in the house, a oppressive silence, that one's own Coleridge felt on a visit, but later the duel became more bearable, and already in puberty the girls grew up in the passion of the intelligence, in the vivacity of art, in the shadow of the brush and the music, always in the spiritual neighborhood of some explosive ideas, and about the gloomy background of a childhood crossed by ghosts. But the snake waits for the moment timely to offer their apples, and just when Harriet, who already had a son of the poet, he was again pregnant, Shelley understood. Stunned that he had not a goddess but a wife. After having it accompanied in countless adventures, poetic and libertarian, Harriet Westbrook had just discovered that his true passion was hats and fancy suits, as befits the wife of a future baronet, and that had dismissed as muse that emptiness, emotional, the disappointment of discovering that Harriet only studied Latin and read to Propertio to please his husband, but that his dreams were just those of a young girl, married to a nobleman and mother of two little ones, coincided with the find in the venerable home of his teacher of two girls. Lovely people who really read by passion, they wrote out of vocation. They listened to his poems and those of others with the soul in suspense, and dreamed of a new world of free women and adventurous men. The fairy tale began to appear again as something possible. The noble and apparently rich poet. He arrived at the hut of the old wise man and he bewitched his daughters with poems and legends. For them he was an emissary almost divine of the new world. For him the cabin was a refuge in a forest full of squalor and wild beasts. The prince was getting more and more close to choosing between Fanny and Clara, to the comforter of his heart and to the perfect muse, when suddenly Mary returned from Scotland, and before Shelley's big eyes the other two sisters disappeared. Now only the eyes were almond-shaped, and the beautiful but firm face of Mary, who I was not 17 yet, and that immediately incarnated for Percy love. True. Now he was determined to put in practice all the precepts libertarians that he had learned in the books from the girl's father. Nothing should be freer than love, instead of the chains of marriage. Joy of voluntary alliances that they could also be multiple. By what was there to love only as a couple? Rambo had not been born yet, but love was always about to be made up. We would not be surprised if those purposes will lead Godwin to think that the boy was a monster. The old man of contradictions, of households open, of the children of others and of the incompatible companies, which, with a homemade lamp he lit his ideals and with an inaccessible star his day-to-day affairs, he was not prepared for the creatures of those experiments were their own daughters, and in those days I was also too full of duties and debts to understand that he himself had made the freak. The poet decided to embark with his new beloved to the continent, the young Clara considered hardly normal. Accompany the couple on their adventure. And in the depths of his soul in love, he must have thought that the poet's love, it was enough for her to. What has to do poor Cordelia? It was said. Love and shut up. The crossing was tormented and somewhat happy. They lived anywhere, they ate from anyway, they slept in inns. You infect where at midnight there was then to scare the rats, but a god. Naked he watched over Percy's dreams and of Mary, and perhaps the sleeplessness of Clara didn't let the rats. They will eclipse the beauty of that fugue. They went back to England, to London, to Skinner Street, already indignant face and Godwin's uncompromising, just to understand that they had to leave. No. Godwin did not recognize himself in the mirror, condemned that adventure of final mode, and the boys. They knew that the old man suddenly moralist would not receive them in his heart. Clara saw that Percy and Mary were for the moment locked in a bubble of happiness, and that led to turn your eyes in another direction and try a historical adventure. Did what so many dream of doing. Teens with celebrities who admire, started writing messages. Ciphers of love to a famous poet. Felt with the days more and more bold, and in the end he signed them with his name. It was almost a child's game. But today we must agree that Ondina used a filter unknown to the girls of the aristocracy. Neither Percy nor Mary knew that young man had managed to tempt the devil, but before get in the car that would take them from back to shore, to embark towards the storm, Clara convinced them that happiness I was waiting in Switzerland made them feel like the summer was about to start, not only in nature but in its lives. Like the time before, he had his luggage ready, got in the car without ask if they wanted to take her, and with they embarked towards it. Unknown. What would Mr. Godwin have felt to know that adolescent stepdaughter who ran away again with his daughter? I had already achieved what they did not achieve. All the sirens of gold and of porcelain from old England, it was the Lord Byron's secret lover, and she was determined to meet him in the radiant summer of the lakes of Switzerland. It is always that parents, for subtle as they are, they know little about their sons. Shelley, on the other hand, they loved that kind of accident. I was happy to have to travel with two luminous girls to whom we had to protect in this dark world. And wide, in this dark world. Immense. 25. Mary Wollstonecraft carried in her blood all the long rebellion of a race. His maternal lineage came from Ireland, but she came from Eva's vigorous and bold that had been married several times, who had participation in public life, which they believed in history. Working with British publicist James Johnson, became interested in intellectual turmoil, which in France preceded the Revolution, and when France burned. In 1789, he made the decision to travel with her lover, the Captain American Gilbert Imlay, to see the fire up close, so that in 1792, at the age of 33, he was in Paris. I wanted to know if that revolution so announced was fulfilling the main duty to free woman from bondage and the servilities of tradition. They fight for women's rights. That for her before rights, civil rights were intellectual and aesthetic, did not interrupt your life. Sentimental, and in 1794 gave birth in full revolution to a girl, Fanny. But right at that moment their relationship with Imlay lost passion and breakup came shortly after. Mary Wollstonecraft was not willing to let your new mother's condition will deprive her of be part of the intellectual world. Back in London, his home became the headquarters of a group of radical thinkers and artists who included Thomas Paine, Thomas Holcroft, the poet William Blake, the inspired William Wordsworth and Al. Rebellious Sulphur Godwin. Discussed with them in all shades, and it was the visible center of controversy. The law affinities acted. Godwin S.E. fell in love with Mary. In 1796 they began to live together, and in 1797 they got married. Shortly before she gave birth to his second daughter. But Mary was 38 years old, and in those times a woman of his age faced serious problems with pregnancy and childbirth. 11 days after the birth of the girl who he would inherit his passion and his name, Mary Wollstonecraft died of fevers. Puerperal, leaving behind a legend of bravery and scandals that England would take a long time to forgive. Mary, the daughter, spent her childhood seeing his name written on a grave. An unknown mother, who bore his same name, had died giving birth, and that led to ponder the whole life about mysteries of birth, and about the amazing proximity between life and death. She felt childbirth by the grave, a grave herself, and his name and his epitaph carved on a grey stone chased her in the light and in the shadow. Also all literature had to marry something of stone and grave. Plus, late, when, by frequent chance, then but always inconsolable, his first son died in the early childhood, that feeling was sharpened, oppressive that nothing could come out of she but death and misfortune. Tried to hold on to the extraordinary vitality of the thought of his father, who had made criticism of the state, of the fight for freedom and equality, the axis of its existence, and tried to hold on to the vehemently with which his mother defended the rights of women. Contrary to an ancient tradition, it was not full of certainties but of contradictions, went from the sun to the moon many times. It was a bosom in continuous fertilization, where fear combined with rebellion, all end with a beginning. The world he grew up in was, with all of intellectual splendor. Few girls her age could say that had been in the arms of Blake and Wordsworth, and we all can imagine how it weighed on your fate the fact that, when I had 9 years, a haunting poet would have come to his house, and before a group of silent characters and raptured of which she was a part. I would have read the ballad for everyone. Of the old sailor, the highest poem of his time. Since childhood I was conceiving his creature. No, since further away, before her, her lineage engendered that monster, because his father was already the great rebel, because his mother was already the great rebel, and the rebellions that spawned they persisted in language. They great proclamations of anarchy and feminism had been written in his home before she was born, and she inherited all that Promethean boldness and that volcanic fury, the lavas and the magmas of the spirit that would spawn a new age. Of the English intellectuals, their father was the most radical. No. Rejected, like the revolutionaries of France, the aristocracy or the powers of tradition, rejected all power, was the preacher of the anarchy. That extreme attitude attracted young people, how lamps attract to the little night butterflies, and so they began to fly around her, called Shelley's wings. And if, after declaring Godwin his boundless admiration, and of commit to contribute monthly a pension for sustain their struggles, the poet returned eyes around and saw the girl with big eyes and face white and was captivated by that look. This is because fate exists, since someone or something was already forging this story. 1 year. Then generous Percy was fleeing England, and carrying I get the most precious flowers of his master's garden, a girl from 18 years old and another 17. Today we would like to explain to Godwin, who liked Gothic novels and even made the effort to write some, that your daughter did not run away to dedicate herself to debauchery but because I had to reach Switzerland, Lake Geneva, and Villa Diodati, precisely in that summer of her 18 years, because they were waiting a long night. Like a few evenings. Spooky in the book that would put your name in the sky of legend. So that, 2 centuries later, still we are interested in the extinct sons from Skinner Street. But, alas, old Godwin would believe, no one, not even a anarchist arsonist. He is encouraged to justify the things you fail, considering its possible beneficial consequences, and not. We would know how to explain to a man of the century XVIII, not even the greatest rebel century XVIII, the birth of a monster may be something worth celebrating. 26. The 2 poets. For Polidori it was cause for astonishment. Meet Shelley in those days. Because that poet was exactly what? Opposite of Byron. Without any of its spectacular attributes, without its eroticism, without its seduction, without its histrionic outbursts, Shelley managed to impress more. Yes, Byron entered the scene with his colorful costumes, their turbans, their black capes, their coats stitched with gold, their hats and its wings, entered the day, singing a Rossini aria or a Neapolitan song, and spoke of politics, literature, affairs, editorials, contracts, women. Changing the subject quickly. That would look too much like the frivolity and lightness if it weren't for the wit and grace that he put into every detail, the knowledge of the geography and history that showed even with the theme more insignificant. And if it wasn't also for the passion, for the outbursts of indignation, by the biting irony, for the bright mockery, for the verbal caricatures that he was capable of make of politicians and writers, bitter comments that revealed in him a skeptic already, a fatalist. Shelley was far from all that. It was sober, it was almost imperceptible to who only stops at the noise and the great gestures. But it was the eloquence itself, and it was enough to hear it speak to feel that Byron was not more than leaf litter and watercolor. On Shelley had true knowledge and true wisdom, there was principles, there were convictions, and if for Byron there was only Byron, as far as that Shelley least thought was itself same. Before his eyes it seemed to be spread the whole world, and any subject he played seemed affect all things, modify the taste of food, color of living rooms, the meaning of the landscape. Moreover, Polidori felt that while Byron played to be bad, to be the great rebel and the great denier of order and of the law, Shelley was capable of smash crowns and shake the heaven. I was not playing bad, nor I even believed in evil, I believed in force of reason, in the mystery of beauty, in the power of truth and conviction. Seemed to have passed the years talking with Plato and with Thomas Browne, with Kant and with Voltaire. And while Byron wove variations pathetic about medicine, to Shelley he was really interested in studies physiological. Polidori, their research on circulation of blood, on optics and mechanics, on the properties of muscles and about running of the human body. All this happened in that year when Renée Théophile Hyacinthe Laennec, seeing in the forest to two children who transmitted sounds from one end to the other of a hollow trunk, invented in Paris the stethoscope, in the year John Keats, alternating his studies from surgery and her work as a pharmacist with the translation of the hexameters of Virgilio, he was also beginning to feel the cold of the Lavinian coasts. The world of those years boiled with questions, and what all those teenagers argued was what Novalis had interrogated in his notebooks: if it is true that the body it is prosaic and the soul is poetic, yes it is. To the organization of matter along that we call life, if the lips and the eyelids are the sentinels that they open a sacred grotto, if oxygen, which is the most continuous food of the be alive, there will also be your highest medicine, yes, the most amazing thing I know can see in the world is not precisely the eye itself, if the reason is off limits to mechanical legality, if it is the spirit who perceives colors and contours, if all passion is one fever, if all disease is the result of an unsatisfied longing, if the dream unites chemically to the body and wakefulness polarizes, if the dream is digestion of the spirit, if being awake is seeing out and to be asleep is to see inward, if it feels more tiredness the second day after effort, if being a doctor is comparing all body with the ideal body of Plato and the Greeks, if it is due to oxygen make the blood blacker or more red, yes, what we call images and sounds is a guy particular pain or irritation of the internal tissues, if the air is our external circulatory system, if enjoyment is chemical and the reason is mechanics, if the brain should not be phosphorescent, if life is one combustion and if food is the fuel that consumes us, if the plants, which are ingrained, are daughters of the earth, and we, who we are detached, we are children. From air, if we are not in a world full of unknown remedies, yes the nature is at the same time a infinite animal, an infinite plant and an infinity stone, if the flora is feminine and the fauna is masculine, if he language is a secretion, yes God is an infinitely pure metal, yes the oxidation is diabolical, yes nutrition. It is prosaic and the remedies are poetic, which would suggest that we understand as prosaic what follows a slow and gradual course and as poetic what presents a condensed and magical form, yes the medicine shouldn't be preferably historical and poetic, yes. Saliva, urine, vomit, seminal evacuation, movements, volunteers, friction, pressure, pinches and bites can be therapeutic mechanisms such as massages and bloodletting, if he thought, pleasure and beauty. They can be medicines, if being human is a source of energy, if he medical art is not, however, the art of killing, if all disease is a musical problem and, to that extent, the solution a musical solution, yes the curing a disease does not require sometimes the radical interruption of a way of life, yes of all ways to cause death I do not know. Can learn all forms of live and provoke life, yes in the end. They will not be the same thing medicine and religion, if they are capable of use. Medical cold and heat, pollen and wind, climb the mountains and ride on horseback, look at the sea or look at the stars, yes as well as the worst. A person's illness is usually someone else, perhaps the best remedy. For a human being it will not be another being. Human. And just in touch with Shelley, Polidori understood forever that he himself could be a good writer, a good scientist, a good speculation maker. Literary, but he was not a poet. He lacked that intuitive power, that lucid abandonment to the magic of words, of that fire almost supernatural that makes you jump suddenly. The creative spark in the middle of the more ordinary and more casual situation. And above all he lacked that gift of sublimity that made Shelley a mixture of goblin, magician and holy, which allowed him to have at the same time that hunch of a miracle, that flowery disorder and that asceticism. But now let's look back, for one more moment, to see the doctor. Polidori. 27. The little doctor. One is less surprised that there been a doctor and poet when he found out that his grandfather wrote a treatise of osteology in verse. Grandpa S.E. called Gaetano Anzano Polidori, and that folio of rhymes about another Ilion and another sacrum is more hidden than the stirrup in the labyrinths of the ear. But I've never given up hope. Find it, because I know your own son Gaetano Polidori published it in the press that he had installed in his house. From London. Although it is striking that English poets were so attracted through Italy and they will end their days there. Like Keats or Shelley, or join otherwise their destinations to that southern world, as they did later the Browning. Here's a strange game of comings and goings. Because it is even rarer than these Italian doctors and literati left to look for England. I can understand. To the English looking for the southern sun. And the ghosts of old, the ruins and landscapes that today we call romantics, but what could they look for? Italians under black skies. Of the north is something that is beyond my ability to understand. Maybe question the lineage of Polidori shed some light on the enigma, although the roads were drawn no doubt from ancient times. Since when the Roman army crossed Gaul at war in the 98, Caesar's triremes sailed from Isis to go fill the Latin words misty air from the British island. The truth is that Gaetano Polidori had lived a full life as student, and later as secretary, and Vittorio's henchman, Alfieri, poet, traveller, seducer and adventurer, of whom could it be said that before Byron was the Byron of Italy? Young Gaetano, 21 years, I had met him in Pisa, and accompanied on his stormy trip to Paris, where the poet Alfieri went to embrace in the bed of adultery his beloved Louise de Stolberg-Gedern, Countess of Albany and wife of pretender to the throne of England. It was 4 torrential years of human passion and literary frenzy. Just on the eve of the Revolution, Gaetano accompanied Alfieri on the Cenicals of France, where they met and frequented André Chenier, the great poet and the great storm victim revolutionary. From there Gaetano travelled to London. Where would the rest of her stay? Life. Italian teacher, too. 29 years old he married Anna Maria Pierce, and no longer being the secretary of a famous poet wanted apply itself to the lyrics of the more discreet way, translating notable English works in your language. Native. And this just means that nothing starts where it seems to start. Everything is full of precedents and prologues and vespers. If someone talk about a young man of Italian origin, who accompanied since he was 21 years to an aristocratic poet and adventurer on his travels through Europe, we would think they are talking to us. From young Polidori, not from his father. From such a way certain stories seem. Repeat that, just as West wrote the novel Byron's Doctor about Polidori, and Joseph Heller had written Vittorio's secretary Alfieri, a one-act play on the Gaetano's early adventures. And if someone tells us that in the last days of his life, of his very short life, young John William Polidori applied himself to writing a long poem about the rebellion and fall of the angels, it is good to know that their father had been the translator to Italian from Paradise Lost. What? That waterfall of defeated angels was already in his blood, as there were also the atmospheres gloomy of the Castle of Otranto. By Horace Walpole, another work that Gaetano poured out his tongue. Polidori entered at the age of 16. Study medicine at the university. From Edinburgh. We do not know if in his adolescence was already the poet son of his father, but at 19 he undoubtedly became the grandson doctor of his grandfather, and although he did not incur the folly of writing a treatise on medicine in verse, in imitation of Agostino, the old man of Biettina, close from Pisa, it must be said that at least graduated with a good job. Representative of your concerns. Went beyond physiology. Disputatio medica inauguralis. Quidam of morbid oniridynia I dictate. Complectens, a thesis on effects on the body and mind of the sleepwalking and nightmares. But I hadn't completed a year as a graduate doctor when appeared on the horizon of his life the poet Byron. For a young man of 20 years, whose secret ambition was to be writer, it had to be an experience tremendous, and even more so was the possibility, which arose almost right away, to become his personal physician and accompany him to his projected trip to the mainland. I knows that Polidori accepted immediately, And it is also known that the old Gaetano did not approve of the appearance of that satanic nobleman who was preceded by a black legend, and that he was going to take his son to whom knows what adventures on the continent. Surely he tried to prevent it. No. I knew that the vampire had already nailed its fangs into the neck of the young man, that thirst for celebrity, literary, and the intoxication of walking in the entourage of the most famous man in their time had already lit a fatal fever in the veins of the little doctor. All the young people were walking, clouded by the temperament of Byron, and for his fame since when he returned turned into a poet from his trip of initiation by Sintra and Ronda, by Naples, Athens, and Istanbul. Polidori. I witnessed that Byron was the subject of all the conversations, and there was people who said they were talking about him. Even in literary circles, the little doctor wouldn't let go, and if his work as a physician had succeeded, how fitting specimen would have been Byron for the investigations of a doctor inclined by neurology. But the literary hobby gave another character to that relationship. I knew Byron was going practically into exile after so many and so murky episodes in the Newstead Abbey and in the woods of Sherwood, after scandals incessant with their lovers. Aristocrats like Caroline Lamb, able to reach the camera itself, of the poet disguised as a page, pretending to come to bring a letter. And after the ostentatious marriage with her cousin, Annabella Milbanke. Annabella was beautiful and she knew it. All of the world in abstract, because I was a geometer and a mathematician, but bitterly discovered that Byron variables did not fit into no formula. London murmured that the poet had married her just to run away from his cousin, now, when she had already given birth to a daughter of Byron. Annabella had just leave the family home, overwhelmed for the bad treatment and almost crazy by the rumors that circulated about her husband, about her love affairs with men and women, their rudeness in Parliament, and the strange affection that united him with Augusta, the newly found. For a young scholar of sleepwalking, it was all like be daydreaming. 2-8. The diary. How was the relationship between Byron and his doctor is something not we can deduce from the newspaper that the young doctor carried since his departure from London. Well, if between the two things happened, they were not consigned there. Why Polidori? He received a salary from his patient, because Byron's editor, M.R. Murray, had promised the doctor £500 for his diary of trip, that is, the text was promised to the printer, and because, even though Polidori and Byron lived the more turbulent relationship and the young I would have entrusted to the pages, the zeal of his own family would not have allowed it to come to us. That familiar zeal, however, allows to suppose an intense relationship between both. Nephew William Michael, who inherited the vocation of grandfather Gaetano's printer, and finally published Uncle's diary, died early, has confessed that a sister of Polidori, Charlotte Lydia, purged the text of all compromising confessions, which forces us to conclude that there were. The old woman found a few passages that he considered improper, and with that severe virtue, so characteristic of a single aunt, English, determined that those passages they should not exist any more. I can remember one about Byron and a waitress from Ostend, and another, later, On Polidori himself. Those mutilations. Trying to correct the past 48 years later, they claim more than they are silent, so that the newspaper published half a century after the death of the boy, almost purified by the scruples of the age. Victorian. A Polidori will certainly sufficed. Few days to start to know Byron in his less attractive facets. The love that the poet felt for himself. Himself made the love that could feel for others, and even in the death of their loved ones Byron's first question was which it would be his own luck after that, how to survive without wear to the torments of existence. The doctor had gone after a mirage. Byron was too much turbulent and changeable enough to hope that life by his side could get to have the intensity and the greatness of Greek loves that he doubtless eloquently invoked. The seduction time Don Juan is fed on the vital energy of his in love, seemed to extract all the sap from those lush plants, and naive and melancholy did bleak and even sinister son of the middle class, Polidori no. I could stop feeling in Byron. Also to the aristocracy that had drunk for centuries the blood of the poor. There was something animal in that aristocrat, a kind of instinct killer and at the same time a flame immortal. In his presence, one tended to wonder in what way merge the symbols to form the myths, and at his side even I was beginning to believe in fantastic things. In creatures that are not reflected in mirrors, in extravagant beings and dingy who sleep all day in their coffins, in beings that abominate light and only wake up at dusk. Such a powerful and chaotic man. Contagious, a bit of chaos all things. Byron soon began to feel impatience with that young man. Kept his place, which was believed with right to interfere in conversations, which did not affect severity expected of a professional server. Came to say that his job was to take care of his own doctor, but he would soon start tease him, call him Polly Dolly, and turn it into an object of cruel sarcasm. Maybe spontaneity. The boy's Italian seemed to him overconfidence to the libertine poet. That did not stop carrying inside to a tyrannical lord of House Byron. Perhaps the proximity that had allowed at the beginning started seem burdensome, as if the reckless boy will restrain your liberty, maybe half close to a aspiring writer who did not waste talent or did not have the papers in order. Put him in conflict with his own poet's role, too sure of itself. Maybe, and this would be at least a secret tribute, despite its Polidori's youth came to seem like a rival. Or maybe it was happening with Polidori what the previous year happened with the beautiful Annabella, no. Could be prevented from torturing those creatures who loved him, abuse his fragility. Polidori had agreed to read for Byron and his companions his first poetic attempts, reading chunks. Tragic had become comic character and teased. In order to coin a brilliant phrase, Byron was capable of sacrificing anything, and Polidori suffered in own flesh the cursed inheritance of the Byrons of Newstead, the madman, capable of killing another for a sentence hurtful, from the admiral to whom chased the storms, uncle, eccentric who organized in the lake scale ship fighting and cricket races on its own body. It will not be slander to say that Byron's tongue ended up being so lethal to his young doctor as the sword of his grandfather for the neighbors of Sherwood Woods. 29. Ganymede. Poor Polidori, Byron said with almost compassionate irony, and mocked the boy's poems. Polidori. He was an inexperienced doctor and a shy, budding writer, and his contact with Byron and Shelley seemed the highest moment of your approach to literature, the young man's adventure. Ganymede received for an afternoon in the banquet of the gods. But it was much more than that. Belonged to a strenuous lineage but also illuminated, although its lights higher were still hidden. Gaetano, his father, was a patriot and had also attended his shift to banquets of gods. And if Mary Shelley had been in the Wordsworth's knees, and had a mother who had been a comrade of William Blake and had looked from close those eyes full of visions, yes. The girl had sailed in her childhood by the high seas of a gathering Londoner where Coleridge himself. He read with a deep voice the ballad of Old Sailor, yes that girl. He sank his roots, more than his friend devilish Lord Byron and more than his angelic husband Percy Shelley, in the firmer and more fertile soil in the English language, John Polidori. He belonged to a more stringent lineage. He had his ancestors in the cliffs of Italy but there were come to England to reach other peaks, everything in him was in germ, and his line was promised to the future. It was a future that his eyes, old and young, could not penetrate. And what he did was have a presentiment, dare to enter unexpectedly, without permission, in the great room. The story that was actually promised to her nephews. Because precisely his sister, youngest, Frances Mary Lavinia, born 5 years after him, so he was only 20 when his brother. He drank the fatal cup, he would marry more afternoon with another Italian exile, named Gabrielle Rossetti, and would be the mother of the founders of the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood. The second, the middle of the 19th century, was destined for those boys, for Maria, Francesca, Dante Gabriel, Christina Georgina and William Michael, which they filled with their paintings, his poems, his essays and his fantasies, a whole time of the English imagination. Here I am seeing them, in this black and white photograph of the second half of the 19th century, far away, of the adored ghost that had party 50 years ago. They are in the courtyard of an English mansion, together. To the railing of the stairs, the mother, Frances Mary, whom we have seen turned into Saint Anne in the paintings by Dante Gabriel, seated here with the daughter, Christina Rossetti, that looks at her with sweetness from the latter, and who we have met also, not only through beautiful poems he wrote, the higher poems than sensitivity, female wove then on land, English, like that shuddering and magical and tragic poem The Market of the Goblins, but on the canvases of the brother, who appears in the far left of the photograph. Thick, serious, thoughtful, Dante Gabriel Rossetti, great painter and great poet, and at the other end William Michael, the family philosopher, the theorist of the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood, that recovered and claimed memory of the young uncle sacrificed, who published his diary, which he strove to defend his memory and remind England that boy had been great, and if he had failed in the dream of living, had not failed in the high duty of dreaming and hurting the sensitivity of the generations. There are the four in fullness of his life, as a perennial testimony that Polidori had not disappeared from history or from the great culture scene. But all painting, like all photography, is a look, and there is something else that increases the fantastic aura of this photograph and of the story she collects, the invisible character that closed the camera, the being that was looking at the Rossetti on this morning or afternoon of an English courtyard. He was not a photographer. Whoever stood before them, they that left us this picture of the lineage of Polidori, but another one of those beings fantastic that rose against the tradition and in front of the sky, the Reverend Charles Dogson, Lewis Carroll, who we know. He also nurtured his fantasies in this poetic atmosphere, and who conceived one of his characters, Alicia's Dormouse, in Wonderland, in the observation of an Australian wombat that Dante Gabriel had as mascot. Poor Polidori never knew about fate of his relatives, but we now know it and we celebrate for him. He committed suicide. 25 years, feeling that there was failed as a poet, that perhaps I had failed as an artist and as being human, and perhaps without trying, showed that he had not been able escape the gravitation of the house haunting of those turbulent days. And tragic, because he left the world draining Frankenstein's poison. Because we know that the real Frankenstein was that Dr. Dippel, inventor of prussic acid. Yes, Johann Conrad Dippel, born in 1673 in the Frankenstein Castle in Darmstadt, who studied theology and philosophy at the University of Gießen, who practiced alchemy and studied in a gloomy way the anatomy, who did experiments with corpses inside the castle and that believed it possible to transfer the soul of a corpse to another, spawned a legend, gloomy and disturbing, that is gone spreading word of mouth in those regions of Germany, giving the old castle an aura fantastic, the legend of experiments, monstrous and knowledge sacrilegious than Jacob Grimm himself. One day he entrusted the translator of his stories, Mary Jane Clairmont, know where she would take that story. Because that's one of the mysteries of this story, that not only we do not know where it is going, but to every twist everything in her mixes with everything, and the protagonist's more sections suddenly come together without nobody has tried to unite them, like if everything obeyed a conspiracy secret, to a hidden plan ruled for someone who traces roots secondary in the plains of the labyrinth, which superimposes shadows and transparent mirrors and duplicates destinies, which suddenly not living hairs of the jellyfish. Suddenly it turns out that the legend of Dippel, seeker of the unknown and profaner of the secret, who deserved the high honor of being mentioned in Swedenborg's prophetic books, that legend between haunting and terrifying, it reaches one of the Grimm brothers, who collected tales popular in the fields of Germany, and this is the one who carries it to the listening ears of your English translator, Mary Jane Clairmont, so that she, a widow now, after giving birth to the reckless Claire, not knowing why the hell, bring that story home to your new husband, William Godwin, and so that we ignore transmit it to little Mary, his stepdaughter. And the monster finally finds the language that will articulate for centuries your name, find the capable brain to rebuild or invent your story, find the heart adolescent, brave as few, who will not be afraid to fix the legend, to weave from beginning to end the bleak tale and to blow up the Myth in the pollen of words. We will never be amazed enough. Of Polidori and Mary conceiving his monsters the same night, in the same house and on the blackest days of the year of summer that never came. But why did the inventor of L. Vampire had to end up drinking? When I was barely 25 years, the blue poison of Frankenstein? I fear that never we will have answers for all questions posed by this story. 30. The legend. It was the strange age when young people rose from the bed of the love to go impatient to look for yourself a grave, and it still impresses us. Check that all the men who were present at those days of Villa Diodati died in the course of the next 8 years. Why did they die so young? Ask Stefan Zweig, talking about that generation and its struggle with the demon Novalis, who, almost for his will, one day he closed his eyes like a child and magically died. He said in his notebooks that all humans die mature and in the right time, when they have fully completed learning that corresponds to them. It would mean that Victor Hugo, Goethe, and Voltaire, who were over 80 years old, no, they lived longer than Keats, than they 25 stopped hearing the nightingale, neither more than Chatterton, who after create a lineage of poets, their genealogies, his works, his correspondence, your critical apparatus, their biographies and hermeneutics, extinguished like a flame in his garret at the age of 17 years, no more than Novalis himself. That when we died, at 29, we revealed that he had lived it all. Matthew Lewis was 41 at the fall summer of Villa Diodati and died 2 years later, of yellow fever, in the middle of the Atlantic, returning from his estate in Jamaica. Sadly, we know that Polidori, who had 21 when he wrote The Vampire, fled this world 5 years later, poisoned by the Byron's misunderstanding, by the editor's sleaze, by the lures of fame and for your own impatience. Shelley missed 6 years later after a mysterious chain of hazards in the Bay of La Spezia, thrown out of her own audacity in the mouth of a storm. And Byron, that I had turned 28 when the events of Geneva surrendered 8 years later to the fever and the bloodletting of the doctors in the epic marshes of Missolonghi. I couldn't stop chasing her lives and their deaths from the neighborhoods Geneva highs to my apartment before the dark hills of the neighborhood, Bogota from Santa Barbara, from the old book sales next to the museum, from the Prado to the avenues tumultuous and the squares covered with the city of London, from the villages flooded from the Mohana until indestructible fortresses of the Nazis in the port of Saint Nazaire, loaded with a bundle of books. Goths, chasing ghosts in screens, libraries, media libraries and encyclopedias. I thanked fate that imposed on me duties and trips, conferences and book fairs, vain literary encounters and routines, editorials, so that the obsession dilute in other matters and not feel that he was alone and haunted, too, at the mercy of the poets and their nightmares. Nothing was harder than finding some information on Countess Potocka. This created the feeling of that his presence in Villa Diodati was one of the elegant mysteries of this history. If I knew anything more about her, I said, maybe I would have the key to other enigmas of the story, could let's look at the same facts from an Oriental perspective, from the northern Carpathians and southern Baltic, with some of the passion of Milosz or with some of the skepticism of Wilowa Zimborska, but the Countess hid like a shadow, like the source of a laugh in a forest. One day, hanging around the net, where many people, day after day, type for the first time in the search engines the word Diodati, without know that it starts in a mysterious servitude, I found in a remote art auction page on untimely name of Anna Potocka. Someone was auctioning somewhere in the world a plate of Japanese pottery, brought to Europe at the end of the century DC, in which a unknown artist painted the portrait of one of the many lovers of Napoleon, a young countess, niece, granddaughter of the last king of Poland, who was one of the most beautiful women in your time. There was a lady's diary, which I examined anxious, but who spoke only from Poland's relationship with Napoleon during his reign, and it stopped the fall of the empire. Written in before the Geneva days, no had light to shed on the relationship of her with Byron and her companions in Switzerland, nor about its presence in the house near the summer of monsters. But it was already a consolation. See the face of one of the most inaccessible of this story, so that I established that image of Anna Potocka on a porcelain plate, Japanese as the background of the screen. Since I could not know anything about her, I tried that at least her face was present day after day in the writing this story. Something will have left their hair here. Chestnut, the flight of her curls, the ribbon blue that binds him and gets lost between her waves, her young and dreamy face, the lost gaze on high, the skin very white and rosy cheeks, the gesture of an afternoon of a girl lost in the centuries, who saw the birth. This story in the darkness of some gloomy days in a legendary house, and never knew that it would end up forming discreet and mysterious part of the legend. The two Godwin sisters long survived the Geneva days. Mary, who had 18 when he arrived at shores of Lake Geneva, died of natural death, let's call that tumor in his brain, 35 years later. But how amazing! Discover that the active and energetic Clara Claremont, who went to the 17 Apple of Discord through the halls of Villa Diodati, still I was alive 63 years later, when Frankenstein was already one of the familiar shadows of this world, and the babbling vampire of Guinevere had reincarnated, if the verb is tolerable, in a Count Transylvanian. Many days had passed when Clara found out about death of his sister almost by accident, and wrote a bitter letter to the son of the Shelleys in which he complained about that they had not told whether how far life had taken to those two little girls who fabled a happy future in the gloom of the Godwin's house. One day all the others that they were in the lake house that summer had disappeared, and only Clara was left with the memory of the dialogues and encounters that she had fostered and that produced so many consequences. I was going from one city to city, country to country, with a small treasure that he guarded with strange zeal, a bunch of letters from Shelley, Byron, Godwin, and Mary, a haunted pile of yellowed papers where some were detained. Magical moments from your past. The world was beginning to question the history now many do not know, conformed with vague stories, but who wanted a detailed memory of what happened. It was beginning to be known that in that story there were many riddles to decipher. Clara knew, like no one, that posterity would try to enter with their flashlights in the dark rooms, to explore the Genevan darkness of summer year. That never came. Byron was already a legend, Shelley, Mary, Polidori, and Monk Lewis were too. And it was not the passage of decades which had exalted them to that condition. Almost from the beginning, all had become legend. Byron. It was a scandal since the 20s years, and he was already the most visible man from England when she got seduce him, but then it was enough that the fever and the doctors consumed it. In Missolonghi, foiling duty of the rifles, so that the man, abominable, sacrificed for the cause of freedom, became an age-old hero of the world, in the archetype of the romantic poet. And 2 years before that, wasn't it enough that his friend Shelley drowned in a storm in La Bay, Spezia, and that Trelawney and Byron burned his corpse on a pyre in the beach while reading Greek poems, and they poured wine on the fire, too, for the beautiful Ariel to become the very symbol of English poetry? Was it not enough that Matthew Lewis died at sea, back from his sugar mills, so that the monk become the symbol of the Gothic novel? And although the poor Polidori drained his ration of acid, Prussian had remained for a time hidden from the eyes of the world. His bewitched nephews made irruption finally on the scene, literary, and filled the age, and he, vampire, was exalted in one of the shadows of that age of the world, inspiring playwrights and painters and novelists. Clara knew that now Bram Stoker, seizing the character of Polidori and mixing it with the legend Black of Vlad the Impaler, Prince bloodthirsty from Transylvania, had created Dracula, such a monster, fearsome and fascinating like the one you dreamed of, his sister Mary. And I knew that Mary, his novel Frankenstein, was enough to go down in history as the creator, not just a memorable character, but of a new literary genre. They all already had their altar in the romantic cathedral, and they almost left, turning into fictional creatures. So many would have been amazed to know that that aging lady that I was walking on the Ponte Vecchio, or that passed at sunset in a gondola under the Rialto Bridge, it had been the mother of the saddest of daughters of Byron, of little Allegra, the only human being that was conceived same time as monsters in the ghostly halls of Villa Diodati, and who died at the age of 11, leaving their parents full of regrets. What did that old woman have felt? Anonymous, traveling in Romania and Russia, living in Paris or in Florence, passing through the Piazza della Signoria, before the naked Perseus who he still holds his head in his hand, alive, tangled with snakes, or looking back into the distance, over the lake, on the hill, the village of his own tragedy, feeling that the world began to besiege with curiosity and trickery all what had been his. 31. Clara goes into action. Once upon a time there were two brothers who they traveled through the fields collecting fantastic stories, stories so old, ones that were already covered in moss and twisted like roots. Come in. Those stories also heard true stories, whose cruelty does not was softened by magic nor sweetened by fantasy, and not only they liked to collect them but to count them at night to his friends. One was called Jacob and the other was called Wilhelm, but they got so confused in their work that In the end they did not form for the consciousness of the world two beings. Different but one being almost invisible, a haunted voice of plural noun. It is already another of the names that we give to memory of generations, almost what before. He told us the ghostly word anonymous, who signed stories and legends. And it was Jacob who told him these stories to the stepmother. Claremont, your almost anonymous translator into English, so that she without knowing will lead to the place where those stories would branch out into others, more disturbing and more terrible. But for what reason did the brothers Grimm reappear in a story like this? Have we not left back childhood? Isn't it time to talk about the terrors of adults? And yet it is only fair that Brothers Grimm have your share as well. Be small, in this story. Although Frankenstein and the vampire can't belong to them, since they lack the delicate spell of childish magic. And they handle a bloodier horror and a less innocent fatality. These modern terrors are indebted to fairy tales, and we must not forget that in the pen of those brothers the terrible tales of the popular tradition, where there was more blood on the magic slippers plus corpses thrown from the bridges, more mothers leaving to their children in the thickest of the forest and more bones turned into flutes that betrayed crimes, were filed and lightened so that could be read to the children of the town. It was Franz Kafka who told him ago a century to Gustav Janach who know there are fairy tales that are not bloody, and that each story arises of the depth of the blood and they afraid. Also these new nightmares are they nurtured from that dense jungle. Germanic, only possessed by a most insidious fear and cruelty. Most hurtful, the pain from which they spring. It is something closer and more alive. No. They were polished by the long vigils of the generations, but the vigilance of some boys who anticipated to live before anyone else the loneliness of a era not tutored by legend. Its guilt is not tempered by religion, their violence is not hammered by habit, is pure anguish distilled in the alembic of immortal flesh that is. It is rushing into the abyss. It is beautiful that Clara seems to be most invisible of this story and finish, being so decisive for everything. It was because his mother had heard Grimm's sinister history of Dr. Dipple and his investigations with corpses, and they told some night in the evenings Skinner Street homes, so that Mary ended up conceiving her monster and giving it the name of Frankenstein Castle. That name, promised to a long future, had arrived in England on the lips of century travelers DC and appears in the second volume of the edition of 1768 from the Encyclopaedia Britannica. But it only reached Mary's ears on Clara's mother's lips. Clara did come from the tales of fairies, that girl that springs from nowhere and not enchain the fates of everyone else, was coming almost of fantasy and, despite his intense reality, everything precipitated new to fantasy. I had let her pass, like it always happened in his life. The glare from the others made it almost imperceptible, but one day I did. The asks how Clara survived the consequences of the facts already, the first deformations of the legend. Then I felt necessary look for her again from the beginning. And when I finally stopped to look at her, I was surprised not to have understood before its place in history. It is not that his mother, the future stepmother Claremont, would have just listened to the stories and the legends of Germany from the lips of one of the Grimm brothers. They were those stories that brought her closer to Godwin's house. That woman. Plump, murmuring, insidious. It looks like the prototype of the stepmother. Bad from fairy tales, view. From Mary's eyes, there's no question that it was precisely that, but if one will look at the story from another perspective, from another angle, by example that of little Clara or the of Mrs. Claremont herself, it would be easy to understand your distance, your predilection for their own children, before the rivals' orphans, defunct and glorious. Godwin was to compare it all the time with that dead wife. Notice the contrast between a legendary writer, pioneer of the most ardent struggles of the modernity, adventurous, friend of poets and visionaries, girlfriend of artists, an illuminated center of the debates, intellectuals, and another that would not go beyond be a modest accountant. Stories, much more limited and domestic. No doubt at war with that ghost. Exuberant, poor Mrs. Claremont was exhausted, and although it is fine, wanted to, could not pay attention or give too much love to those studious and conceited girls in those that the deceased seemed to reincarnate. But it was because Clara came from Swiss and spoke so finely French. For what everyone's fate took finally the Geneva route instead, to look for another course. And all that. It only happened because Clara took the delusional initiative to seduce Byron, when he had just lost his wife. Let's admit that only your tenacity and its mystery allowed him such a feat, because none girl in the kingdom seemed less destined to be Byron's lover, too. Who so many women of the great world they besieged in vain, that colorless young lady of the middle class, and almost foreign. But Annabella was firm and rooted like a bed carved in an oak, his cousin Caroline Lamb. It was mobile but short-flying, and in change Clara joined the daring to the understanding and was willing to follow Byron to where no one else I would follow it. Each of the protagonists of this story wore his own degree of predestination. But it was Clara who pulled the strings that were bringing them closer to each other, and made them converge in a way irreparable. There was a main factor that helped Clara to seduce the poet. Luxurious. Had fallen in love with Shelley, he had favored her with his literary friendship, but suddenly Shelley left her for her sister as well. That Clara only had two options: to ghost like poor Fanny, and end up hanging himself in a forest, sinister, or poisoning in a inn of the roads, throw oneself into the mud like Harriet in the face of abandonment of the luminous angel, or find another being supernatural, although before her it was cold as a marble, and although will drag the hoof like a devil. And there it was in the newspapers of London, in conversations, in cars, the legend of that poet, beautiful and wild, that had lost the favor of the aristocracy, which was being hated by how many? Worshipped. It had just been abandoned by his wife, who is. I would be feeling lonely, and I would be needing a woman who understand, do not shudder with his rudeness, I don't know, horrify with their incests, that no, be scandalized by their scandals. It was of no use having come from continent on fire, being the daughter of a inventor of fables, stepdaughter of a anarchist, friend of a preacher of atheism, and have the mobility of middle class, not the plaster of the religious formation nor the costume of cobwebs of the aristocracy. With everything that, with a few daring letters, and very cleverly written, with an inexplicable audacity, and with only 17 years old, little Clara accomplished the impossible. 32. Clara at sunset. In April I returned to Spain, and visited for several days Santiago de Compostela, where my dear Galician friends. They took to see the coastlines, rocky and serene houses by the sea. Back in Madrid, Ana Pellicer achieved, for I don't know what miracle of his character, that I will count in a long conversation by the old bar's stories of my life. I am not given to confidences unless with recent friends, but with Anna many things had brought us closer, and despite seeing little of each other and writing to us less, we had the certainty of a secret link. We are in the terrace next to the Circulo de Bellas Arts. We walked the streets of Chueca, an almost anomalous couple between so many same-sex couples. We had some wines down the street of the Diego and del Coq, a high room before, full of smoke and music where now it is possible to see the piers, and we ended up in a bar of singing fans, where as the night progresses the piano go back in time from landscape ballads of the years 70s, even the immobile boleros of the 50s. I told Anna about me visit Santiago, and she spoke to me with enthusiasm of his Galician grandparents. The next day he had visit the museum with Marisol Rosso from the Prado. Marisol conducts in Madrid a theatre room, the year before, had created a piece inspired by the naughty tale of Kipling the cat, that he walked as he pleased, or, as they say in Spain, the cat that walked at his own pace, and he told me how much there was enjoyed rebuilding that fable of the distant domestication of the animals, under the music of their boyfriend, Aram Malikian, and his violins. Armenians. Years ago we have a pending project, adaptation of Ondina's story by Friedrich de la Montfort. We have always captivated by the story of that girl, aquatic, that seduces a gentleman, Germanic through the jungles of a dream, and that ends up becoming a supplier. After interrogating the paintings, Goya's black and playing with Marisol to find scenes that we had never warned in the inexhaustible triptych of the Garden of Delicacies, I began to think obsessively on Clara Claremont, and to suddenly feel that that girl, almost invisible, could well be, if not the center of this story, at least one of its most powerful elements and indispensable. We left the museum. I said goodbye to Marisol in front of the Fountain of Neptune, and ran to my hotel at Ried Morwa, to examine in the I remember Godwin's home, to trace the way they grew in their garden, those three graces that one day in silence they disputed the apple of the discord. And it was on the plane back to Bogota where I felt the need imperative to write a few pages about Fanny, Mary, and Clara, and it came to me like a torrent, an unexpected part of this story. There is no place where I can be more alone and more concentrated than in the cockpit of a plane, 10,000 meters high. High in the Atlantic sky, the Iberia ship practically did not moved for 6 hours, and in those 6 hours I thought about the Godwin's character paradoxes, in the awkward stepmother condition that the fabulist was lucky enough, Mary Jane Claremont, and the inevitable preference that he should show for his daughter, in the fatality of the destiny of Fanny Imlay, abandoned by her father, mother, and two sisters, in the fortune of Mary, who transformed the radical heritage of his parents on a great creative adventure, who received the apple in the garden, who stayed with him until the end. Prince enchanted and with apple scorched from his shipwrecked heart. And finally in the curious character of Clara, who made her capable of trigger all consequences. I received everything to lose everything. Patiently seduced Shelley, but he, at the last moment, left her. By Mary, laboriously seduced Byron, but only got his scorn. Final, conceived a daughter of Byron only. For this one to take it away. Immediately and forever, led to the meeting of the poets, but was left to margin of the magic of that friendship. Nobody favored that much, nobody did so. Possible the fantastic days of June 1816, but it is the only all of whom we don't have a history, the only one that did not produce a story, being as much a writer as the others. Who was Clara really? Claremont? How is it possible that, when we already think we know who they were, the protagonists of the story, suddenly feel that we do not know nothing about her? This woman, who outlived them all, suddenly it reveals how the secret impulse that carried them, the force that brought them closer and gathered them, both the demon of Byron as Shelley's angel as the plutonic force in Mary. They found themselves tangled in the threads of this lovely young lady who spoke so many languages, and of which we only know that he had a voice memorable, which was among them the creature that knew how to sing. Byron played the devil, but some once said that among all women, that only Clara knew seemed to have something demonic. What could refer to the arts of temptation and of seduction? Did he claim that Clara was the mermaid who had them haunted everyone? And did she know that had done it, or managed to produce that effect from an inscrutable innocence? Maybe the others saw in she something that she herself could not see nor understand. Then I thought again in Ondina, and it didn't surprise me so much anymore. That Shelley and Byron had fallen into the temptation of that girl, who, now it seemed transparent to me, musical and almost indecipherable, 10,000 meters from the man and the time, to parody a phrase from Nietzsche, who coined it to speak of the peace of the high mountains, and not, I would accept that I apply it to a raucous iron bird full of humans among the April clouds. Spellbound investigating the fate of Clara Claremont, I felt, interrogating the secret of the fates themselves. Was that condition of subtle spinner, of a weaver who pulls the skein and is forming the thread end short, or rather his innocence, what allowed him to survive all others? The memory of my conversation with Anna Palliser had the effect of a flashback. Anna had managed to resurrect in me a past hidden. I understood that nobody is able to reconstruct a story if not there are secret threads that link it with his own life. And after all, it was true. I too, like everyone else, had met three sisters. Fear of to be, suddenly, not in the presence of the three lovely girls of Skinner Street, but their own Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos, paralyzed me for an instant, but I tried recover, look out the window at the blue chasm of the Atlantic in the vicinity of the island of Barbados. No give so much importance to my winding speculations? Was Clara just a girl in love and enthusiastic, with thirst for adventure, unleashed with her love, her imagination, and her beauty? Great and famous events that she didn't get caught in her ties, and he was able to survive all of them. So I asked myself something again. More accessible, how would she see from the future, from his old age many years, the abyss of those memories? Personalities that were now history, and thinking about those things I came to me Bogota house, ready to interrogate. Plus its place in the story. It is enough that a question arises for. Let the answers come in droves. A fact from his biography revealed to me that Clara's life had not been erased in solitude and at night, that for his own power never extinguished. She, at the end of her life, had achieved. Place yourself back in the center of the stage, and that the biggest writer of a new age had made of her the protagonist of another immortal work. Clara, the mysterious Clara Claremont, aged and impoverished, living their last sunsets in an old Florentine house, 60 years old. After the events of the year of summer that never came, there was managed to re-enter the literature and wake up the wind of the legend. As before the supplier of Geneva, once again I saw myself before him. Inexhaustible spring of Villa Diodati. 33. The Ospina Papers. As soon as I learned that Clara Claremont was the secret protagonist of a North American novel of the late 19th century, I rushed to the bookstore Garcia Marquez to look for her. I had read other novels and many stories by Henry James, but there was never leafed through the Ospina Papers. It is always that apples, they wait for the right moment to fall on heads. In the days following, the obsession became almost in fever. I don't know if someone else will have read James' novel with him. Shock and relish with which I gave it to her for several days. One thing is to find such a story detailed and subtle without expecting it. And another thing is to see in a plot you perfectly answer the questions that one has been doing for months. It was as if the summer that already I did not expect to see get cleaned from clouds the sky, clear the fog, forests, perfume the air and fill the lungs of lavender and anise. Healthy. No one has come that close to Clara Claremont's secret as James, who to get to her had to take the most oblique path or elliptical. Because Clara was like him. Water, adherent and elusive at the same time. Always the same and always changing, and hiding in the transparency. 55 years after the death of Byron and over 60 after the events of Villa Diodati, one afternoon in recent years century, Henry James met in Venice to a niece of Teresa Guccoli, the lovely mistress Venetian Byron, and learned of that the niece kept some letters that the poet had sent to his aunt many years ago. Expressed his wish to know those documents, but the niece steadfastly refused to let them see. And if they were reason for so much alarm and greed, the letters of Byron to the mistress without mystery, whose laughter was like a rattle of crystals, how will the letters have been that the protagonists of this story directed Clara, the source of the temptation and discord, who knew achieve almost everything with cards. Shortly after the incident, James heard of Silsby, an editor obsessed with Shelley, who is learned in Florence that there, in a old house in the old town, lived An old lady who, 60 years back, it had been Clara Claremont, the fairy tale mermaid, Lord's lover. Byron, mother of his daughter Allegra. Shelley's sneaky lover, sister. Libertarian and rival of Mary Wollstonecraft, illustrated stepdaughter of Godwin, friend of Polidori. Seductive, singer, polyglot, the discreet Cordelia from Skinner Street. Converted by the shadow of the volcano. In the Serpentine Geraldine from the poem. Christabel de Coleridge, the spider. Gothic legend weaver. Transformed into an old woman. Inaccessible who lived with a niece. Also coming into years, but what? Preserved intact from the shipwreck of the time his dazzling eyes and many letters full of secrets that could light up like a lamp. Dark corners of Villa Diodati and the labyrinth of its characters. Silsby had entered as guest in the house of the old women. Women to be as close possible from the documents, which were in danger of disappearing with the near death of the old woman. To the dying Clara the niece put the editor, to access the papers, the burdensome condition of marrying her, which made Silsby run away, abandoning their pretensions. But that anecdote was enough for James. Conceive and execute one of the most beautiful and refined novels of the literature of the 19th century. Nietzsche wrote that everything deep love's mask can't have depth without surface. 4. See better Clara's story. Claremont and the niece who accompanied in his last times. Henry James masked her, they turned into the story of the old Mrs. Julia Bordereau, who in a desolate Venetian palace passes its last days saving the memories of the poet he loved in his adolescence and protecting from curiosity of the world their little ones. Relics. The man who is introduced with cheating in Julia and Tina's house. The editor who turns the dry yard in a rose garden and even ago. The hopes of the old woman flourish. Miss Bordereau, she has no name. But without a doubt it is a symbol of all. We who besiege the history and we pursue its details. That we desecrate the secret chambers. And with a jolt of anxiety and fear we search in the dark for the chest with letters. We threw ourselves greedily on what? Forbidden, said Ovid. But who? I would not want the punishment of her impertinence outside, as in the novel, see appear like an old woman. Moon to Clara Claremont herself. With a terrible gesture, leaving those eyes shine on his face. That they saw Mary as a child, that they saw Polidori already bitten by him. Vampire, those eyes that Henry James looks beautiful despite its old age, the eyes that saw Byron in the privacy of the bedrooms of Villa Diodati, but above all the eyes that saw Shelley. Because James is not unaware that man who goes into the house of those old women, to besiege them with roses and gallant walks, which offers Tina Bordereau a trip in gondola with vague promises from the water labyrinths of the banks to the Grand Canal and to the square of San Marcos, in the shadow of the horses of Byzantium, and even the violins from Café Florian, belonged to that species of those snatched by Shelley. In those same years, Robert Browning coined the verses that best describe the emotion from which Henry James deals with. Ah, did you once see Shelley plain? And did he stop and speak to you? And did you speak to him again? How strange it seems, and new. But you were living before that. And you are living after. And the memory I started it. My starting moves your laughter. I crossed a moor, with the name of its own, and a certain use in the world no doubt. Yet a hand's breadth of it shines alone, mid the blank miles round about. For there I picked up on the heather, and there I put inside my breast a molted feather, an eagle feather. Well, I forget the rest. Ah, so did you once see Shelley? And he stopped and he speak? And did you talk to him about new? How weird and amazing it is. Everything. But you had lived before that, and you could live after, and they. I remember trying to wake up. But my try makes you laugh. I once crossed a precise wasteland, with its name and its uses in the world, and only a span shines in my memory. Between the white miles round. Because there I found in the scrub and then I put it on my chest, a silent feather, a eagle feather, and well, I forget the rest. That someone who is alive has been able to meet someone who. It belongs almost to mythology, that someone of flesh and blood has seen. Ever to Shelley, who costs. Imagine outside your vast legend, that amazement permeates the poem. Before the stranger who spoke to Shelley long ago. Browning experiences such an emotion. Intense, as if for an instant. Had Shelley himself in front of him. To, despite death, feel the gravitation of the poet, and recalls the feather of an eagle that found a day while crossing a wasteland. Enough. The magic contact. Feel the trace. Shelley's physique is like getting in hands and put the feather of an eagle that is gone. And yet Browning would have been able to write a splendid poem about the fate of that old woman. And we could write a poem about something that was possible, that Robert Browning has crossed over at once without knowing it with Clara Claremont and his niece on the streets from Florence, since they agreed there in 1878, when just the fact to be alive, as Virginia would say, Wolf, it made them seem less formidable. I think about the impression that I used to cause Shelley and whoever found it. That shock it causes in James. Or in Browning, the mere trace of the poet, and I understand that not even Byron aroused emotions from that gender. Beautiful, wicked, and sumptuous. Byron, who was cruel and cynical, the marble hoof, it was not in the end. Accounts much more mysterious than any other human being, as long as that Percival Shelley is the mystery. Same. But also in that novel, with its plethora of silent anterooms, its suffocation of flowers, their navigations, contrites and their immobile espionage. What James whispers under the mask of Julia Bordereau is that the old woman, Clara Claremont, was not as protective of memories of Byron, the seducer too, who she seduced and who hated her for it, but his secrets with Shelley, his endless love for the prince, delighted at the end of his childhood, and the dark palace of Venice that he, Bostonian writer, invents for relieve the last days of Clara Claremont. Clara's last day, Claremont, rather recalls the fairytale cabin, the old room, Skinner Street, where some girls that have become fable continue dreaming of the prince that seemed bring them fortune but that in reality brought their destiny. It was Shelley's love that bent Clara over her relics, those secrets that not even Mary met, and that the aged girl guarded like a warrior until doors of the tomb. And the niece, what could have been his daughter, too, could be, to the greatest astonishment, the daughter of Shelley and Clara. How many Biographers searched in vain, that suspected in the comings and goings of Clara through the hills of Italy, and that in the end there will only be fully in the fiction of a man from New England. Were Shelley and Byron deep and the mask? Who gave you like destiny to the bottom of the water and to the another the skin of the mirror? And what about us? Means Henry James Wynne. Note that women are capable of deliver the portrait but deny that the papers exist or threaten burn them. More beautiful than evidence is the mystery, plus disturbing and moving that the many published letters from Byron and Shelley and Mary are the letters by Julia Bordereau than anyone else could read, the letters that some men longed for and pursued almost to the doors of crime, and what are like the messages of dreams, that although we have them before our eyes, we never get to read them. Prohibited documents, papers of Ospina. 34. The Two Shadows. I already felt the duty to abandon for a time the Genevan ravings and focus on my pending novel about the first trips to Amazon, when it fell back into my hands the beautiful book that Alfonso Reyes wrote about Goethe. For the days of my birth, East book and I are the same age, me. I said, but it is evident that it is a lot younger than me. I had read it with enthusiasm in other times, and I returned to feel that Reyes' prose is one of the liveliest and healthiest of the Spanish language. That combination of knowledge and grace that he has, effect of a soft liquor, that ability to narrow down a destination, complex and changing to its lines, essential meets precisely the mission that Reyes attributes to the style of Goethe. I reread the pages that recount the 2 years of the trip of Goethe through Italy, at noon of his life, and I seemed to understand something that he had asked me since the beginning of my search. What was it? What drew those Northmen? What Italy contributed to the fate of those Romantics? The Renaissance had returned the eyes towards Greece as now the Romanticism turned her eyes to Italy, first as landscape and as kingdom of art, but deep down as space of the present and of passion. Goethe had needed, in the middle of life, leave the mists northern and look for the depth in clarity. Italy will suggested the simplicity of the world. Italy made him exclaim, the world does not could subsist if it weren't so simple. A little sun and a little rain is enough to make it green. In every spring, the distance between reality and art seemed to be reduced in that luminous earth, and those 2 years led Goethe not only to look at the marbles and buildings, paintings, and the amphitheatres, the devotions, and the parties, but the beehive rumor of life stripped of all rigidity, already feel, in a simplistic way, but sincere, that God's handwriting was less readable on a German face than on an Italian face. All of it would make sensitive to the influence of Byron, because also Goethe succumbed, like the rest of Europe, to his spell. To understand it, it is necessary to look at Europe as a whole, from the mists of the north to the suns of the south, from the Gothic darkness of Neustadt and the Germanic spectres, from Phantasmagoria until clarities of the baptistry of Pisa and the fantastic reflections of the Giudica. The North formulated its questions, to be or not to be, what light is, makes way through that window, who so late he rides down the suction cup. Night, and the South was always the Answer, blessed Greece. Home of all gods, Dolce. Color the oriental sapphire, come to these. Yellow sands. One of the powerful threads that united those worlds was Shakespeare. That from the shadows of his island, he knew how to sing with a Neapolitan voice. Wrote the most Italian of works. Dramatic, creating characters truly Latinos-like. Mercutio and like Little Romeo. But if Shakespeare was that English, able to feel like a Southerner, Byron was able to live as a Italian, to react like a Albanian, to die like a Greek. And nothing lit so much in Weimar the Goethe's long twilight as the solar figure of Byron passing as a storm from England to Turkey, from Switzerland to Italy, and from the Bay of La Spezia to the Missolonghi swamps. I saw him leave everywhere the trace of sin and contrition, of boldness and heroism. How not see portrayed in that destination? Unbelievable their own whims of Don Juan and his dream of combining poetry and truth, life and thought. Had to feel that Byron, jumping from the balconies to gondolas, from horseback riding to conspiracies, from covetable bed from Teresa Guccoli to the bow of the warships, had listened like no one to most important recommendation. Remember to live. Of course, Goethe was also. It was easier to see the alien than on. Believed the new heaven. Romantic only had stars. English, and despite their fame of wise, he did not know how to have eyes or ears for his neighbors. At some point in your conversations tells Eckermann where to find in the Germany of today 3 names like Byron's, Moore or Walter Scott. It is not given account that by Germany they have just Pass Kleist and La Montfouque, Novalis and Holderlin. While Byron lived and suffered, he sang and shot, kissed and drank life in great sips. That old man Titan leaned over his books and was able to draw inspiration from the boy to write your elegy of Marenbad. It is moving to know that Byron's child Harold fell the waterfall under the rainbow that appears at the beginning of the second Faust, and that in that same work the episode of Helena was upset after the news came from the canyons of Missolonghi. We feel like Byron was the embodiment of dreams of Goethe, but when we read the Hyperion we feel that Byron too is the embodiment of dreams of Holderlin, that the fate of the hero of Greece had been foreshadowed 30 years ago by the dreams of a young man from Tübingen, that what Byron did was turn them into flesh and blood, yearnings and hunches of a world, and that Reyes is right when he says, it would seem that Goethe has composed forbidden music and Byron is executing it. This gives additional meaning to the creatures of Villa Diodati, because we do not ignore that both the vampire, like Frankenstein, they are delusional Byron projections. The hero, Faustian, standing, projected 2 shadows over the world, 1 misshapen and fantastic, shadow of the golem of Kabbalists, a creature of loneliness and resentment, rise against its creator and against him, world feeling Cain and Satan, and the other, the shadow with wings of blood, drink or bat, of his friends and his loves, they subhuman Caliban and the Ariel, superhuman, charged with power, destroyer and magic and music, such as seen by Mary Wollstonecraft and John Polidori in the Veiled Mirrors of Villa Diodati, under the vault of a impossible summer, without ceasing to be the Greek statue that fascinated Goethe in its long and sedentary twilight. 35. A lap around the sun. As if everything turned round. In July I received an invitation again. To travel in September to the Argentina. A meeting of writers. In Mar del Plata he offered me the opportunity to close that circle, and I accepted right away, because in September was 1 year of the moment when a storm put in Buenos Aires on the trail of Byron and Villa Diodati. So I returned to Buenos Aires a year later. And I thought, out of sheer superstition, that where the obsession of this story may be its outcome would be revealed. But for the first time in a year of travel, search and find, involuntary, nothing in Buenos Aires. He told me about this story. Was listening to tangos in San Telmo. I verified that Nestor Kirchner, so omnipresent in the walls 1 year back, it was now one less absence. Perceptible that the idolized Eva Perón, who danced with his general in the Florida street posters, presided over demonstrations in book covers, it seemed to be the dancer in all crafts about the tango and filled with immense neon features, a giant sign on a tall building on 9 de Julio Avenue. I traveled 5 hours motionless in a bus across the infinite plain. I looked in Mar del Plata, the sad horizon of winter from a sculpted portal of sea lions. I tried to imagine what would those long beaches be like in summer. I imagined them populous, warm, inaccessible. I toured during 5 days the corridors of a hotel, bleak and endless, and undid they. I walked through the same pampa, lonely trees and remote flocks, entering between large fences of Christina Kirchner to the city of deep parks, and I went to dinner at Puerto Madero with Basilio Belliard and with Francisco Hinojosa, before visit El Ateneo again. The next day he had to travel to Quito, and I said goodbye to Buenos Aires. Gloomily. The city always had given me something memorable and always seemed to stay owing something better, but this time I let go without any revelation, without surprise or alarm. Why? I always tell myself that where has something unusual happened has to happen again. Liberating. Buenos Aires was contradicting my superstition. I remembered the long, icy beaches on the last day of winter. I remembered a long party full of people from Latin America in the Regent Hotel. I remembered the dialogues of writers in Villa Victoria, the old mansion of Victoria Ocampo in Mar del Plata, and the confession of the lady that managed the house store museum, trusting me that sometimes hear people talking in the second floor, in the empty rooms. At the airport, there were 3 very young girls in front of me, in line at the counter of the airline. One was mulatto, the other was Oriental and the other blonde, wore the 3 colored frame glasses and shaved heads, with drawings. The lack of hair gave them an air of aliens, but at the same time most beautiful, and the backpacks to the back, traveling outfits, rough soldier boots and tattoos. In the arms and shoulders they did feel with intensity that they were beings new and free. I didn't think about it at the time, but later I understood that they would have the Skinner sisters' age. Street, what if Fanny, Mary, and Clara lived today? They would surely have that style between punk and gothic, that androgynous appearance, that delicacy. Female clad in a roux appearance. Like cathedrals, they were something delicate and crystalline. Masked in a hostile bark. They created something beautiful with a sullen substance. I don't know what I was on thinking when the young women are. They walked away and the girl from the counter. He asked me for my papers for him. Shipment. What happened next made me forget the young women so much that I preceded, that only much later I remembered them again. The woman I asked for a document that I didn't even have. Knew necessary, a certificate. Judicial, without which I would not be possible to enter Ecuador. 3 years behind, under the pretext of exterminating a powerful guerrilla chief, the Colombian army had bombed the country's territory. Neighbor, the president, before the claims of the offended government, aggravated the offense by accusing the Ecuadorian authorities to be allied with the guerrillas, and for some days a climate of imminence of war had installed on our heads. The requirement of that document was one of the consequences of that bombardment and that conflict, and suddenly I saw myself stranded in Buenos Aires, without the possibility of traveling that day or to Ecuador or Colombia. I don't know why, the fact intimately glad to hear it. I changed my flight for the next day, to Colombia, to try to get the stupid role and fulfill my commitment to Editorial El Conejo, and I undertook with a suspicious smile of satisfaction the return to the city. I refused to look for a hotel in the center, in the area around the obelisk, where the towers of the hotels that I already knew. I looked in the tourist guide hotels in the neighborhood of Palermo, and I finally found one, a few meters from the old street Serrano, who is now called Jorge Luis Borges, and that flows between restaurants and wineries and houses of fashions in the little Plaza Julio Cortázar. Some verses surfaced in me. Memory. The even apple that lingers on my neighborhood. Guatemala, Serrano, Paraguay. Gurachega. Now he was staying in a Alejandrino de Borges, went to sleep at 100 meters from his childhood, and that night I walked aimlessly through the streets. Old, among tall trees to which I, in memory of Riga Molina, I wanted to call casuarinas, and thinking in the cutlers of another time. My steps led me to Santa Faith, and upon reaching Callao, moved by the inevitable verse, I suddenly raised my eyes and I found myself alone in wasteland with a crescent of loneliness and September. Then I remembered that Freya Quintana had written to me. He had just found out that I was in Buenos Aires again. One time, alone and tired in the room of the hotel, I agreed with her that we would have lunch the next day at Palermo, and I searched out of habit some news about Villa Diodati. This one spoke of a group of students from the University of Texas who had traveled to Switzerland 3 months ago, at the beginning of June, to conduct an investigation. Literary. I know what it is, I said to myself. I filed the document in case I happened to read it later, although not. I was sure I wanted to know more. Over other people obsessed with Byron and Shelley, and I slept without dreams all night. The next day I had lunch with Freya before leaving for the airport. No. I forgot to tell you that a year ago, just after seeing her, in the rain, after our lunch, there was found the subject of a book. Freya had been the last person with that I spoke, before I was bewitched by Villa Diodati. 36. The Commodore's Fangs. It is curious that countries have a date from birth like the others. Creatures. I thought that Argentina, where my obsession began, there was no had any relationship with Byron and with the facts of this story. Although as a republic it was born by the same days when the creatures of Villa Diodati, in the southern winter of 1816, when the night of the volcano covered the north, and the two planetary hemispheres were matched by cold and shade. Relations between Argentina and England were strained all their lives, too. Despite the fact that many English immigrated to the rich Pampa in the 19th century, and that Borges himself was grandson of the English Francis Haslam, who knew by heart the Bible of the King John, and that he asked forgiveness of his children for dying so slowly. The reason for that tension were always 12,173 kilometers squares of some islands discovered by Americo Vespuccio, to whom a expedition man, Magellan, Esteban Gomez, gave them the name they had for centuries: Samson Islands. They were frequented by the daggers and bad habits of French pirates and corsairs, Dutch and English for a long time. On its beaches the inevitable Francis Drake left skulls and human tibia in 1580, and they were the last season of provisioning for ships who came from Europe and who were trying reach the Pacific. Some French from Saint Malo, in 1763, under the flowery command of Luis Antonio de Bougainville, they baptized in honor of their port of origin with the name of islands, Malvinas or Malvinas, but they were officially a territory Spanish that the English coveted since 1711, when Albion conceived the idea of humiliating the Spanish, seizing Buenos Aires and the Patagonia. Very expressive of what this is world was a certain bay of the Malvinas, which was called La Française when I looked at her, Bougainville, which was called Annunciation when the Spanish, and it was called Berkeley Sound when the English looked at it. It is not strange that the highest mountain of that archipelago, so baptized by everyone, is precisely the Mount Adam, in memory of the man who first he named all things. In 1982, during the dictatorship of the General Galtieri, Argentina tried rescue the Falkland Islands by storm, to which the English occupants they call Falkland, but the dragon distant responded with the zeal of another time, and there a war started. Uneven that in 3 months not only led to the surrender to the army Argentine, but eventually produced the loss of prestige and the fall of the dictatorship. Now Christina Kirchner, too, who I saw smile on the fences advertising, back to the airport from Ezeiza, I was talking again of the need to recover the archipelago. Great was my surprise when I discovered, shortly after, that the first English who landed in the Falklands for the purpose of seize them and planted in its beaches the British flag had been an old acquaintance of ours, nothing less than the unfortunate Juan Borrasca, the professional of defeats and shipwrecks, the poet's grandfather, the Commodore Byron. On January 23, 1765, the Commodore took advantage of the low surveillance Spanish from the coasts, and with the same Dunjuan face of his grandson, in the prow of the brig Dolphin, 24 canyons, followed by the Tamar sloop of 16 guns, by the Florida, and with a troop of 195 men, toured the archipelago, unleashing its Passion to baptize everything, putting sonorous British names to capes, peninsulas, bays, straits and islands, to the point of that it was he himself who designated everything. The archipelago with the name of Falkland Islands. All this happened in the middle of Age of Enlightenment, but during the Chronicle of Commodore Byron's voyage. Makes you feel in the weather. Fantastic expeditions. Century 16. Before arriving at Malvinas, for example, the crew they sighted on the Patagonian coasts. That town of giants with which the English were obsessed with. Then, the smallest had 2.5 meters and the largest almost 3 meters high, and to be able to put the bead necklaces on, Commodore Byron had to ask them to sit on the floor. They women had such tough features and rough as men, and apparently everyone had gotten off huge mounts. Later it is possible to see one of the frigates of the fully packed British fleet of birds, and still later in the pages appear a series of islands that, when the ship is heading towards them, a gust of wind fades away, for the purpose of forcing Spain to fulfill its commitments that I had acquired for the return of Manila in the Philippines. The Commodore, who had memory historical, wanted to charge, in addition to the Spanish crown, an old fault, and called one Egmont of the ports, in the name of the hero flamenco unjustly beheaded by the Duke of Alba in 1568, when the ships from Spain and England they sailed on seas of hatred. That old war, which cost Spain its invincible armada. He was still kicking his tail in the Atlantic South 2 centuries later. They were still missing 2 decades for Goethe. Write his work on Egmont on same year of the birth of R. Byron, and 20 more years for Beethoven composed the music for the tragedy. So even though I don't imagined, the Byrons had left on the Argentine neck the footprints of its white fangs. 37. The Absent Goddess. I left Buenos Aires with the feeling of not bringing anything new for me. History, although it soon fell into my hands, the chronicle of the trip. Commodore. Only later did I discover that something important they had given me. That crescent of Callao and that quiet hotel in Palermo. I flew 6 hours over the continent to be in my country and at home for a few hours. I was cowed by the risk of spending a whole day doing procedures in public offices, and it was a relief to know that the representatives of Ecuador in Colombia had specially requested the required document, and I only had to pick it up at the embassy. So I slept at home one night already. The next morning I was able to take the flight to Quito. Adolfo Guerrero received me like always at the airport. I take like other times to tour the city, and we talked tirelessly about the skirts of the Pichincha. I remember also that one night I went with Piedad Bonnet, with Javier Chiabrando and with Abdon Ubidia to eat in the tall restaurants facing the city. Old woman, and then we sing boleros and Ecuadorian corridors on a terrace before the stepped streets of the center. Historical, reborn under the new metropolitan lighting. I always go back to leafing through the book of the lost loves, and I do not stop. Go back to my obsessions. I wanted another once visit the Virgin of Legarda. Perhaps the most beautiful work of art. South American colonial, a carving in sun-crowned wood with 12 stars and with silver wings, the suit painted with flowers and the blue cloak to the Flight also constellated, with the mestizo face, long hair, wavy and hands thinner than have come out of the tree, which is standing over the crescent, over the dragon and over the smoke, and presides as dancing the central altarpiece of the Church of San Francisco. But this, once the queen was absent, she had been withdrawn for restoration. Quito is also that virgin for me. Winged, high on a volcano that spews smoke and threatens to do eruption, the image that Legarda carved, inspired by some dolls Burmese who brought in the 18th century the ships of the East. Because that image that the wise men of art identify with the winged virgin of the apocalypse, is also the lunar goddess of the Andean mountains, with the wings of the condor and stop on the great snake. I was sorry that I was not in her altarpiece, the queen of the Incas defeated, the light of their silver wings, the beast of tongues of fire that is squirms under your feet. And it was when I came back to the hotel when the news that I had found and filed in the small hotel of Buenos Aires. I thought I knew what I was looking for, that mission of the University of Texas at Villa Diodati, but I was wrong. No. They were tracking the data generals of the night of the monsters, but a precise fact. In the 1831 prologue of Frankenstein, Mary Wollstonecraft, talking about the moment when conceived her child, wrote, I opened my eyes with terror. The idea had taken possession of my mind so way that fear ran through me body like a chill, and I wanted change the ghostly image of me fantasy for the reality that surrounded. I see everything still, the same room, the dark wooden floor, the shutters closed, with the light of the moon struggling to penetrate through them, and the feeling that the crystalline lake and the peaks whites of the Alps were more there. These travelers wanted to know if the mention made by Mary in her prologue of a moonbeam that entered his room after midnight of June 16, 1816, that moon under which she conceived the initial image of his invention of the monster, it was just a rhetorical device of the writer to surround with an aura of prestige and mystery the novel that delivered to the light, or if it was a fact true. It is still novel that some travelers cross the sea to go to find out if in a night of 2 centuries ago there was a full moon over a lake next to the Alps. If from the light of the soul Newton got the iris, was it from truth of the moonlight that Mary obtained as from a prism those initial images, the pale sacrilegious arts student of knees next to the thing that had assembled, the horrible ghost of a lying man, the slight spark of life that he had communicated to her, and the creature that looks with eyes yellow, watery but inquisitive? The young people wanted to know if that night there had been a moon, and if that moon could filter lightning in the precise Villa Diodati room looking towards the lake and towards the tops of the Alps, where Mary was awakened by the nightmare. The newspapers of the world. They picked up the news that week. Mary Shelley had not invented that circumstance, the moon of Frankenstein was true. The absence of the Virgin of Legarda made me think more than his presence. At other times, before the fumarole del Pichincha and an all-red sky, I told Adolfo something I had learned about Legarda, that in the Spanish America, wherever there was the indigenous cult of a goddess lunar, sooner or later a Christian virgin, the same the Virgin of Guadalupe in the lagoon of Mexico, the Virgin of Chiquinquirá, in Boyaca. Where were the sanctuaries of the goddess Chia and Bashwi, Lady of the Water, and the Virgin of Legarda in Quito? And I also told him that it was in the cult of the Virgin Mary where the European romantics found the way to slip into the patriarchal myth. Christian, what that myth most disgusted forever, the idea of a feminine divinity. It must be the same romantic Maria. From Schubert's Notes and Poem. By Walter Scott, The Unreachable Lady. That protects the lost. Is by those shady places, far from the cities, where a girl lost in Scott's poem raises the eyes to the sky and see the lady appear. Almighty that can help her. Maybe what the sublime notes measure. Schubert's is that abyss, the distance that separates from the goddess to the girl stripped of everything, the true distance between human and the divine, between helplessness and illusion, between the bubbles of the earth and the fairies on the moon, what may be tried the cult of Mary in the bars iron of patriarchal society. Maybe before Mary Wollstonecraft there was the blind fight of those craftsmen, of those masons, of those architects of the Gothic style, looking for his goddess in the stone and the arch, in stained glass and in niches, rescuing in medieval dread the mystery and the flesh of the goddesses. Pagan, that lunar mystery whose hug drove the pastor crazy. Who will tell us if every Gothic cathedral was not a fight against the despotism of father within societies? Gloomy, if that belly in gloom, where everything seems to float and the walls let in the outside light, where everything has something physiological, visceral, like a voice of caves and waters, does not keep under its 7 seals powerful secrets? Then I thought of Notre Dame. A long time ago, because they were also restoring it, there was no. I saw again in my travels through Paris the facade of the cathedral, which had been for years one of my obsessions. To the next day we toured again. Under the magnificent sunset the depth of the neighborhoods lit up, and we saw a whim of the city, that only street in the hills of Quito that fills up throughout fog while the rest of the neighborhoods remains clear and visible. The volcano loomed, powerful and dark against a red sky, and, for me, relief, the silver-winged moon does not shone that night in the sky. 38. The moon in the cemetery of the Inglazes. In December I traveled to Rome to participate in a meeting, Latin American, in one of the many book fairs held in the town. Long ago I felt the need to visit the Bay of La Spezia, the Shelley House in Pisa, Byron's Palace in Venice, but now I would only have a week to walk through Rome, to look from there the adventures of the most recent year of my life, and to look between olive trees from the house of Santiago Gamboa, and from Leah the metamorphoses of autumn. Sylvia Amaya had found me a small pension in a hotel in the Pasillo Street, near Villa Borghese, not far from the house that shared with Eliza, his daughter. Late, after a delicious lunch with mozzarellas of various textures, I was telling her already, Eliza, the history of Villa Diodati. I was interested to know how I received today's teenager that story of teenagers from 2 centuries ago, and I soon realized that if the theme of poets and their messy life was attractive, the theme of monsters being born in a mansion, peaceful under the darkness of change, climate could be even more fascinating. Rome is a good place to talk. Of these things, young people seem younger in contrast to those eternal things, monsters, plus monstrous before so many filigrees of the canon, before Palladium balances, and the symmetries of Raphael, the gloomy, and the most disturbing unstable before the clarity and firmness of the column. Trajana. We left the house. We walked for a while on a floor fluffy with ochre and yellow leaves, in front of a door that opened to a mysterious Holm Oak Road. Centenarians took a tram that he took us to the Piazza della Repubblica. I wanted to invite you to visit the tombs of the poets, but at the descent Sylvia suggested we visit first the Basilica of Santa Maria de Los Angeles, to see the Pendulum of Galileo, designed by Michelangelo on a fraction of the hot springs of Diocletian. The basilica is a clock of Sunday. A hole in the dome leaves enter from the morning a solar ray that throughout the day goes through the floor of the meridian, a line of 45-meter bronze where, from Cancer to Capricorn, from summer solstice to solstice of winter, the hours are drawn, with their correspondences in the zodiacs and mythologies. Hourly has his scorpion or his aquarium, his celestial twins, your scale or your fish, and tiny visitors can feel like sands of a immense clock, or as small sensitive tissues in a system inexorable of cosmic wheels, in a magnetic dance of spindles and stars. On one wall was the pendulum, which holds a metal hand and that reveal how you sign it. Basilica, and the vast world above it. That we are perched, broken incessantly in the cosmic abyss. One appreciates rigor equally inhuman of the mechanisms and the too human coloring of the prints with which scientists and artists they track and celebrate the wonder. We came out of heaven dizzy, and Eliza agreed to accompany us to the cemetery of the English, to visit Muta's graves in the shade of cypress trees. Dusty. In ancient times, Rome, some tombs from 2 centuries ago. They are things of a current almost offensive. When those poets were buried there was already, after all, world history. And more than once the world. Eliza remembered that at 5 in the later there would be a lunar eclipse, partially visible from Rome. I said that sometimes the eclipses were more beautiful and less dangerous seen from the periphery, and I remembered a trip in Colombia with Claudia Calderon many years ago, to the hills of Andalusia in the Cauca Valley, when a total eclipse of the sun blackened the 3 o'clock sky, late and formed at the ends of the valley, east and west, gloomy twilight curtains of a marbled red, while in the herbs and in the ponds crickets and deluded frogs began to celebrate the night. Maybe because that remote day also seemed to be overshadowed. Something in our souls, the memory of that eclipse I had stayed less recorded as a phenomenon celestial, that like a stain on a inner sky, and remember it, of suddenly, in Rome, so many years later, it gave me back for an instant to the summers of my youth. I think that eclipse is opportune. I told Eliza because this story that I am tracking has something to do with the moon. We took a taxi and asked the driver to take us to Cemetery of the English, while paraded through the windows the Colosseum and the Arch of Constantine. I then proceeded to tell them that 3 centuries ago John Milton had visited Italy and had been received in Pisa by Galileo Galilei, who was hid from the Holy Inquisition. Precisely in Rome, 4 centuries back, Emperor Charles V had been godfather of baptism of the son of a powerful Italian family, who in tribute to the emperor was called Carlo. They were times of schisms. Years later that Carlo entered relationship with the reformists, took refuge in Geneva, and there his son Giovanni Diodati, who studied at Hebrew and Aramaic Germany, S.E. Doctorate in theology at 19 years, he was a professor of Hebrew at 20, and consecrated his life to a dangerous mission, be the first translator of the Bible into Italian. Because he wanted, like Luther, that everyone could read it. That industrious man not only also checked the French translation made by Olivetan, but was the builder in Geneva of Villa Diodati, and his translation, the Bible of Calvinists, it was considered from the beginning by the judges of Rome like a diabolical work. Your reading was banned, and even the house built by Diodati on the slope of Colonna began to be seen as a temple of rebellion. One of those Diodati, Enzio, was John's fellow student, Milton in London. And so in 1638, Villa Diodati was a passing residence of Milton, who was coming back from Italy, where he had met Galileo. But what I cared to tell them is that the hidden sage took advantage of the confinement to advance your studies on movements of the sun and the earth, using an invented instrument by Jean Roget shortly before as a weapon of war, which had been patented by Hans Lippershey with the name spy lens. It was an object of cylindrical woods and crystals, polished, made to keep an eye on the distant enemy armies, and Galileo produced a revolution of the science with the sole resource of change your orientation and direct you upwards, to observe in detail the celestial bodies. Galileo invited the poet to look at through the telescope one night of clear moon, and Milton could see, like almost no one before, that thing immense and mysterious, the disk, crystalline moon full of spots and craters, mountains and valleys, dust, a delicate and ghostly world that floated over the silences of the world. That vision haunted Milton on his journey north. No, I could forget the ghost planet, full of stories that no longer resembled ancient legends, where the moon, she was a goddess they fell in love with, the shepherds or a queen with horns of blood presiding over ceremonies, cruel in the jungles of the ages. Average, but it was something else, amazing than legends, a world white full of mountains floating in heaven. With that image in my soul, Milton arrived in 1638 as far as Villa Diodati, and in one of those nights next to the lemon, they say he had a dream, if it wasn't one vision, saw appear in the sky, at the head of an army of angels, rebels, a beautiful and terrible angel who he had a sword in his right hand, on fire, and on his left arm a luminous shield, but the shield was the moon that Milton had seen in the Galileo telescope. And they say that that same night, Milton conceived his poem Paradise Lost, the story of the creature that rebels against its creator, the angel, who dared to raise his hand against God. You seduced half the troops from heaven to follow, and that, defeated by the faithful angels, was plunged into the abyss in a fall that some mythologies measure in years and others in centuries. I told them that for me it had been Terrifying to discover that in that same place where the vampire was born and Frankenstein was born too. 2 centuries ago, Milton's Lucifer, the beautiful angel who fell on earth, turned into a snake so that the human creatures lost to always paradise. At that moment, the taxi stopped. The journey, which had been long. Curiously, it had lasted what? The story lasted. The taxi driver, who had kept silent all the way from Termini, passing by the Forum Imperial, and continuing south to the Pyramid of Cestius, instead of tell us that we were before him. Cemetery of the English, became to look at me and said exalted, with great Italian emphases. Teacher, I did not know those things. Galileo and his telescope, nor that history of the moon, Milton, and the Lucifer's shield. Thanks for everything. What he told us this afternoon. I understood that the taxi driver had gone, delaying the trip until the story ended, and that there was not done out of malice but only out of know the story to the end. So it was me who gave him the thank you for having understood everything that I had been saying in Spanish, without noticing that he was listening to me. The eclipse had darkened a bit. The pink winter afternoon, but there was enough light to visit the Shelley's grave. 39. The heart on fire. I did not want to go up the slope first. Surrounded by marbles, I preferred, like surely everyone prefers, shift to the left, seeing the profile of the pyramid above, and reach the confines of the little one. Cemetery, where is the grave that? It has no name. Here lies someone whose name was written in the water. Who but the dead himself wrote that epitaph that would have due to correspond rather to Shelley? The grave has a lyre, and should have a Greek urn full of reliefs, a group of young people, a girl with her flute, a music that cannot be heard and yet stay and go. And about the grave should be, suspended in the air, a nightingale. There he is buried. John Keats, whose death to 25 years so moved the young Shelley, almost his contemporary, and led him to write a poem that everyone remembers, Peace, Peace. He is not dead, nor asleep, from the dream of living has awakened. I couldn't tell Shelley, who just he was 4 years older than Keats, who the absence would be very brief, that the distance that separated him from the eternity at the time of mourning the death of the almost child poet was of a year and a half. I went back to tell Keats what no doubt everyone will tell you. Visitors, who did not go through life in vain, that made the world more beautiful. That a few willing words in a sublime order they are enough for the immortality, that a beautiful thing is joy forever. Then we go back with Sylvia and with Eliza the hill, and we got right up to the wall, in the shadow itself of the pyramid of Cestio. There, under a row of cypress trees, which are perhaps still the cypresses that he planted Trelawney when he bought the graves, and when he carried Shelley's ashes to bury them, were they small mausoleums. I wore on my backpack the book of Trelawney that Andries gave me a year and a half before, and I took it out then because it seemed necessary to hear of his own voice the story. There were no more graves around. The place turned out to my liking, so I bought the niche and enough space to plant a row of cypress trees. I hired bricklayers right away to build 2 tombs. To the final, in one of them I deposited the box which contained Shelley's ashes, and I covered it with a solid slab on which read a Latin epitaph written by Leigh Hunt. I added a few verses from the Shelley's favorite work, The Storm. Nothing of him that doth fade, but doth suffer a sea change into something rich and strange. Nothing of yours has been lost, but the sea has transmuted it into something rich and strange. The other tomb, built with the only intention to fill the space, was covered in the same way, though empty inside and out. I sowed next to the graves 8 cypress trees. The last time I saw them, in 1844, the remaining 7 had 35 feet tall. I carried flowers, I fenced off the land that had bought, and that's how I finished my homework. The adjoining grave remained 60 years empty. In 1881, the man who had built it, and who I had visited her for the last time 37 years ago, it was buried there. It is certainly what he had wanted from the beginning. 2. Shelley's death, Trelawney had preferred to Byron, because he thought bigger and more sincere, and about all endeavoured to prevent the Shelley's skull fell into the hands of Byron. Byron asked me to keep the skull for him, but I knew that before I had used a skull to drink, and I decided that the Shelley would not be the object of such desecration. I was moved to think that man who now rested next to poet was the same one who rescued his body, the same one that incinerated him in a beach, pouring wine on him and adding oil and salt to the fire. Trelawney crudely recounted that the Shelley's corpse had been opened in the fire, exposing the heart, that the frontal bone had party, and the brain boiled and boiled before their eyes. Byron, who was present, could not stand the show. And what surprised Trelawney the most was that, when the body was already ashes, and there were only fragments of the skull, heart would remain intact. He rescued himself from the fire, that relic, and he burned his hand on the heart of your friend. How strange that now they were together, how curious that Byron was not the companion of Shelley in the short night of the grave, that it was another heart that now it rested next to hers. I say the short night, because in Rome can't stop thinking about the terrible verse, because also for the grave there is death. But Trelawney was right in what he did. Buried elsewhere, the oblivion would have already come to graze from her bones, while Shelley was, it looks like, the one who on the shores of the torment had enough power to promise heaven to another. Shelley, so mysterious and so powerful, it has been able to offer a refuge in the memory, to provide their protection and his protection, his niche in legend and almost an aura of mythology. Centuries later, the one who ripped his heart from the flames and asked for asylum under the arch from its ashes. We left the cemetery when already it was night. The cats were beginning to walk on the graves, in the shade of the pyramid of Cestio, the pines of Rome, with its round foliage and dark, return time, and on the edge of broken columns, in a ruinous sky of Latin letters, the moon had refilled after eclipse. Maybe I was upset for the memory of the empty tomb and the moon in Milton's telescope. But at that moment I remembered again the news that I had received in Buenos Aires and read in Quito, about the gentleman of the University of Texas, and his discovery that in the night of June 16, 1816. Yes. There had been a full moon over Geneva, and that Mary had seen a moonbeam enter through your window into the moment to conceive the monster. The fact might be curious, but in that moment meant a revelation. Alarming, me, used to record the chances of each find. Now he saw something new in the facts. I had told Eliza that this history had something to do with Luna, but in the small room from the Paisiello Hotel I started to review everything I had written, and I almost shocked the frequency with which the appearance of the moon accompanied sometime in my search. And I say search just to give it a name, because many times I felt that was the topic that came looking for me. I read a long time at night, for everywhere, in this villa story, Diodati, in pursuit of his characters and in my own crawl through books and countries. The shell moons of egg. The great moons full of silence and fright. 40. Friends. Byron once said that friendship, it is love but without its wings, also could say that friendship is love, but without its tentacles, one more love, capable of self-denial and detachment of the many beings that we know very few reach. Be our friends, and even less. They become dear friends, who linked their life with ours, and who have we lived with since then? A common destiny. Two friends are two beings that do not have been able to escape magic fascination of an encounter, and I never saw such a complete example of friendship like that of Byron and Shelley. They vaguely admired each other when they met, but as of I find their lives were no longer independent, they fed with their dialogue. They strengthened their own character, contrasting it with that of the other, already were also often modified. Each helped to model their own destiny. It is possible to trace from a moment in Byron's works. Resourceful, dexterous, defiant, the influence of one more thought. Complex, of more convictions. Firm and with a clarity of expression. Truly classic, it's possible. Trace in Shelley's works the eruption of a spirit of adventure, of a mental coloring and of a new audacity, things that arose of contact with that life. Incandescent, stormy wind, and kaleidoscope of passions, which was Lord Byron. To warn of the tragic dimension of that friendship, it must be said that Byron and Shelley not only influenced each other in philosophical and literary terms, and they didn't just give each other a life new, but it would be necessary to dare to say that they also died. Because Shelley was always a sedentary reader, a man who lived in books and in thought, until when the proximity of Byron made him lean towards adventures. Physical, perhaps I would never have taken the decision to buy that boat and undertake random navigations if I would not have been under the influence of Byron, under the gravitation of that adventurous spirit. But as was to be feared, in a man like Shelley, recklessness newly conquered joined the lack of prudence of the one who assumes the risks with excessive conviction, and this led him to do things that Byron himself would not. The adventurer. Histrionic George Byron was in reality a calculating man. His boldness didn't go as far as he boasted himself. Shelley was. I abandoned the things in which believed, and no longer calculated the risks, and his shipwreck in the Bay of La Spezia, in a storm to which his own Byron took no chances, shows what absolute mode surrendered to the influence of the other. Now Byron would never have gone from her showy liberal pose to a more determined attitude, if not, would have mediated the force of character and conviction of your friend. Shelley found a revolutionary salon and turned him into a hero. Real. Dead Shelley, Byron was seen from soon in the heart of a tragedy. True, his political attitude stopped be merely scenographic and turned into a royal epic, and such once would never have travelled to Greece, nor I would have been a soldier in the fight for independence, nor would he have died in the swamps of Missolonghi, become the symbol of a heroic generation, if they had not burning through his life. True, no simulation blemish. The purest dedication to the cause of freedom from someone like Percival Shelley. And does all this mean that those two dear and different friends know they just happened involuntarily and reciprocally death, but they took their friendship to a dimension mythical, because, strictly speaking, each one assumed the death for which the other seemed predestined. Perhaps the true death of Byron must have been the wreck in the midst of a storm, as would demand the Dantean counterpart. Maybe Shelley's true death. It must have been a heroic end to the trenches of a nation that struggled for his freedom, and it did. Doubly beautiful and significant the death of both, the symbol of a friendship so deep that it led to each one of the two to die of death of the other. 41. The suburb of the Temple. After visiting the cemetery of the English, to stop before the Keats grave and hanging out at Silence by Shelley's graves, and Trelawney, in the shadow of the Pyramid of Cestius, I went for a week from Rome to Paris, and again I stayed at Tanya's house, near from the Place de la Bastille. One of them afternoons, after writing a lot while, I finally went out to the cold streets of late autumn. Tanya was going to be working around the house until 7. So I promised to come after that time, to talk a while with her and with Arturo. My only purpose was to eat a couscous in some restaurant, North African, but the day before found closed the Salambo, an old Tunisian site near the Saint Michel fountain, wherein other times I would go often, and I thought that the best thing would be to look for something in the highlands of Belleville. I took the subway in that address, but upon reaching the Republic station I could not dodge the memory of a few years. Dear ones, where did I work in that place? Selling evening newspapers. Why not descend into the square of the Republic, I said to myself, why not go back as 30 years ago? Rue du Faubourg du Temple, which I toured every afternoon for more than a year, and check what changes have worked the decades. We were to mid-December, it was cold in the square before the solemn and enormous bronze lady symbolizing the Republic. The street steepens and twist east, to get lost further afield, in regions that carry names full of radicalism. Other times, Colonel Fabian, Stalingrad. I got to know each trade of this street. I was one of the daily customs of its people. Many people expected to see me arrive with my Francois cloth bag, bringing the news. Evenings, I saw myself again carrying through those neighborhoods the news that Ronald Reagan had suffered a attack, that John Lennon had just of being shot in the Dakota building next to Central Park, and I remembered also the times when the news waited for me. The sale lady of wines, at the crossing of the Canal Saint Martin, around the corner from a florist that guarded two huge dogs. He received me one afternoon with the shout, "ILS. ONTI through Sir Le Papa." He said it with so much alarm and so firmly that I almost thought he was pointing behind from me to the guilty of the crime. The television was ahead of me. There was no wine sale, no. There was the florist, and I walked the street. More and more melancholic. "They will say that we are sad because it rains," he said. A vague song in my mind. Almost nothing of that time was left standing. Nor the old man who laughed at the news of every crime, nor the blonde entered years that flaunted her tanned skin in the summers of Africa, nor the Jewish butcher shops with the Star of David stamped in the reds mirrors, nor the last French beggar supported on her two crutches and her only leg that still asked no, only in ancient language but in currency old, and did not say, "Give me a franc," but "T'as pas cent balls, jeune homme," nor the dark bars Africans, nor the muezzin who called the prayer from a fifth floor, and finally I didn't even find the Arab markets full of music, of fabrics, dates and cakes, walnuts and honey. Of course, there was nowhere eat the couscous that had gone to search, and in exchange for the old ones, immigrant slums of northern Africa I met extensive Vietnamese and Chinese markets. I counted in one place up to 14 fruits and unknown legumes, that for a moment seems to us the vegetation from another planet, and I had to resign myself. A duck lacquered with rice plus tasteless, lumpy, and fiery world, in a vacant restaurant and open to the cold glow of sunset, where the only other customer, he was a Colombian whose face I did not see, who was talking on the mobile phone, in a cryptic Spanish, confused business. When I left it was 5 o'clock, but now it was getting dark. Dejected by that untimely pilgrimage to the past, I took the subway again and slipped towards the Bastille. But upon arrival, I understood that Tanya would be busy still in the house and that I had time plenty to go to look at the shops. From Rue Saint-Antoine, on the merry-go-round, without children from the Hotel de Ville, the wooden horses turned to nobody in music. I decided to return. Walking through the endearing neighborhood, I remembered in passing that on the Rue de Bairaqui, 30 years ago, with Maria José Duran and with Carlos Arellano, we read together the chronicle of a death announced twice on same day when the book arrived from Colombia. I remembered that in the place des Vosges, in the background, I could never visit Victor Hugo's house, because I always arrived at night at her door. But there were in the neighborhood a house that I discovered without no tourist guide will reveal it to me. One summer day when I was wandering aimlessly, on Rue François Myron, just behind the Church of St. Paul. There, where today the flag of France, because it is the new court building, for those hunchbacked neighborhoods before the Revolution, there was the house he occupied 2.5 centuries ago. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, a balcony of wood among flowers leaning out of a circular patio, where the glances of many Barbados and symmetrical stone fawns. The temperature kept descending, forewarming me a little, and to make time, I entered a large warehouse that offered articles of desk and Christmas objects. No, had come a long way through their corridors and I was already in front of the shelves, full of art books. I had promised not to buy books, because he had left in Rome a suitcase full and did not want to fill another with the occurrences of the trip. So I walked between the shelves, with that feeling of invulnerability, the certainty of not succumb to temptation, and it was then when I saw the name of the monster between the shelves. At first I thought it was a more edition of Frankenstein's Mary Shelley, but I soon realized that the names of the authors were different. I ran a few pages at random and felt a familiar chill. It was a book that I would have longed to find, of having known it existed. A pair of Hungarian authors had traced down years all the data on the novel character, Victor Frankenstein, on Villa Diodati over Chapuis, the Shelley house in Cologne, and above all things imaginable associated with this story. My obsession and my random search, they were nothing next to the thoroughness and industriousness of Radu Florescu and Matei Kazaku. They had visited all the places in the history, in Geneva, in Lausanne, in Naples, in Pisa, in Venice, had talked to the owners of the mansions, with the descendants of the protagonists, with the neighbors of those places. They had reviewed the libraries, and the book, published in English in 1975 with the title In Search of Frankenstein, which had been translated into French and published in Italy, not France, 2 months ago, with the stamp of a castle fantastic on the cover. He had arranged to get to that shelf before I passed by. I felt Villa's syndrome again. Diodati, that pollen fever from spring, confirming what I had thought so much, that, as in the old Rolando cycle and in the matter of Brittany, the memory of those facts has been forming a broth of legends. I thought resignedly that, as of custom, others had taken away my story. But, as of custom, I soon felt that, on the contrary, new rains came to fertilize the dark land. New questions and conjectures would renew the thrill of my search. An hour later, after getting lost a while for having taken the Rue des Archives instead of going out to Rue Saint Antoine, I finally made it to the apartment of Tanya, and only in that warmth I understood how cold the streets. So I told Tanya already. Arthur, my evening pilgrimage, the way the memory of years old men selling the evening newspaper had led me through the mazes from Paris to a book that was almost impossible to find because I even knew of its existence. But the conversation turned upside down. Enigmatic. How strange that you talk about François, said Arturo. Today, precisely today, that newspaper circulated in France for the last time. It's hard to believe that the world makes sense, Borges said one day. More difficult is that it can have doubles and triple senses. I had returned to walk the route of my lost years, precisely the day that the newspaper died. For a moment I felt that my tour had been ruled by a secret design and that its end unknown was a book, now, of. Suddenly, I understood almost with fear. What more hidden things had I carried through the frozen streets of my youth? Something I certainly don't know. Name / with the word chance, governs these things, said a voice in the background. From my memory. And I stayed a lot time in silence. 42. Blood vessels. Observing in their telescopes mysterious spots on the sun. Some astronomers and astrologers They had announced the end of the world. By mid-June, has written Radu Florescu. What came over the lake was a summer with winds, storms, squalls and storms. Electrical power of great intensity. Sun did not appear, darkness reigned day and night. Friends spent the hours in their confinement, trapped by the emotion of the meeting and for one mysterious force from which the weather, it was just the shadow. As the August Chronicle says, that still today always forget the servants, in the middle days of June. They were only home Byron, Shelley, Mary, Claire, and Polidori. By the newspaper. From this we know that Matthew Lewis joined them in mid-July, and that the beautiful Countess Potocka visited them fleetingly. But what does it matter in what moment they enter and at what moment they exit the house? They form the visible vortex of this story. Although it is not always possible to see them before the inextinguishable chimneys of Villa Diodati, they are in a city that only makes 2 years has stopped being annexed to France and making a year has joined the Confederation Helvetica. Just the defeat of Napoleon has allowed these poets get there. Byron has been parliamentarian, and talks about the Europe Napoleonic and the Holy Alliance, the triumph and failure of the revolution, of the machines and the workers who destroy them, growing industry, and from the smoke that begins to erase the scenery. Shelley, who denies God, wants save man from foolish rules and intolerant dogmas, wants the crystal clear sky of poetry float about a world diaphanous like song of a bird, rebellious as the wind. As for Byron, you never know if are you serious or trying to get rid in rudeness because there are people ingenious to dazzle. Polidori has serious things to say, projects to explain, but the tone of Byron forces him to try jokes or extravagances. And the bad thing is that while Byron's extravagances are always evil and effective, the young doctor, an apprentice barely in the art of imposture, just go from the naive to the grotesque, always giving Byron the chance to make him king of teasing. Countess Potocka knows all of the great Napoleonic world and Eastern European politics, and live like Madame de Staël surrounded by aristocrats, opulent ladies, and revolutionary intellectuals, so for Byron they are a party. His anecdotes and his infidences. If they talk about the era of rights, Mary keeps reminding them that just 2 years after the book of Pain on the Rights of Man, an Englishwoman had the courage to write a book proclaiming the women's rights, and no one ignores that this woman was the mother of the girl who is talking and wearing his very name. She also cares about science, but above all it worries her. With this rise of architecture merely practice, with this smoke of factories and this revolution of the industry, with this endless machine, steam, factories and looms synchronized, will it end up changing our sense of beauty, our fascination with the natural universe? Will we continue to feel that there are things sacred? And what about education? Will the children have to be handed over to civil institutions, as sometimes claims Byron, or the state, as proclaim the socialists? I know. Will erase the social differences between men and women when reproduction is not the main objective of the union between couples? Will he make his way, as he preaches Shelley, common sex, ending with the illusion of fidelity? turning adultery into a drama. Abolished? And what does the doctor say? Polidori on homosexuality? 2. As the reproduction can be voluntary and controlled, will they weigh more the affections and freedom that the old woman monogamy imposed by churches and custom? Clara is in love. Clara is pregnant. Clara does not get lost in abstractions. Think about dinner, about the tea, cookies, towels and umbrella, and has irony enough to mock poets. After no one like her has been able to captivate with his letters and with his songs to the two tallest poets from England. In this house one is not no one if he has not written a tragedy. He said once smiling, and always speak indulgently of those men who know everything about heaven and of the world but almost none of the reality and the body. Sometimes rivals her sister, but understands that Mary is a much more creature intellectual. One thing is to love and another reproduce, says Byron's voice. Lewis told them one day that according to William Beckford, sex and love, they are different. Congratulations, no. They always match. Polidori tries a joke. Byron teases, Clara proposes to come to the table. Mary brings a vase with fresh roses that nobody knows how he has managed to rescue from pergolas despite the rain. And they parade through the dialogue characters from the King John Bible. Who taught Shakespeare to write, God is for them just one of those characters. Shelley wonders again if God has not arrived yet, or if rather I already know it was forever. Byron remembers that while everything is full of gods, nothing will be accessible to reason without them knowing they have entered in the dialogue the old shadows that inhabited the house. Rousseau, the educator who did not know how to be a father. Voltaire, the laughter that deposed the kings, and that old Diodati who he turned off the Latin and Greek on his lips. Jeremiah and made Moses speak in Italian. To Rousseau, inventor of the sensitivity of an era, more than one. Once his footsteps brought him along the shore, from the lake to the great house of the forests. To Voltaire, the leaks and the returns pushed him many times to Lake Geneva from his home in Ferney and from his refuge in Chambéry. Those two men faced, who believed they were fighting. They spawned a common creature. Nobody ignores that one of the many consequences of the work of those writers who hated each other was the French Revolution. And in this year, desolate of 1816, although both have died, it is not only possible to see the beneficial consequences of that historical upheaval but its most cruel manifestations on the soul of the towns. Philosophers have spawned a glorious fact but also a monster, a creature of anxiety and of rebellion that at times seemed insatiable with blood. Because one revolution cannot be recognized in no past, its strength derives from deny tradition and combat. Memory is the Caliban that dwells in a smoking bog and the aerial of illusion and music capable of transform the world. The monsters spring from the dream of reason, but the art knows how to extract forms from more subtle perceptions of sensitivity and the darkest convulsions of fear. And if Voltaire dreamed of the demolition of an injustice millennial, and if Rousseau announced furious a new heaven and earth, new, both professed the cult of nature and inclinations. Spontaneous human beings These rooms of Villa Diodati heard one day from the lips of his creator the speech of the good savage. And they saw the edge of that smile that he knew how to make fun of all superstitions. It was here in front of the lake, where they vindicated being human, half animal and half supernatural, and conceived the vast rebellion that rose up against all powers. From here they sensed what away the cannons of the revolution and the rise of the blood tide that changed the fate of the world. Now the old shadows take up the dialogue on the lips of these poets, drunk with republican passions. From the blood vessels of the revolution pass to the triangular steel sheet, as an extreme instrument of reason, to freedom, to hatred for limits, to the right of rebellion that he defended. Even Thomas Aquinas, to the fetid Paris of distorted houses of 1795. Insomniac under terror, et resurrections of Bonaparte and his final combat with the snows of Russia, to the growing struggle of the colonies and to the power of the secret societies by the heads of the kings. Byron raising his glass for him, future of the Republic, and drink a dark wine, as dark as night, looking at them through the windows. 43. The ghosts. The weather is catastrophic. Who knows if this darkness will not be the announcement of the end of the world? This is the night that will last 3 days, and we don't need have been there to describe the reality in which these young people live. It is enough for me to visit today, 2 centuries later, on June 16 of a year remote, an exhibition of the art of Romanticism in any museum, from Paris or from Zurich. See the moonlight on the water, with shadows of branches that scratch the muddy roads, women who fly among the trees over a darkness where wolf eyes burn, death playing the violin with a femur. Very fine, the kiss that is giving him Sphinx to the naked boy, as he digs his claws into his back, the cliffs that overlook the abyss like heads of beasts and the lonely traveler, before mountains successive flooded with fog, the boat in backlight before the ruins that emerge from the lake, carts by mud roads under cabins steep between rocks, the dramatic abyss light seen from the top of the mountain, and those walks, whispering groups of friends among tree clouds, efforts to live a normal life in a world harmonious, for raising children and loving lovers and cultivate virtues, on a bloody bottom of canyons and burning cities. Our memory would like to dig even more so in the web of affections. No, for example, if Shelley coexists with Mary and with Clear, because Mary has denied it always, but he writes in his letters to Shelley, give me a garden in absentia, Clary, and I will thank you, my love. So many favors. Check for Byron. Oscillates between Clara's sieges and Polidori's innuendo, without leaving therefore of falling on the waitresses. But Polidori's old aunt has not let us know. Find out if the young doctor loves Byron, or is he hardly fascinated with his verbal genius and his devilish temper. And know what fatal influence works on these young seducer Matthew Lewis, too. Who can we boast so persuasive and torrential, so surprising and dangerous like his novel? And notice how they self-sacrificing and guilt-ridden love Shelley and Mary, who in the course of these months they have lost a daughter, they have abandoned a wife with 2 sons and a lonely sister, and no, they can ignore that the sister and the wife are going through their cause. An irreversible bridge. Byron's every phrase reveals his selfish and evil character, always playing Cain and Lucifer, who leaves without rest beings mistreated by him. Path. But it is curious that all beings that Byron abandons, except the confusing case of Polidori, you will know, survive, and they will love their legend, in so much so that Shelley's abandonment will be deadly to both Fanny Imlay and for Harriet Westbrook. How is truth that in this world produces more desolation the flight of an angel than the departure of a demon? The dead do not stop crying over their dead, and it is moving to warn of what way we living return to fear that those who have already died will die. We suffer again with their sufferings, as if fearing that even in the refuge of our memory something could happen to them. The stubborn past resists leaving ghosts. Dear they linger clinging like ivy to walls and hearts. And also things cling to world, pyramids and temples, palaces, colosseums, libraries and dark prisons keep locking up and ruling the living. Sensitive and fleeting matter, creatures made of lymph and sleep, we passed in a hurry between things of stone and of iron, where a dead foliage macerates its undone layers, distills in bitter liquors their fertilizations, to intoxicate the throats of a day. The world is crossed with ghosts. The mountains are full of their voices. The sands do not forget their cities. Fantastic, every corner of this floor. It has been a cradle and a cemetery, and in the night, looking at the stars, almost we understand those abysses made of eyes. The desert is just the vestige of cities that loved and know were exhausted before time, and in distant planets we will find cities devastated long before they life would flourish on earth. Geneva twinkles in the night, does not know which is the shadow of a remote volcano, what has darkened its lakes, and what today she has been chosen to collect the groan of Earth's magma that remains in the clay of the world, but the handprints that no longer they are, smiles stopped for a while, brief on paper or screen, sparks that leave a trace of phosphorus on a slate board, almost like a prayer we think in future generations, who are they here, now, examining our words, reading our breath in the mirror, crossing the halls and passageways of new cities, maybe snooping around our diaries, hearing us speak in these locked rooms, as well as we invade the halls. Villa Diodati in the twilight of a night that lasted 3 days, because we don't want to lose a just gesture from Polidori or Shelley. We have entered the central hall of Villa Diodati, where the fireplace fire where only are at this time Byron with his rudeness and Shelley with her silences, Mary with her decision, orphan of being the selfless mother of humanity, Clara with her laborious intrigues, and Polidori with the ambition to touch with their hands, an instant even, the false sky of the literature, and we feel that the space is full of other presences, indefinable. The living room is gone, filling with ghosts. Every day they are more, one day they will be infinite. The nervous and brave youth, they have to feel that there is something that alarms and watches over them, which almost prevents breathing, although they are created alone. Because there is, in it, space they occupy, and crossing them, a legion of terrible creatures, with those who could not speak without dying in the act, beings of another substance, that already have witnessed their nightmares and of their deaths. You hear? Percy says suddenly. Shelley in Mary's ear. There are someone else here. We are listening. They will never know, fortunately, who watches over them and almost unintentionally frightens. And if those strange presences, they can't scare us at all, yet. We do not walk full of fear, twitched by the crowd of shadows that crowd, it's because finally, oh, those ghosts we are. US 44. The living room. All we know is that in between stormy afternoon Polidori, he remembered that he had carried among his books a copy of Phantasmagoriana, a collection of German ghost stories. I know, told Byron, and he proposed that they will spend the afternoon reading them. Later, accused of copying in its horror stories the atmosphere from the tales of Hoffmann, Edgar Allan Poe, who is not currently. He is more than a 10-year-old boy, besieged by the daytime darkness of a college in England will tell its accusers, the horror is not of Germany is from the soul. But let's leave Poe, who will be with the years one of the main heirs of the gloomy atmosphere of this room of Villa Diodati, but for now you do not even imagine what is passing in the south, on the shore of the lake, in the huge shadow of the mountains. We would like to know what stories are these that are part of the book Phantasmagoriana, and I have never given up on the hope that the Geneva Reading Society I will allow one day to find a copy of that lost book. Maybe why? No, the same specimen as Polidori he carried in his trunk, and how well he could leave abandoned in Villa Diodati or somewhere else in Geneva when got into a fight with Byron and decided to continue just his short road to death. There is another volume that I would like search, certainly easier to find in the mansion of books. The old Italian Bible that he translated. Giovanni Diodati, that book condemned by the Catholic Church, which undoubtedly perceived on its pages from the beginning the shadow of some membranous wings. It's hard to overdo it. The importance of those Italian Bibles and French, who made God speak in vulgar languages, in the emergence of the age of doubt. I remember the time when, walking through the Reading Society, I found out they were there, next to each other, the theology rooms and of police stories, and I tell myself with astonishment that perhaps I will have to return precisely to the adjoining rooms of Le Coin de Dieu and Le Coin du Diable, to look for those disturbing texts. Like dodging something, I lose myself by the parallel galleries of this story. But this is how the story branches out, rises like a vine through the thick branches of language, advance like ivy on the walls of the strongholds, descends like moss through the crypts, and carries his fragrant silt, its moisture, and its flowers. But we are in Villa Diodati, it falls. The afternoon, the German stories of ghosts fill the flaming air. In front of the great fireplace, and fear has been taking over these young people, that they are just beginning to know each other. Remember that Byron only does a few months he has met Polidori already. Clara Claremont, and just a few. How many days have you known Mary? Percy, who you will no longer know about. Break away. Remember that. Shelley and Mary, who love each other, that is known from eternity, they actually met just ago. Some months. Explore together the books is also a way to get to know each other. The weather of Terror is on the rise, and no one would know. Say with certainty where they. Fear that has been taking over everybody. It seems like it came out of the book, but might well sprout from the climate that has thrown over the Alps at night. Dilated of an Asian volcano, of the way the lake water receives the shadow of the sky and the colors. Sick of the evening, the way, like the clay of bodies, responds to magma agitation. Land. Something awakens old days. In the mind, it animates dead beings. Relieve the gloom of those children who were, renew buried nightmares. Under many layers of leaves, makes crunch bones and bubble puddles of blood in the hidden memory of the generations. And to Byron's memory comes a poem that reminds him of things he did. Years when I was a little angel. Poor and limping in winter's scary Scotland. The Beautiful End. Bleak poem Christabel, by Samuel Taylor Coleridge. And here is the poem echoing in the room. Mayor of Villa Diodati, in the red spectral of the dry logs that they crackle. It's midnight on the clock. Castle. And the owls wake the rooster with his song. Uit. Uchu. Byron imitates the hooting of owls. Is the night cold and black? It is frozen, but not dark. The fine grey cloud that spreads in top covers but does not hide the firmament. And the moon is behind, and it is full. Byron has a special affection for him. Poet Coleridge, the year before, for help him publish a book, has written precisely a eulogy of Christabel in an English newspaper. But now it's not personal affection for him, poet, but the spectral climate of his poem. What has awakened this? I remember. I doubt that a poem has ever been listened to more carefully, with more apprehension, with that listening ear of hunters lost in the forest that they have to attend to more tenuous rumors, attention with that warriors put their ear to the earth to feel the hoofs of the enemy armies, with the silence of that girl who comes out of her castle at night to pray between trees for the absent friend, and of soon hears the moan of a woman beautiful that is crouched next to a trunk. Geraldine, the woman who appears, pretends to have been a victim of 5 highwaymen and be needing helps, but it's actually a creature of darkness and has chosen his victim. Byron's voice doesn't count things, makes them exist, and these young people, full of imagination and fear, they drink fear and beauty with a fervor identical, they give themselves so much to music of Coleridge's verses that they are truly in danger. Mary is moved, because that story of a orphan girl living with her father in a castle looks like too much to his own daughter's story. Orphan of William Godwin, because that encounter with a being of strength, almost supernatural it seems, too much to your own experience of the encounter with Percival Shelley, and the scene in which the eyed woman hypnotics convinces her to let you sleep in your own bed, has the charm doubly disturbing of a scary story, and of an episode of nudity and desire between 2 beautiful women who they leave in a darkened room. Polidori is also hearing the history and find in it other things, the way a being of incredible beauty and immense power makes its influence fall on a fragile being, and confident, and begins to feed of the vital energy of that creature. Hospitable and full of admiration, Mary listens to the poem from her feminine loneliness that questions the life and its fertilizations. Polidori seems to feel some frozen fangs They are playing with their nerves up the extreme. And we don't know what is. Feeling Percy, there was no written witness to the powerful impression. What causes the poem, as if we have forever in the nightmare. By Mary Wollstonecraft, and in the novel by Polidori. Yet it's Shelley who will explode first. His face has been filling with a cold sweat, and suddenly, before Byron finishes the poem, Percy turns, frightened, to look at his dear Mary, searching help or protection, and what you see? Paralyzed with fright, Mary is not there. But the sinister Geraldine of the poem. Her snake eyes, her face white. The young poet utters a cry of fright and runs out of the bedroom. A moment later everything will be last. Mary reaches out and consoles, wipes the cold sweat from her forehead and cheeks. Byron surely leaves the poem without conclude, as I had already done from anyway Coleridge, and perhaps congratulate you have achieved such an effect. Powerful, taking advantage of the climate of terror that they produced in these souls. Young German ghosts. Now you can ease the tension with a few scholarly jokes, with happy sarcasms that hide that he was terrified too, and that pause serves to lash out new, with more energy. Then proposes to those present, towards the midnight, let each one retire to alone in a room, to see who write the most horror story. Hideous. 45. At the time each one leaves, left alone, they were scared, and the challenge was scary, but they were so young that they did not hesitate to accept it. Could be shaking from head to toe. They could gnash their teeth, they could sensing visions more sinister than the one that had just overpowered Shelley. Nothing prevented them from abandoning themselves to the danger and go to the bottom of the darkness. Such audacity of mind can give us the measure of the character of those impulsive boys and those delicate girls, but also of the spirit of the age. 20 years back, some young people like them had twisted or straightened the course of the history. They went up to some tables of coffee to light with speeches at crowds. They brought down prisons infamous. They sharpened the oblique blades of the guillotines to flush the men, and forced a nobility millennial to be drunk in glasses very fine their own blood, lubricating the machines of hope with the black oil of terror. And this generation was no less bold and fierce. In Byron, vanity was stronger than fear. That night of June 16, retired to his room feeling that who had proposed the game had a little more control over it. Its genius did not produce in that shadow no sublime page, none fantasy that chained him to a purpose, but only he made the monster's eruption. Also from him came the disquieting darkness that took hold of the imagination of his friends and led them to beget the nightmare. And of course it was Byron who had conceived the idea of bloodthirsty aristocrat who Polidori then led to the ink, forging the vampire to image and likeness of the poet. Everything Byron touched remained infected with restlessness, passion and of shadows. Every time one tries follow the trail of someone in whom he has stopped, always finds a consequence and some distant radiance. As well as following the Polidori trail we found the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood. One day I wanted know what had become of Ianthe, the beautiful 11-year-old girl, Lady Charlotte Harley, whom Byron in a rapture of veneration dedicated his book, Childe Harold's Pilgrimage. I watched her grow up, become Hebe, pouring wine for an eagle inn. A picture of Richard Westall, Mary. With Captain Anthony Bacon, go to live at the other end of the world, give her name to Charlotte Waters on Australia, have children, live up to a advanced old age, to the point that could have read 70 years later. The dedication that he had made. Byron, and after 100 years, and already dead, become great-grandmother. By the painter Francis Bacon. In the spectres that Byron projected in his wake found refuge. The force that the fire transmitted in steam and glass to the atmosphere, too. That in the end it became spirit. As somehow he had revealed Schelling to Coleridge. That night Shelley, in turn. Although he suffered the power of the poem in Byron's lips, he returned to his heaven of metaphors, where no creature imaginary could be more ghostly than their own fate of elf and fallen angel. Mary lived undoubtedly the deepest terror. Condensed his life as an orphan and funeral slabs, his obsession with ghosts, so many painful questions on a black diamond. And the poor Polidori, chained to the rock of Byron, conceived as Mary her creature of dread, the two. They would prolong the work for months. Feverish from shaping horror into words. And it is already known that Clara leaves us always unanswered questions. She managed not to be reached by the incantation, crossed free the darkness that he beat the others or suffered more deep the magic and made it the key of his years. Perhaps the same power that transformed the others into glorious spectres sowed her in the real soil, a laurel that ghosts haunted for years. Such, you see, what Henry James showed us is that the being that does not belong to the everything to history is the only one really belongs to the novel, and that only in people without history is the key to the story. In the passage of Dante in Ravenna, the people parted whispering that that man had been in the hell. Perhaps as Clara passed, the people guessed that that woman with eyes luminous came from the crypts of the legend. None of the guests of Villa Diodati could be invulnerable to the spell, and if the myth is still alive, it is because everyone succumbed to the weather spiritual that reigned in the house, or that was the house, by force that put a spectral flame above the head of each. A young doctor and a teenage girl. They gave body and face to fear that filled their souls, that did not invade only the rooms of Villa Diodati, the shores of Lake Geneva, the streets of Geneva between gales and torches wavering, the abysses of the Alps and the central plains of Europe, strewn with dead boys. But it enveloped the entire hemisphere north of the planet in a quiet embrace of ash and blood. It was the final moment, everyone. They had been left alone after midnight, chewing on the intimate, persistent fear and terror. And at some point Byron had to hear something from your room. In front of the lake, lightning had struck, the fragments of chaos had melted suddenly, and they opened their eyes. Something deformed and yearning was already moving by the corridors, athirst for blood, some white fangs stretched out between the cold saliva. At the end of the black rooms, the monsters came off those young breasts, and they entered in the world. 46. The creature. Only then did I turn to look from again those pages in which Mary recounts the initial moment of her inspiration, when the germ of Frankenstein arose in his dream. when the scientist discovers of soon that the dark creature has come to life. The scene has impressed the world, but it reminded me of something that he did not know how to specify. Where was seen that scene? Why did I have the feeling of having witnessed that haunting creature awakening inert one night, in my apartment of Santa Barbara, that after so many trips had become for me more in a place of passage than in a purple? I found myself thinking about the strong friendship that united Mary Wollstonecraft, the mother, with the poet visionary William Blake. Meeting Blake must have been in his time a very different experience to meet any other writer. Because Blake saw things, he was able to believe in them, and was able to do that we all finally see them. That is the true power of a artist, turn into experiences shared by millions of beings. Humans, what could be no more than private hallucinations. I went through a catalogue of the engravings of Blake, and I found what vaguely remembered the image of the moment in that God encourages Adam from the mud. Primal. It was not the God of Miguel Angel that barely touches the hand. Perfect Adam in a region of the light, it was the spirit of divinity. Like a stone wind, flying on the subject matter, on the magma that has just been modeled, but through which a first shudder. That image sprouted from the printing presses in the ones her mother worked for. She had to be familiar to Mary from early childhood. The germ of history was written on his nerves from the beginning. She would have liked to engender heroes and gods, heroes like those imitated Byron, gods like those who Shelley both conceived and denied. But everyone works with clay offered by his time, and perhaps with materials from the beginning of the century. 19. It was not possible to engender more than ghosts. But in the absence of the gods, ghosts reign. Destiny had placed in Mary's hands not her blood of solemn myths but a sap of dark nightmares, and she accepted, with a certain humility, not to be the mother of a great epic about the woman of the future or a treaty of the world without a state, but of a new idea of monstrosity. A bloody and helpless ghost at the that humans fear the most for his weakness than because of his might, more for his misfortune than for his malignancy. Thus we arrive at the central paradox, that it was begotten by a woman, the sad man who was not born of woman, the homunculus made not only of mortal flesh but dead flesh, the to be in whom a soul does not encourage supernatural but a shock electric, the melancholic son of this age that no longer has gods but hardly sources of energy. What is it that moves us from that being but his helplessness and its dreadful loneliness? No. Having had childhood, not possessing memories, never having felt the caress of a maternal hand that smooths her hair at dusk and seizes it in front of the darkness and whispers that can already sleep, there will always be someone guarding his dream. The loneliness of who knows different for always of all the others, of whom knows that you will not find more than misunderstanding and hostility. Thousands of questions about education, about motherhood, about language, about the craving for love, about ugliness and over crime, they passed like clouds by the forehead of that girl, exquisite, that was capable of riskier decisions and braver thoughts. None of the others would have been capable of engendering the creature that begot Mary, because she dared to be the voice of a dream, and did not oppose the terror, the barriers of reason and indifference. I dare to doubt that creatures of Byron's wit are so loaded with complex humanity like this creature of the genius of Wollstonecraft. Byron played to hell, but I was backing away scared, making jokes and rudeness. She knew how to respect her own horror, and although he was infected by the spirit much more mystical and in the innocent depths of his husband, and allowed him to correct his novel and tone down some scenes. There is the mystery of the first version, and now that it has been restored, the original text, many are of. I agree that this text dictated by the first moon is rougher and more brave. Shelley was a freak angel, waiting in vain for their God, a just man who did not possess certainties and who took refuge in beauty as the only light. Shelley had no survival instinct, and abandoned death with so much docility that surprises me that it took so long to hit him. With that attitude, Byron would have died in full adolescence. Shelley came to 30 because only in his last years ago Byron came to harass him. Adventure and risk. But Byron, he barely risked the right thing, he calculated consequences, and Shelley was a Ariel only capable of provoking the storm that would destroy it. Mary's heroism is more subtle and more discreet. It consists not only of dare to think something until ultimate consequences, but in dare to feel something for which not had prepared the fabric of the tradition. His was the art of no obey the fairy tales made for us to savor the sweetnesses of the known, even of the known horror, but to leave a new fact of mind will appear and of behavior. It was she who knew. See the consequences of the glasses blood of the French Revolution, of women fleeing tradition. And they peek into history. Consequences of lightning. Been trapped in the sky by the Franklin's kite, and with him was the new source of the autonomous movement. She felt what could mean the new touch of the meat with electricity. The way in which the contact of some luminous hands a girl scared sink her feet to the ground. Like roots and sea leaves sprout from her chest and branches of his arms is also a very old story. Would we be able to control our own power? What would happen if? Let's find out how to produce the life in laboratory. Would it end looking dirty and obscene to us? Traditional method? Would we give up to sexual contact? Would I be defeated? Macbeth for the man who was not born of woman? Are questions even more exciting than those that were made? Shelley and Polidori. Would we make a army of artificial beings, without memory and soulless, to provide spare parts to our bodies? Fatigued? It wasn't her who was manufacturing the monster, it was the time. The vast hive of laboratories and factories that began to raise its smoke over flats of flesh, macerated, on the meat sacrificed of the European youth. 18 almond eyes. Years they were watching a time die, and a world is born. To escape the nightmare, these young people were building a crypt, and it was essential not to know. Only if they ignored the crypt would be true fruit of the tension of his forces and expression of spirit of his time. Only the unconsciousness knows how to produce authentic results. If Byron would have called himself romantic, he would have been a fake. He managed to be the greatest of all. Romantic because that way of living was not a pose, it was something that gushed from his guts, an impulse. As spontaneous and forceful as a punch, a state as physical as a drunkenness. And the wines they all drank were the right ones, Gothic crimes of Shakespeare, Scottish ballads, stories of adventures and travels, novels and horror stories, from the Coleridge's lyrical ballads up to Hoffman's darker tales, the wedding of the laboratories with the factories, but also spirits more strong, the imminence and terror of true crimes, a past violent that awakens in the blood. Adventurous journeys, the gift of perceive the strangeness of the world and a imagination that modifies it without truce, and the failures of the motherhood, and the shocks of love escaping to the cages of the religion, and the need for a creator. Who can blame for the evils of the world? 47. The clay and the spell. All those things were clay in the one that Mary Wollstonecraft needed, that creature made of fragments that would be one of the symbols of our time. And they were also the maelstrom of which the visions of Polidori, that vestige of a rebellion celestial, multiplied in the mirrors of time to fill the books of teens and rooms. The children he took a face in movies, filled theaters, infiltrated songs and comics, and finally declined in a swell of costumes and masks, in puerils, rubber suits and silicone layers, looming at midnight on the skyscraper terraces, on wings indefinable that hide in the night smoke. The book that had been formed in Mary's mind since childhood. It was already, then, in that engraving of Blake with the spirit flying over the clay that awakens, and in whose legs that have never taken a step are twist the serpent of the future. Rebellion, I was already in the dialogue. Dumb girl with her own name carved into a grave, I was already in the lonely inheritance that she had to his creature, never having had a maternal hand to chase away from her. Facing the nightmare. That's why they flooded loneliness and waiting, those dead fragments that had to assemble to have a notion of the life. And although we are all a mosaic of beings gone, we are left with the consolation, having had a childhood, a region of credulity and anguish, where flowers are temples and seeds that fly are worlds, where in a single being all the beauty, in a single secret all the fear and all the voluptuousness, a night kingdom where there are red lions on the moon, salamanders on fire, and accurate accounts in the continuous mutation of the clouds. The monsters of legend, lost in the mist. Yes, for the gestation of a living being is needed. Two living beings, to engender a being fantastic, are definitely needed. Thousands of dreams. But if in the Mary's conscience was given that dedication to artificially create a be alive, do not forget that he also lived the certainty that his around, in the environment of his affection, there were beings that disintegrated, they death spied like a wolf on his little ones. Fighting death was an imperative of your mind. Wordsworth had unveiled her with their children alone in the woods. Coleridge with its ghost seas and his diabolical lovers, beings suckled by witches and martyred by fairies. And all that. It was not life but a fraction of the life, a dance of spectres behind oranges and silk, from China. China and teacups, happy games in the snow and warm nights by the fire, sweet kisses from friends, and the naked hugs of the cousins. in the moonlight. But the biggest part of the time England was too dark, winters were long and raw, poetry had become too sensitive to nuances, London's black skies. They were endless heaven and hell, and mothers died too much and children died too much. You don't know, at the time. You live things, what are you for? Harvesting, only at the end, when the waters flow into the great river. When experiences resolve in dreams and dreams crystallize in books or works of art, you can perceive how they entered the amalgamate all those matters, diluted and diverse. You think you are gestating a being. You feel the dizziness and spasms. Something consumes your energy, and not only absorbs your lymph and your blood, it is nourishing your thoughts, ruminating your dreams, and slowly it goes finding its way. Maybe the gestation obeys a model secret, dictated from the bottom of the generations, because every creature participate in the properties of the tree, and the fish, the reptile, and the bird, the beetle scraping its elytra and the quadruped that scatters on the grasslands. What you spawn has something. Fern and gauze with seeds. Drifting in the wind, some of the creatures that swirl in the caverns and hanging from the ceiling of stone, something from the jaws to be open in the liquid darkness and the eye antennas that scan the cold from the abyss. It comes making its way between the inertness of the stone, the symmetry of the glass and the density of the metals, among a water of vegetation and plasmas that life senses, and now is life, under the system arborescent of perceptions. Fly shadow and flash, the fluorescence of thoughts, radiations of fantasy, the pollen of imagination, and between the strokes of calcium that the large structures, between sensitive walls and painful spines, frictions come, loaded with information, textures, overwhelmed with codes, amalgams and detachments, adhesions and combustions. Everything comes into play and it is condensing, it wants to be enough to sustain an adventure. Isolated, the elemental journey of a instantly through regions without name. And when you think you have created with your mind and your dreams a living being, in the moment you discover that it is not a full creature but an ensemble misshapen pieces, which you have produced just an imitation of life, a shadow of anxiety and pain that will reveal at generations, you discover at the same time that Fanny has withdrawn on herself and has abandoned herself to. I report it, that your long experiment could not save her. What were you pronouncing the spell on the wrong clay? 48. Frankenstein. After so many searches and chances, the expected moment arrived, and I entered the pages of the book of Mary Shelley, almost forgotten since adolescence. It was time to hear his story, to see appear not only the book but the monster that inhabits it. But when I went to look for the monster, instead of a sinister being made of hatred and evil, I found a lost scared child in a deformed body, an underdog. To be without memories, without mother, without past, asking for understanding from a world that only responds to your own terrors, and that he is incapable of. Accept the different. It was enough to see it in action to remember Shakespeare's words, I lack the majesty of love for strut before a lewd nymph. Swaggering, I'm so awkwardly coined, shipped before time to this world that encourages, and that That still so limping and deformed that even dogs bark at me when I stand in front of them. I have no pleasure with what to kill time but look at my shade in the sun and tone variations about my own deformity. The lightning that suddenly strikes a pile of human fragments that already I had abandoned the spirit, awakens in them again the need and desire, loneliness and pain. The monstrous is not so much the creature but the intention to arouse life in a matter incapable of face it. If something was taught to marry destiny and experience is that it is already very difficult to cope with life in a well-formed body, in a body that can count on health of Trelawney, with the audacity intellectual of Byron, with the grace of Clara, with the tremendous lucidity of Godwin, with Percy's high morale, Shelley, or with the Lewis fortune or Beckford. But it is enough to have life to deserve it, and the things that they haunted Mary in her nightmare night were not the questions Galvani theoretical or dipple on the possibility of animating the dead matter through discharges electric, to bring out a spark divine in the inert, but questions that maybe only a woman knows how to do, on the virtue of bodies to survive, to withstand the wear and tear of the days and nights, the storms of the imagination. A reader can discuss 1,000 details of the novel, about the ability to learning that a being so rudely imposed on life, his improbable intellectual evolution, the impossible refinement of your sensitivity, their reasons and their conclusions, but what does it all matter? That before the undoubted anxiety that transmits that creature born of the imagination of that girl, questions that are not bubbles, intellectuals but living anguish, flowers of consciousness, arrows to the heart of home and school, handfuls of darkness on the porch of an insensitive civilization. Suddenly I remembered those other words that came from the lips of Caliban in expressing the rebellion of the creature against its creator. You taught your language, and my benefit with it is that now I know how to curse. Let the red plague fall about you for having taught me the language. And it came to me from its rain terraces the fight of the men begotten in laboratories of genetics that they are going to implore their creator a few more days of life, the verses that a replicant improvises in the last scenes of the movie Ridley Scott on Philip's novel K. Dick, that hour when Rutger Hauer, improvising in front of cameras, in his role as Golem, dying, learned to babble things sublime. I've seen things that you humans couldn't believe. Ships of attack in flames losing itself by Orion's shoulder. I've seen sea rays glowing in the dark beyond from the Tannhauser Gate. And everyone, those moments will be lost in the time, like tears in the rain. This deformed atom who awakens now, adult in the middle of a paradise where nothing looks like it has a lot to of Lazarus who rises from among the dead, and whose evangelists they forgot to tell us how much fear caused among his neighbors, such as would cause horror anywhere someone after death would return to walk among men. And it's the idle irresponsible creator who, the one who gives birth, flees before his creature in her a destructive despair. Like Prospero between Ariel and Caliban, Mary would end up living between the angelic Shelley and the deformed Frankenstein, between the flight of the music and the discord of elements, remembered more by them than by herself. Fulfilled his Bleak role of woman in the patriarchal society, the daughter of the great feminist who does not just have proper name, because it is the ghost of the mother, the daughter of the anarchist, the poet's wife. But only men like it. Play to have no parents or gods, all. Woman knows how to be the mother of her parents and daughter of their children, bond between generations and bond between tribes. Scattered, and if any woman caused wars and set fire to walls, was also she the one who offered the men the filter of oblivion and sorry, the sign of the covenant that put an end to wars and exiles and related the races. In the shadow of a grave. Enigmatic, Mary Godwin. Wollstonecraft Shelley follows, jealously guarding his enigma. N. Just look at his book to discover with astonishment that is not there where I know. Find the monster. 49. The vampire. So I went looking for the vampire of Polidori, and discovered the knot of hazards and cruelties that turned into victim to that young doctor full of literary illusions. The fact is complex to explain. Byron conceived, in one of his frequent outbursts, fantastic the figure of an aristocrat, Lord Ruthven, who is alive and dead too. The time, that sleeps in the day and wanders in the night, and left written a small fragment. Under the empire of the triple night, Polidori se. Let that fragment inspire. Developed the vampire story. Human, and throughout the following year, he was writing that story. Stormy with cruelty and darkness. As I already had a contract with him, Byron's editor for the newspaper that I had promised to write about him, Tripp, agreed to send him the novel The Vampire, and the publisher received and published it right away, but poor Polidori, always subject to Byron's mood swings, which today I protected him and tomorrow I did. Object of his bloody jokes. Belatedly discovered that the publisher, inadvertently or out of interest, evil, had put in the publication as author the name of Lord Byron. The damage was done. The only one that should not happen happened. The boy. That I finally found a way to assert yourself as a creator in the face of weight. Despotic of the poet suddenly saw, wounded in his most vulnerable heel, the unbearable poison that the only work in which it could be affirmed with force against his tyrant, attributed to the tyrant entered very deep in his soul. In a agonizing contortion wrote to the editor, and demanded that the offense be corrected, that the author's name true was vindicated and the Byron's name erased from those books. But there the fangs of the vampire, because Byron, who had continually mocked of the boy and who always denied his talent, he didn't seem to show a rush. Some to correct the mistake, plus well seemed to be pleased with that attribution, as if envious of his ward, and perversely let things would go their way, because in his vain delight with the advertising did not care what the others were feeling. In a long succession of scandals and of evil, maybe it never was Byron as evil as that moment, and almost without realizing it, Polidori's heart was far from his sight, the boy's suffering. It mattered the same as the suffering of Annabella or Claire Claremont. Sucked that blood almost instinctively, and only belatedly agreed to correct a damage that he hadn't caused, but that yes I had allowed with a luck of wicked negligence. I could tell that the fault was not his. But we know how quickly that replied to every insult, the speed with which he responded to all critical, swordsman's agility with, who made an effort to correct everything. Error attributed to its name. Why? It was delayed now but because it pleased in the misunderstanding, and once the more I felt the guilty delight that someone was suffering for their cause. The talent of Polidori, if Byron allowed without objections that for a time readers will attribute his work to him. On that, at least, Byron was doing a tribute, but Polidori, he got no consolation from it. Yes, the work would have seemed mediocre to him. Byron wouldn't have taken a second in rejecting the attribution of his authorship. With his silence, he finally was recognizing Polidori, the talent that he had denied her so much. But that's how Byron was, just shutting up. I recognized things, and from that episode Polidori, bitten already for the vampire, he was a living dead. The story of the boy taken from the heavens that later roam the world without destiny and surrenders to the death sounds familiar to us, but every time the facts return they return with another spirit and produce other consequences. When leaving Villa Diodati will have brought with him the Phantasmagoriana volume that had triggered so many things and that I later dreamed of find between the shelves of the reading society. He walked about days for Switzerland and others for Italy, and Byron went on to assume that the boy was clumsiness incarnate. It seems that, in desperation, growing, had gotten into trouble, and one day Byron had to go to rescue him from the hands of the Italian police, but he was leaving blurring and from the truth. At the moment no one knew where he was. Actually, he had returned to London. His book was read, his book was opened. Way, his name was already on the cover, but none of it brought consolation to his heart, nothing erased the trace of a wound to pride that grew over the months. And that's the story of how Byron vampirized Polidori, the story of love and teasing, the way Byron conceived the subject but Polidori did. Music, the way like Byron appeared as the author of that book, and the fatal impression of injustice that caused the young doctor to see his work by unknown writer signed by the most powerful and famous author. He no longer recovered from it. After darkly, locked in his house in London, he flocked to his acid potion Prussian, and hiding the traces of the fangs on his neck, he rushed the 25 years the doctor's poison Frankenstein, and disappeared from the scene with pain and without glory. The family rushed to erase the traces of that suicide for protect the modesty of a lineage foreigner trying to be part without shadows of the English world, ignoring that they are always needed shadows to be part of the world. Everything would have been like this for always, but luckily there was a diary kept, like a skeleton, in the attic, a question floating on the young branches of that immigrant tree, and one day the light of the legend returned to look for the dead mistreated and defeated, that no had been able to understand in his brief life that their jobs and their efforts they had granted him immortality. Polidori died believing that he had failed. Died of it. Italian impatience that Shakespeare had incarnated in Romeo, that boy that although he sees with his eyes and says with his lips that something is, I live in Juliet's face, that all her beauty is still pink in lips so dear, and that still death did not raise his flag, he does not give the time to check it and hurry the poison to meet his beloved in death, without seeing that she is already opening my eyes beside him. The success that for a moment Byron usurped was immediate. There are those who say that the play The Vampire sold to start up to 5,000 copies per day, but the impatient Polidori, he did not get to enjoy his triumph supreme, which even had a delicate taste of revenge, the moment when Goethe himself, convinced that the work was by Byron, stated that Byron had never written nothing better. 50. Annabella. Everything is over. Polidori has committed suicide in London, Monk Lewis has shipwrecked in the Caribbean, Shelley has drowned in the Bay of La Spezia. Byron has died of glory in the Missolonghi swamps. Mary, guard their illustrious ghosts. Clara carries his chest through the cities and countries, and it goes phantom in waiting of his hour of splendor and misery. Already the cartoon monster has revealed his real face. Already vampires fly in flocks. Everything is finished. Or not? Isn't there something missing to question? He does not take us to further that conflict between reason and passion. Soon Annabella reappeared in the history. In September I traveled to Paris to participate in the America Festival, which organizes the Mairie de Vincennes. Writers from all over the world converged American continent, and had decided to dedicate the meeting to native cultures from Alaska to Patagonia. Despite having lived in Paris 2 years, I was never in Vincennes, and the vicinity of the castle White moved me, like when a peasant who has always lived in a cabin in the closed woods goes by first time to a nearby hill and discover behind her a full valley, waterfalls, the sudden feeling of not having fully known where he lived. Really. In one of my trips to Cali, months back, I had given him to read the manuscript of this story to Alberto Guzman. With Alberto, that now directs the music department of the Universidad del Valle, we left on an adventure to Paris at the end of our adolescence, and we share a lot light and much darkness of those young years. After exhausting the boulevards and the suburbs, I returned to Colombia, but he stayed several more years in his musical studies before going back to Cali to start over his life in college. An afternoon at the little Hotel Don John de Vincennes, where we had hosted, I knew that Alberto also. I was in Europe and I wrote to him. Ask if it would not be possible to see us in Paris, to travel 30 years later. The map of our adventures. He replied that he had passed through Paris. Who had recovered our memories from the bronze beard green of Charlemagne and the Bible of Notre Dame stone to the Berhay high bridges and the Golden Bridge horses. Alexander III. Now I was in Germany, where his son Matthias studies German philology. I had crossed the Atlantic reading my Villa Diodati manuscript, and now he was amazed to discover that I was staying in Paris, without know it, in the little hotel where he had worked after me departure, so many years ago. Enough small things to feel the gravitation of the mystery. I understood that this Paris ignored of the castle and of the forest, and this suburban hotel had been Alberto's places. After my departure, why did I have to get there precisely? Having so many neighborhoods and so many hotels? I knew that wink. Accomplice of the stars, that means something without a doubt, but what? We never decipher. I promised Alberto that I would visit in Cali upon return, to Talk about our tours, and I applied to read Andrea again. Morwa, searching for the tale of Byron's marriage, the fabric of disorder and madness that turned his relationship with Annabella Milbanke in a tragedy. Something had done to me. Understand that you had to go back to initial moment of history, when Byron, about to get married, fell in love of his sister Augusta, at the moment that Annabella understood that had married a monster of passion and madness, debauchery and tortuous imagination, and decided not just get out of your way but expel the passion from your life. Protect yourself from so much disorder. Following its purest vocation, the math. If it is true that passion had rebelled against reason, too, the opposite phenomenon occurred. Reason in turn reacted against that storm of unbridled passions, against the romanticism that was born. They minds that had calmed down, finally before the serene light of reason, reacted with horror, that exaltation of individuality, of madness and delirium, that vindication of the darkness and of the night, the cult, deformed and monstrous, the nostalgia for realms of superstition and fabled, they wanted to prevent. Lights will triumph, they were like clouds and frosts that did not let the summer. Goethe once said that reading Kant was like entering a very well lit room. Yes. The Romantics retreated to the jungle. Dark, Gothic ruins, crypts and necropolises, it seemed necessary to protect yourself from all that unhealthy darkness, of that sensitivity. Sick, and take refuge in the palace of precise crystals of reason. Milking machine. At that crossroads in history, Ada was born, the daughter of Annabella and Byron, and Annabella Milbanke, horrified with her husband, with their follies and his neurasthenia, with his incestuous and adulterous loves, he wanted protect the daughter from so many dangers and made it his secret instrument. Against Byron, against poetry, against disorder and arbitrariness. They romanticism found in its own crib a twin sister. After the festival, I visited several times to Arturo de Narvaez in his workshop, now filled with paintings by whimsical trees that look like sprout from vertical soils and enclose themselves, trees that do not obey the old imperative of grow towards the sky and proliferate. But they seem to linger in thoughts, stop and doubt. I said that when I came to Colombia, we would go to see the fantastic trees that he painted, but planted in the real soil of the Andean mountains and in the misty depths of the great volcanoes. 51. The Cathedral. When my day of return, one afternoon we were meet us at the Saint Michel fountain. We arrived with Tanya at sunset at the Isle de la Cite, a glow filled the sky behind the Gothic cavern. We found Arturo next to the fountain, among hundreds of tourists. They took photos with their mobiles, and go back to the river, next to the stalls, still open from etchings and old books, many people taking pictures along the pier made us warn the source of clarity, the yellow full moon and solemn September rose, huge behind the gargoyles of Notre Dame. Our purpose was to dine in a Lebanese restaurant that we remembered having visited with Omar Porras some years ago. Pride of the old town. Shakespeare and Company seemed a medieval cave lined with books, old and lit like a lamp. But in front the young skaters. They made improbable pranks in the esplanade next to the statue of Charlemagne, and the reflectors of the successive ships invented for the memory of tourists, a city unreal of resplendent facades. We go down alleys twisted with old houses, unscathed from other centuries, and yards blessed with dark ivy. At Lebanese restaurant, a wedding filled all the space, and we prefer to enter the front in a quiet restaurant. Oriental. That night Arturo announced to me that I would come to Colombia one more month late. When leaving the restaurant, we went back to the river bank. We saw of new to amazing skaters next to the esplanade of Notre Dame, and we looked at the front of the cathedral. I remembered that night in Quito, on the slopes of the volcano, when I found myself thinking about the mystery of the lunar goddesses and the way how they resurfaced in legend. Christian, in the way that perhaps assumed the magical form and almost inexplicable of Gothic cathedrals. One of the secrets of those cathedrals is that the walls are not made to hold but to be a kind of external spell, which in strictly speaking they are a skin and not a support, and that skin has a physiognomy, has eyes and ears, has expression. What sustains the cathedral is inside, they are the big ones, columns from which emerge the arches. Every cathedral is built on the plane of a cross, and that too means that it is built on the schematic of a human body. The temple rests on the image of the dead god, and it is the Pieta, the mother of stone, that holds the corpse of his child. And it is very significant that those medieval temples, unlike the small Moldovan chapels in the that only fit God and some pilgrim, have wanted to host the immensity, shelter the abyss. I had ever had a sleep. I dreamed that the rocks of Cerro Bravo, from the volcano that is above my hometown, in the summits of the Cordillera Central de Colombia, in the wasteland of Letras. They were an immense cathedral. Some insane craftsman had scaled those cliffs and had carved arches and columns. The cathedral merged with the rock, from its walls sprouted trees that distilled a water incessant, its roots were lost below in the mist of the abysses, and their vaults were lost above in the grey from winter clouds. What stimulated that dream was without doubt the frequent contemplation of a altar to the Virgin that the truckers had made, adorned with flowers and truck streetlights, in the most step dizzying mountain where a river of huge stones seems suspended from the sky, where the mist stalks and loses countless travelers, and where the vegetation is wildest and the blackest abyss. It was a dream sprouted from my visits early to the mountain, and at mountain churches, crossed by streams and swallows. Maybe that's why when I first arrived once to Notre Dame, I had the vague feeling of having known everything that much earlier, because what found resolved in columns, in arches, stained glass windows and gargoyles, had lived as an atmosphere in the wonders of my childhood, because I was born in the Andes, and we all drink here the opium of the great heights. We still make temples, but now no one knows if God dwells in them. And maybe our time no longer wants enclose the infinite between walls of stone, but witness that other temple whose columns are rocks, whose floor is the sea, whose dome is really studded with stars, and under which really circulates a terrible fire, not that of demons, of children's prince, but that of the mighty magma of the depths. Slow down the slopes. The angels of the mist rehearse every day all metamorphoses. There are also cathedrals that are built in time, and that romantic age obsessed with Gothic ruins was one of them. They claimed Spinoza and Rousseau, Diderot and Voltaire, illuminated they works of Kant, had in its crypts legendary kings, coffins of champions and saints. In its darkness, witchcraft and ghosts re-emerged. From the past, Wordsworth invaded her with the breeze from the wild fields. Coleridge filled it with his musics. Keats in their night ships turned the nightingale's song into a sublime requiem and offered him an urn whose marble figures move, and on its facade there was a pilgrimage of sick maidens and crazy old men crowned with flowers. Novalis sang his darkness, Turner lit his stained glass windows, Blake painted his chapels, and if Goethe was its officiant and Hölderlin its prophet, Shelley was the angel of her choir, Byron was his demon, and on top his most visible gargoyles finished being Frankenstein and the vampire. And I like this image of gargoyles because they are the ones who collect and they channel the rain from heaven. A cathedral is a Bible of stone, and this other facade too tell a story, a tale monstrous and sublime. In ancient times each word meant a thing and its opposite, and they say that the word priest named at the same time blessed and cursed, sacred and disgusting. Perhaps the bestial spell of witches is not a mere bubble of the swamp but the formulation of an enigma. What is beautiful is disgusting and what is disgusting is beautiful. The beautiful is disgusting and disgusting is beautiful, say the voices in the fog. And we understand that first decades of the 19th century, they suddenly started talking about beneficent power of the disgusting. Poe and Baudelaire were on their way, and poets were doing they ask about the true meaning of the monstrous. What is there in the monstrosity that at the same time disgusts and fascinates? These children of order and reason brought the fascination of the deformity. Borges the blind saw that every maze has a monster in its center, and if Shakespeare fascinated so much to the Romantics it is because covered with the scarlet cloak they Richard de Gloucester's hump and put the crown on his feverish brow, and malignant because it foreshadowed the whole romantic horror, the girl most beauty asleep between bones in a Gothic tomb, the maddened Moor by the insinuations of the serpent, the musical marrow of the tempest, the source of eloquence in bubbles from the boiling lava. There's a bat flying around the white terraces of the harmony of the temples sprouts a form of woman with snake hair. But we are marching after Byron's footprints, and no one can deny that the one on his left foot was perfect, the well-delineated footprint of an English boot through the fields, and in the sand of the sea the footprint Greek with the 5 points of his fingers crowning a plant, harmonious. But the imprint of his foot right was something more troublesome, because it was not a drawing but a trace, a brush stroke with force and without form, not that of a foot that lands with firmness in the world but that of a trailing limb, and they Byron himself took pleasure in purposely pronounce the word hoof. He boasted of being a demon, wanted to top the list of the demonized, and this filled the imagination of their young members of associations. Fantastic! Behind would come a man with a cloak of darkness and a cup of Nightmares, a dandy fascinated by flowers of darkness, a satyr with swan wings and a tormented wind stencil boy, able to feel in himself all torments of a ship that suffers. But it was thanks to Byron, and not his work but his life, as we enter from full in the age of monsters, to the point that it is not worth asking how many and which will be engendering the present. It is enough to know that the first will be always the most mysterious. They have the naturalness and the impulse of what is necessary and not the reluctance of what already its usual, are the horrors. Initial maturity, while continuing to never be the last nightmares of the childhood. 52. The ashes of worlds already judged. A month later, already in Colombia, I kept the promise to invite Arturo to go through the mountains of my grandparents in the north. From Tolima. First I was in Cali, wherefore we finally talked with Alberto Guzman about Villa Diodati and also about our Parisian memories. His daughter, Isabel, who at 13 was passionate about the piano, she had devoted to physics, and had just explained that, according to the theses of the quantum, a particle can be at the same time in two different places, or you can pass from one to the other without going through the distance that separates them. I told Alberto, who seemed to be listening to me, Thomas Aquinas' theses on the movement of the angels. Thomas Aquinas demonstrated in healthy logic that angels don't have bodies that belong to them by nature, but only assume bodies to manifest to the humans, although in those bodies, as the legend of Lot shows, in the cursed cities, they exercise life functions. And after that, Demo wonders if angels, to go from one place to another, go through the middle. Your answer is that angels are creatures totally spiritual, much more spiritual than our intellect, which is subject to a material bundle, which it is anchored in imperfect flesh. That is, angels are beings, intellectuals so perfect that they can be called the thoughts of God. Now if my mind can think of Spain and immediately think about Turkey without having to think in Italy, how much more can a angel go from one place to another without passing through the middle? As you will see, I told her. Thomas Aquinas intuited 8 centuries what you are telling me, although he could only formulate it in the language that was within his grasp. Alberto gave me, I suppose, exchange of that theological news, a recording of romantic poems, English, in which they were Christabel, and the ballad of the old sailor, and those verbal music accompanied. After many moments of me search, Juan accompanied me on the trip. Diego Espitia, that when he was not driving the car, I was climbed in trees doing music for the stars in one tiny harmonica. We crossed the valley from Cauca, at the reddest hour. We talked at midnight at empty streets of Manizales, and in a intense day the next day, we look for the summits of Letras. Now we were heading back towards a volcano, but this was the sleeping lion that had overshadowed my childhood. Since my search for the beings of Villa Diodati, I felt that the most casual event of the present seems to obey ancient shadows, that there is no circumstance of ours that are not sheltered by eternal wings. What haunted me about this story had perhaps already occurred in my childhood, because only what happens can happen, and only what is already existed can be born. The one who projects The shadows is also a shadow and no one knows where each started. History. Like a gift interrupted. Our dialogue is show. Infrequent, one of those sunsets. Bright, with high cloud edges. Gilded, covering the stage. Immense of the moors under a sky. Of many blues. Then the cathedral appeared in. Gross, the cliffs of Cerro. Bravo, with its motionless rivers of stones, the crown of boulders in the mist on a precipice that removes breath, and we couldn't speak any more. Because a mass of fog the size from the mountain range he was advancing through the abyss and fell upon us, the route became so thick and oppressive that the asphalt was no longer visible. We had to dedicate all the effort to discern in the white night the roadsides, not to rush into a curve at abyss, and the journey lengthened distressingly, among vegetations sinister and spectral fences, of so that at the last moment Juan Diego was encouraged to declare that, in another century, would have been considered a spell. It was enough that he just said it to for Padua to appear in the following Ricoto, the same town of the whole life as I had remembered it in Newstead, with his horses and his cafeterias, with their groups of boys and their ladies watching pass life through the windows, with him roar of trucks that carry to the center of the country the goods that they leave the boats in the port rusty of Buenaventura. Me, small town so far from the sea end of the world, traversed every day by the things of the world and the sea. Arturo had traveled to Ladybug to meet us, and with him we returned to the day next to brave the mountains. The road gave us everything again. Yours, the rocks, the legends, the trees, thermal floors, vertigo. An immense plain completely oblique, songs, fog. We even played pool in an old cafe that I remember from childhood, and I told Arturo about my writing project. A novel about Guayacanal, the land of my great-grandfather, which begins with the machete death of my great-uncle Santiago at the hands of the Indian Alejandrino, and with the procession of pawns and relatives carrying the wounded up the mountain, through the farms, staggered, up the road, to lead him, against all hope, to Manizales. The next day we traveled the hot land. We went to Ambalima, between rice fields of a green on. We crossed the city dead of Armoro, and we looked at the cannon of the Lagunilla River where it descended in 1985, the avalanche that wiped out 25,000 lives in one evening. Maybe think about that floor full of the dead stirred in me the souvenir of the Napoleonic fields full of corpses, maybe the conversation about the arena's volcano that unleashed that tragedy. I led back to the Tambora volcano and made me wonder what was still missing to tell of this story. Maybe the almost ruined picture of the old house of the English, who dominated the tobacco trade from Colombia to mid-19th century, and the memory of the aerial cable that also they built English in the mountains from my childhood to go down to the river Magdalena, the harvest of the area coffee maker. They made me feel again the gravitation of this story. I thought of Diego Fallon, the son of Irishman who gave his name to one of the towns of the mountain range, and that, watching over the Guali Canyon, the full moon rose one night, carved with that feeling the moon, the most famous poem in poetry, Colombian woman of that century, and I remembered the most powerful verse of that Poem, in which the poet says that the morning Andes in the distance seem to him graves, graves where they are locked. The ashes of worlds already judged. Those words seem to resonate over the dead city of Armoro. And all these things made me think another. Once in the night of the volcano and in the Byron insanity. After all, Diego Fallon lived in the London of the first half of the 19th century, and if not, managed to alternate with them, at least. Yes, he grew up under the cloud of fears and questions from those guys who they invented the Romantic era. The truth is that when I returned to my house next to the Gwali River, I entered the network with the express intention of looking for something about Villa Diodati, and it was enough for me. Turn on the laptop to find a Google Doodle dedicated to Ada Lovelace. It was December 18, 2012, the 197th anniversary of birth of Byron's daughter. 53. The Dream of Reason. So Ada finally appeared in me. History, and with it the last surprise. In this search for chance and shades, I would not have imagined that most invisible character in the story would come to complete the weaving. And nothing, even Byron's name, had disappeared, but its secret influence was maintained. Over the years it had become the Marquise of Lovelace, and as a good woman great of the 19th century did not feel empowered to stand out in the science you are had delivered since childhood. Because Anna Isabella Milbanke, the spoiled wife, running from passion. And how crazy they were for her. Emblems of Byron, and of his life. Stormy, she decided to educate her daughter in the sciences, particularly in the math. The Age of Enlightenment had produced a revolution. Politics, but also a revolution. Scientific and technical. If you woke up in the world, passion, imagination and thirst for justice also awakened the industrial power, the fever of the inventions and the multiplied will of accumulate wealth and power. Part of that search was the loom of Jacquard, an invention that allowed change spinners for machines, a set of instructions that, in the absence of being able to be memorized, could be repeated ad infinitum through a card program perforated that indicated the drawing that the machine would repeat. Inspired by those looms. Memorable, Charles Babbage conceived in England a machine of calculate, tall as a temple, a mass of mechanisms, cylinders with figures, pulleys, and chains that would allow to do in a short time what that the brains of men and their hands would take years to calculate, and less accurately. But the analytical engine of Babbage was an unfinished dream. The inventor, who obtained resources from state and individuals for perfect it, every day I added new add-ons, and sponsors felt that the machine would become a spawn. Unmanageable. Resources started to be scarce, and Babbage's dream began to blur in the dim, smoky of the Industrial Revolution. That mechanism was not only the dream of abbreviating some operations, mathematics, it was the dream of inventing a machine that could finally think for herself. At the time that Mary Wollstonecraft conceived the idea of a creature to the that the human seed does not give life, but their intelligence and their industry. Someone in England was conceiving the dream of the artificial intelligence. The genius makes the impossible possible and makes impossible the possible, makes known what unknown and unknown what known, says a book of the time. Frankenstein and the Analytical Engine. were the same dream, the obsession of give life to the inanimate. Many wondered the same. Then novelists, if the numbers are the mold of an authentic language, if in that language is encrypted the text of the universe, if at last all the letters they will end up being converted into numbers. Yes. Each number can represent a God, so that the 0 and 1, 3, 8, the 9, infinity. And there would be who said that the God of Muhammad was the 1 and the God of St. Paul was 3. That Spinoza's God was 8 and the God of Buddha was 0. Before the perfection of the figures everything individual seems imperfect, and the number system promises to transcend the limitations of individuals, be impersonal and universal. But it is still possible to go further. If mathematics, before a particular science, are mechanics itself of the understanding, the system combinatorial mind projected out of the body, soon we were going to move from immobile cathedrals to factories of the magnitudes, to the objectification of the spirit. Novalis wrote in his encyclopedia, our spirit must become a sensory perceptible machine. Not in us but outside of U.S. If with writing we had achieved download the memory and imagination, and let them live in the world, wouldn't we achieve with numbers put the outer matter to think for us? The great critic of the model industrialist Karl Marx would. I am suspicious of Babbage's proposals. Seemed dictated by the desire to dispense with humans too. That the industry could be operated by machines that do not make claims. Economic, that do not go through will and its demands in the middle of the productive cycle, a model of production that I could do without. Also of the individual, of the imperfect, be obedient, docile, effective, tireless, infinite. Marx put his cry in the sky, all our invention and progress seem consist in equipping the forces, materials of intellectual life, and in degrade and brutalize human life as a mere material force. New monsters were coming in. Way, perhaps the most dazzling of all, and soon I understood that Byron was still the stone sown where they cross all directions, the ruby capable of divert the course of rivers. Because one day the intellectual model, Babbage's analytical engine, came into the hands of Ada Lovelace, and just by looking at it, Ada understood everything. What Babbage's machine could come to mean for the world. He feverishly wrote notes like complement to the description of the analytical machine, some proposals for its operation, but those notes, longer than text. Original, they went much further than that Babbage himself had dreamed of. Ada announced that a machine such could compose music, elaborate complex graphics, and be used by scientists and housewives. Home. It was Ada who discovered how program the analytical engine, and thus opened the way of the computer. Contemporary. And when the computer was finally developed, its inventors, they discovered that Ada had been the first programmer in history. That Ada Byron had invented the software, and with it, the very face of our time, and they gave it its name. To the first computer program. At the end of her lineage, the daughter of Byron had reached the apple. I had played that music, haunting with which machines they announce that they have awakened. 54. Dr. Frankenstein's cabinet. And suddenly I began to understand something that had always seemed like a mistake, why did people call Frankenstein being terrible? Awakened to life, when in. Actually that was the name of the scientist who did the experiment. It always seemed like one of those simplifications or transpositions. Distracted in that abounds humanity. But in this error there is something deep, if we give it the name. From Frankenstein to the monster, yet we want to remember in the monster being that engendered it, it is because we feel that monstrosity is something shared. If the deformed creature, made from corpse fragments and animated by an electric shock is monstrous, man is no less. Who conceived and executed the experiment? But we say Frankenstein and not. We evoke lemurs or zombies, but a laboratory, tables, operations, electrical appliances, a nefarious operating room instruments, the terrible contact of the flesh with the scalpel, icy metal, a fusion from the old alchemy laboratory, full of smoky alkyards and braziers, stills and tubes. Rehearsal, first with the workshops of mechanics and factories, and then with electronic systems and robot chemistry. All that we evokes science fiction when speaking. From modified organisms, androids that put matter together, sensitive and synthetic mechanisms, the blood circulating through the machine, the metal assembled in the anatomy, the cyborg of Frederick Pohl in the Earth is a monster and it is an angel in Mars, which on Earth is a monster, hated, and on Mars is an angel, lonely and without heaven. The suspicion, which arose in the century 18 and still not dissipated, that the dream of reason produces monsters, that there is something frightening in this divine ability to alter the species design, to put genes of phosphorescent fish from sea bottom in white rabbits, of the fable of altering the map interior of the roosters of Aesculapius, to produce only breasts edible, to sprout ears human on the back of guinea pigs, to Indias, to really produce, no, in the delightful hexameter but in the heinous world, horses with wings and women with the hair of snakes, girls with slimy and smelly fish tails and sexy boys with goat hooves, or on the other hand, machines programmed for no allow oneself to be modified, rigorous systems, so perfect that they warn with rejection our imperfections, naughty-shaped computers, vaguely human to clean the homes, electricians and plumbers, liven up the long time of the lonely, and may even continue cleaning century by century cities where a long time ago they, humans, was it looking for this that history had been twisted in such a way? Adventures and misadventures, in thoughts, delusions, and deeds of art? Maybe only in one way. Apparent passion rebelled against the reason, maybe only in a way. Apparent reason in turn rebelled against passion. Pablo had persecuted Christians, but that later he made his faith more firm. Thomas Aquino believed he used logic to strengthen faith, but not really. I was resurrecting the dogma but opening the way of reason. I remembered those conversations on quantum physics, of which nothing I understand. They were talking about the possibility that a particle can be in two places at the same time. Different, of the possibility that a particle move without get around, go from place to place. Another without going through the middle. And I said to myself, that someone will ever discover the laws of chance, you will find the name true of what we still call chance and will show us why they History is a fabric much more complex of what the tradition, why reality obeys so meekly to the myth, why the intuition blindly finds what more powerful lamps cannot find. Countless things I know. They needed each other, they were invoked each other, we had brought up to this crossroads of nightmares and inventions with which now our hands play. Something stranger seems to throw into the void relentlessly your old questions. Yes. The difference between God and man is purely quantitative, if by being mathematics and ordering force does not first aspire to be philosophical, then to be poetic, later to be moral and finally to be religious, if through the profane numbers the humanity is looking for the number sacred. What an amazing age, I told myself. I know. Asked if creating life in laboratories could do without love, of the bonding of bodies, of exchange of fluids and secretions, he wondered if it would not arrive the day our works could dispense with us, in which the thought system, become machine, decided to give up imperfection to the individual, and assume the role of divinity. I remembered the way as one invitation from Juan Eduardo Fleming to Buenos Aires, that apparently I could not accept. He put me without knowing on the golem's tracks, and secretly unleashed this quest, obsessive of poets and monsters. So out of curiosity I looked at Internet one's intervention. Eduardo Fleming, ambassador of Argentina in Prague, when summoning the biennial on Borges and Kafka, and saw with alarm that from the beginning I had seen that I had only found at the end. These were his words, will not computing be, and contemporary computing cabal, and are not cybernetics, and are artificial intelligence. Current golem? Ada only reached 36 years old, as his father, and when he reached that age, got sick, and was bled like him by the doctors, and died of the same way. Maybe at the last moment, had the same dreams and the same delusions. She asked to be buried next to her father, whom he had not met, and they reason and poetry sleep together, shoulder to shoulder, and mysteriously is a woman who in this bed embodies reason and a man who embodies passion. Because how would poets respond? Ancient, reason is the daughter of poetry. Sprouted like Pallas Minerva from the forehead of Zeus, chopped by an axe. And at that moment I promised to do only 2 trips, one to visit the grave of father and daughter in England, and another to write the final words of this book, in the Byron Meadow in Geneva some afternoon. Full moon. 55. On the other shore. Almost 3 years after having started my search, I undertook the last of the trips with which I proposed to follow the trail of this history. My intention was to visit from again Nottingham, this time at the end of spring, and finally meet the Newstead Abbey. Now I knew something I was unaware of on my first trip. That in that place, not far from the Abbey, next to his daughter's Byron's remains rest, I wanted to also search, and visit even for a moment, Skinner Street, to pay homage to what in me imagination is the cabin in the woods, from the childhood of the Godwin girls. Later, and so I made it known to Maria Gabriella Assioni, who lives in Rapallo with his children, would visit Viareggio, in the Bay of La Spezia, the place where Trelawney rescued and Burned the remains of Shelley. From Milan I would go back Alps, passing by Lake Como, to finally reach Geneva. Find a couple of books in the Society of Reading and, if everything went well, visit Byron Meadow and prowling the walls of Villa Diodati under the moon of middle June. Nothing came out as I had calculated. Those things are only possible. Schedule them in the itineraries. Aseptic from tourism agencies. With all the sections planned, the chosen hotels, inexorable routes fixed in advance, and that was not my purpose. I wanted to get closer. But hearing the voices of the road end, without avoiding the hazards of the trip, leaving some space for the unexpected, already the unknown, then I could check something disturbing, if when I don't proposed, the sights and events were arriving unstoppable, it was enough. Propose it so that the facts are confused and the sights almost inaccessible. I could suspect it from the start. On the eve of the trip, my participation in the book fair of Santo Domingo, to which I had guest Basilio Belliard, prevented me do the paperwork to obtain a English visa. I had not started the tour and already I had to cross off my route the Newstead Abbey among the flowers of spring and Byron's grave, already redeemed from the rancor of her country. In the middle of May when I arrived to Spain, the temperature dropped abruptly and the rains returned. Actually the weather seemed February, the mountains were white. In Barcelona itself it rained and made a winter cold. But I was starting to obsess over a story about him. The way the Mediterranean was formed. About the legend almost proven by the science that this mythological sea has dried 8 times in history of the world and has become a fantastic cannon of salt crystals, 1,500 meters deep. And the first night, at the hotel, the neighborhood of those waters brought me to the memory of the Mediterranean song, of George's Moustaki, how much like to listen 30 years ago. I looked for the song on the computer. And immediately the beautiful shepherd appeared. Greek smiling in his wooded beard. A mix of hippie and traveler from the sea, with the serene way of singing. From another decade. That same night I asked Per Shurda, reader, about him. Tireless and passionate, and the most enthusiastic editor that I have met, who knew about my Byronian searches. For 3 years. Per had published a book of stories by Moustaki months ago. They already weigh the years, but that's okay, it doesn't. I spoke with him a lot, he replied. No. I know why it was hard for me to admit that. That symbol of the vagabond singer would have aged. The next day, Per sent me a photograph of the launch of the book in Barcelona, and there I saw the evidence, the Greek shepherd. He had a tired smile, hair and the beard completely white. I didn't think about it then, but after, I told myself that if something doesn't work out, imaginable to us are Byron and Shelley covered in grey and worn by age. Something in them represents the splendor of youth, and none of the two would have known how to embody that. Another fullness, the Whitmanian image of the wild old man, vigorous and splendid. I traveled 15 hours by train from Madrid to Paris, and I just checked that Europe was, like 2 centuries ago, in the power of the rain and the squall. I passed through Paris just one night. Me. Change of plans had made. Decided to visit Geneva first and to leave the trip to Italy for the first days of June. Omar Porras. He invited me to stay at his house, and at get to the room that I had destined, in his apartment on the Rue de l'Orangerie. I found about a table a book about Madame de Staël, and I spent the first night reading anecdotes from the living room. That lady on the shores of the lake. I always wanted to know where he was. Castle of Capet, from which the impertinent they spied on the infidences. From Villa Diodati. The sector where I found now is on the shore west of Lake Geneva, where there is neighborhoods with tall buildings and labyrinthine streets crossed by electric trams, and sculptures that remember that Geneva is the seat of all symposia and congresses and meetings on peace and rights. Humans. On this side of the lake, there was the castle of Madame de Staël. Brilliant writer, influential courtesan and dangerous politics to whom Byron admired and Napoleon feared, to the point of expelling her from Paris and keep a network of spies watching his steps through Europe. And there I learned that Geneva, by those days of the beginning of the century 19, it was not only the refuge of Byron and his friends. Madame de Staël. He hosted ministers in his castle and artists, musicians, and writers, aristocrats and conspirators, and someone. He said that on the shores of Lake Geneva, that summer, there were 600 more personalities. Fascinating places in Europe. So that, on the run from London, Byron didn't know, had taken refuge precisely in the anonymity. Geneva was a world no less hectic, public and muttering than Piccadilly Terrace. In the cold Geneva night, we travelled with Omar part of the old town. We walked the edge from the lake and we went through the parks. Water to the lighthouse. There was not many night commuters, only I heard the bustle of the ducks and the swans in the darkness, the clash of the boats, the sound of frozen honey, of the water on the large stones of the bank. And it was that night, when I returned to the home, when I saw on the news that George's mouse Tacky had died. No. A week ago I had heard his song, not 5 days ago per me. He had sent his photograph. Then I stared in the gloom at my adolescence until they were closed to me. The eyes. 56. The long road by the lake. The next noon I decided undertake navigation on the lake. I did not stop remembering the verses. Unavoidable. And the incessant Rhone and the lake. All that yesterday about which today I bow. He will be as lost as Carthage, that with fire and salt erased the Latin. In my adolescence, in Cali, I adored those verses, without thinking that lake that Borges feared losing, and did not lose, would become part so intense of my life. From the area where the huge white jet, let the wind, moved like a curtain of water, Savoy steam swept up the side south of the lake, and I started writing a letter to Olga Lucia Cordoba in cover up when the steam crossed the curtain of water and a layer of dew fell on the ink in my notebook. The water did not want to let me write, so I preferred to look at the forests of large trees that are staggered by the slopes of Colony. Half an hour later we were passing in front of the hill around which spun my spirit from 3 years ago. Serene and firm in what? High, between the rose bushes and next to the tapestry green of Prado Byron, almost identical to the other mansions but only irreducibly mysterious. The house appeared again, that house that 2 centuries ago he dominated alone. The slope, and it keeps rising. Alone in memory and in imagination of this world, the forge Of romantic dreams, the belly. Where the monsters were gestated, the lunar quicksilver of the triple night, Villa Diodati. I finished browsing, wondering what creatures unknown would be found in all the other houses on the slope, or if it is true that there are chosen sites that dialogue in a more complex way with the dreams of its inhabitants. I had said for years that I had to get back to the village, even to show me that that was not. As Belen said the first night, you will go and you will not return. But it is probably true that something in me was reluctant to reach out. I seemed trivial and almost untrue that I could take a taxi at the Gare Cornhaven and descend half an hour later next to the meadow of Villa Diodati. The truth is that it was not me possible to buy a tram ticket in any of the stations that I went finding along the way. Was the mid-afternoon of a cold spring, but bright, so I said to myself that it would be a pleasure to walk through the shores of the lake, see closely the spout, the white tree, go away, gradually approaching the path that lead to Colony. Lost in my thoughts, thinking of Colombia, of my friend Mario Flores, who already knew better that I am in the manuscript and with whom I would have liked to speak in those moments, I tried to identify the trees of the riverside parks. I saw pass through the lake the vapors of blue lines, I saw the low flight of the swallows and the fluttering of eagles over the long avenues that cross young athletes in the race, and I don't know how many hours passed until I understood that I had moved away from any place where it was possible to take a public transport, a bus, or a trolley car. I was in the middle of nowhere, an ant by the immense lake, and also the city was tiny in the distance. I saw a dense hill of woods to my right, to which there was a way to enter, and the sky began to close up from dark clouds. We just need let it rain, I told myself, and I haven't even seen the fishing club where we had lunch with Omar and Belen and his lawyer 3 years ago. He was glad he walked all the I walk, and I understood that in reality I was not moving towards a house, but into a secret niche. I looked back again. I found that the city was already far away. The swallows crossed faster, the eagles seemed to chase each other in circles down the avenue, over the vehicles fleeing in haste, and then the rain started. Several things happened at the same time. I opened the umbrella, I saw the fishing club. Between the white row of sailboats, I saw in a wall the graffiti of a being of big bat eyes and wings, and on the front dock, across from the highway, it showed the way of trees leading to the slopes of Colony. On a plate, in the rain, obliquely, you could read Chemin Byron. I was already too far from the city to give me back, and maybe too close to Villa Diodati to leave the company. But it was starting to rain, and although it was tired after many hours of march, it was necessary to go back. Pending. Would you be able to orient me? In the rain, between the roads. Crusaders from the wooded neighborhood? With the water rolling down the streets in slope, which flooded the meadows and it was dripping all around. I climbed the hills, I lost my way several times. Down blind alleys, I had to give back off, and I felt the world go darkened, although it was not yet evening time, because we were at the end of spring. Could not get dark before 9. The moment I understood, with despondency that would not come, I left behind the last wall, and I saw the lower fence of Byron Meadow and the large trees that shade Villa Diodati. With the same amazement, grateful for the first day, for the first night, I edged the meadow, I saw myself again in front of the great stone that presides over the park, and suddenly I felt that my hand was running over another. You see the grooves of the word Byron on the rock speckled with moss and lichens. So I went to the wall, inside of which the flower beds of spring, red, pink, yellow. They were huge and alive and fragrant, happens. Before the old iron gate, I walked next to the wall, spying between the wet branches to see if surprised some movement next to the villa, between the pergolas, or beyond. For the slope that we had travelled 3 years ago. How many things had they had to pass in the world so that I could go back to that place? Me what? I have never been able to reach a certain town that is half an hour from my town native, even though I've tried for years. I was returning for the 3rd time to the mysterious house that I had haunted under a storm in the other end of the world. Have gone the first time it was a mysterious chance. Having gone the second and having entered in their gardens was a gift of the friendship, but to arrive for the 3rd time under this now softer rain, under this now brighter sky, before this lake now more resplendent. It was a secret gift, and weariness in the afternoon disappeared. Next to the damp walls of Villa Diodati, thought of my travels through the Colombian swamps, in my wanderings through the streets of Buenos Aires, in my visit to the cemetery of the English in Rome, lost through the Parisian neighborhoods of me youth, in my travels through the fog and the cliffs of Tolima, in the shadow of Nevado del Ruiz, and even on my trip black for the country of Juan el Loco, next to the sinister lane of Nottingham, that night when Newstead Abbey was merged into the darkness. Everything had turned out fine, and then I remembered a phrase that I heard him say to Garcia Marquez in the theatre Carlos Marx of Havana, when someone told him that he was relieved and happy. Then don't tell me, boy. Because I have an apocalyptic idea of happiness. When everything is very well, I say to myself, shit, now what? Is it going to happen? I felt that something was going to happen. Somebody. It came limping from inside Villa Diodati, or I had the feeling that it was so, but I didn't want to look at it. There was a penny fall in the meadow. I saw the rain fall on it, and on that coin I saw a secret sign, as if someone said that the true treasure is not everything, but the smallest fraction of the whole. What we can find out from secret is a tiny portion of the secret, that maybe the secret is not to be deciphered but just to be warned. Ours is not the paradise, but anxiously delay your arrival. Be a midday looking the clouds, one night contemplating the stars, one afternoon watching a copper coin abandoned in a meadow where the rain falls, and feel that in that minimal moon, however, it fits the miracle of the world. So it was easy to descend from again the slope and return to the shore from the lake, and nothing was easier than find a tram ticket. Find the tram, find the city at the end of the road. 57. Sailing in search of Shelley. And yet I wanted my last gesture in this story out for Shelley. Who knows if he was not otherwise the true inspiring of the whole quest. No enemy of God was more close to divinity, was the lover of freedom and the sponsor of the anarchy, the apostle of free love and the friend of the elements, and would have thrown into Etna as Empedocles, to be confused with the magma of the world, just as I finally know. Handed over to the sirens of the Mediterranean. I had seen him at war with the elements, caught with his ship by the wind, sunk in the depths of the sea, devoured by the fire on a beach, hosted by the earth in a Roman tomb, and given over to the dream of making. Words were as powerful as the elements. It was the last days of a spring of cold and rain when I made the decision to travel back to Barcelona, and embark for Italy. I had found in the prospectuses a route of the Grimaldi lines of Barcelona to Livorno, and I told myself no. It would only be nice to navigate the Mediterranean to the bays. Italian, without the discomfort of doing by train transfers in Marseille and in Ventimiglia, but it was more suitable to seek Shelley's shadow on a ship, 2 centuries later, until the coasts where they yours. But just the day that I decided embark on a Sunday, resplendent that looked like the first summer day, there were no boats to the Livorno route, and it was only possible travel to Civitavecchia, on the coast of Ostia, near Rome. It does not matter, I told myself. In Rome I can have a northbound train, I'll see the scenery, the parade of Italian cities that are lengthened on those coasts, which do not. It is only the shores of Shelley but of Polidori and his lineage, where the old man Agostino sang to the bones, and I will even be able to rediscover the memory of the only time that I traveled this coast. Coming from the north, when that coast, which is a long city from Genoa, it gave me a happiness that I forget. Although I had not visited her, it never seemed like a memory of childhood. I had to stand in a long line to get the ticket. A lady, Italian, small and smiling, I counted in line, in an Italian that for strange reason I understood him perfectly, that he was going to visit his mother in Sicily. My journey, it was short compared to hers. She would have to do not only the 24-hour trip to Civitavecchia, and then the trip to Rome, but another 10 hours from Rome to the south coast, and another trip more by ferry to the island. The ship produced a kind of childish joy. I felt free from earth ties, and the feeling became more intense when I checked that there was no telephone signal, that internet booths were not working. We will be free for a day, I told myself. I will be able to dedicate myself to reading and seeing the sea, to walk the corridors, to go up and down stairs, watching this burning Spanish youth who will spend their summer in Italy. I remembered another day, years ago, when I was in the deck of the Livorno, a ship, Venetian, heading to Greece, talking of all things with Pilar Munoz and with Arnolfo Valencia, a trip that it marked my life. Now the ship was slow to leave. Saw the light faded on the beaches. I saw the sun become more intense in the terraces of buildings and aquariums, and I watched it go off in the threads gilding of distant cable cars. The cabin was both narrow and comfortable, the big sealed window and translucent, and the spectacle of the mass of water sliding backwards from grey to silver, from silver to blue, metallic, and back to grey with foam trails. it was exhilarating. For the imagination. Only the Pinder dolphins, but at night. In the distance, the glow of the luminous shores of France staining the dark sky. It would be 10 o'clock when I went out to cover, and I could see losing the last lights of Spain. The temperature had dropped and a mass of mist fell on the ship. Maybe he shouldn't have gone out. Covered without sheltering well, I returned to the corridors, to the restaurant full of boisterous boys, to the cabin silent before whose lamp I read a good a while. I don't know what time it would be when I fell asleep, over 1,500 meters of water and jellyfish, on the deep sea grass meadows, oceanic of the old Latin Sea. I slept, as usual, with the light on, but when I wake up already, the glare came through the window of the Mediterranean morning. I wrote some sentences on the screen and closed the eyes again. When I woke up, I looked at him. Who had written, "Here, this morning, June," as I look at the wake of the waters that pass in front of the window of the Grimaldi Line's ship that leads to the shores of Italy, to find the precise beach where a storm sank Shelley's ship, and to visit the beach where the devotion of Byron and Trelawney he raised a pyre for the body of the poet. Berlin's book on roots of romanticism lay between the bed sheets. The day was grey. There was no in the world, beyond the ship, nothing more than the water of Thales of Miletus. I felt a little pain in my throat. Maybe the cold of the night had me affected a bit. I re-examined in the map the route I planned to follow. After disembarkation, I would go to Rome. I would take a train to Livorno or even La Spezia. I would spend a couple of days in the bay, visiting the sites. Historical, I would finally visit Maria Gabriella in Rapallo, and would take another train to Milan, to go up the Alps to Lake Como. At noon the affection of the throat was stronger. At restaurant, it was hard for me to pass the ravioli and Italian bread, it hurt up to the water through the larynx. By fortune, the trip would end at sunset. Now the exultation of the moment of embarking I began to give way to impatience. To the it seems that bacteria are not where to get off the boat, I thought. Can only travel down the throat of the passengers. The condition was uncomfortable, because not only did it make it difficult for me to eat and drinking, it also made it difficult for me to speak. Even the warm saliva of life was a torment in the larynx. When we reached the Italian coast, only I wanted to find a hotel to sleep in and rest until the condition would have happened. It had happened to me. Other times, the next day the inflammation would subside, could eat of new normally. Going to the Civitavecchia station, I passed by to the huge polychrome sculpture that they have put by the sea. Until that kiss was painful, and I took my ticket to Rome. 58. The closed doors. It was cold in Rome too, though. It was almost the middle of June. Never seemed so long to me. Termini docks, no more difficult. Find the exit, and suddenly, 2 years later, I saw myself in the same square at the bottom of which are the hot springs of Diocletian. I looked for a hotel in the surroundings. Anyone, and I saw myself coming back, like years ago, to one of those pensions in that the old ones have torn apart. Roman palaces. The steps of marble are still huge. Moldings are still from older times. big, but the floors are refurbished to be modest. Shelters, hardly comfortable. Although it is beautiful when you open the window. Feel the slang go into an uproar. Of Rome, the bustle of Rome, the madness of Rome, the smell of pasta. In street restaurants, the repose of antiquity on emergencies of the present. I just wanted to rest and not. I encouraged to call Sylvia. Up to date. Next, when I was better, they would call. Would have been left behind. Episode of my throat, we could talk, walk, I could tell you about my plans in the northern bays. Furthermore, at that time I could not even speak. She would feel forced to visit me, and now my project was to sleep until relief. I know it was a stupid decision. Sylvia would have accompanied me to see a doctor right away, maybe in a few hours would be real recovered, but the desire not disturb and the conviction that the bad would happen they could more than sanity. At 11 o'clock at night, however, I understood that something had to be done. It was too late and the only thing that happened was to go out to find a pharmacy. It was Sunday, and Sunday night the sinner. Rome does not exist. There was no one pharmacy on duty throughout the extension. From Termini, and with that weather changing, in that it could rain in any time, I did not dare to walk down Via Nazionale. I was going back to the hotel when I said the solution was to take a taxi. Ask the taxi driver to help me look for a pharmacy and let me back at the hotel. The taxi driver was tall, almost bald, had a grey mustache, he looked like a Roman Orthodox of 7 generations, and he began to ponder where there would be a pharmacy in the Roman night. No. Seemed very safe, or was he determined to take advantage of my condition as a tourist to benefit from a long journey through Rome? The truth is that I didn't care. It would cost me a little, but maybe it was the price of the relief that every time I needed. Plus, we were already going when I remembered that my previous visit to Rome had also had his episode in a taxi. I would not have imagined 2 years back, going with Sylvia and Eliza towards the cemetery of the English. An eclipse afternoon in which we talked about Galileo and Milton. Under what conditions would my next walk through Rome, mute, with the throat closed, with beginnings of fever, searching the night for a improbable door we take for Santa Maria Maggiore? We went down to the Colosseum. We passed in front of the Arch of Constantine, we took the Forum route. Imperial, all dead at midnight. As in a stage where finished the show, I saw the monument. Vittorio Emanuele turned off, I searched in vain even a fragment of the Trajana column and I could not see it. We passed by the Palazzo Venezia, and I thought the taxi driver would take for the Trace Canella's street towards Via Nazionale, but turned left and he headed for the Tiber. All pharmacies that we found were closed. I can't believe it. I said, if we are in Rome. We are in Rome, not in New York, I answered. I saw the golden dome of the Vatican, I saw the bridge with angels and behind the castle of Sant'Angelo. We crossed the river, we toured old neighborhoods beyond the Tiber, and we went to Cola di Rienzo. I already felt that I had seen everything, that we lost Era Sealy, we lost Rome whole, when a sight with a lit green cross. I bought a bottle with a solution green for gargles, and I no longer looked. Plus the rushing city in the window. Until the taxi stopped at Termini. Again, and I hurried down, eager. Of a remedy that was just a bum. Comfort. There in the background, dark too. Midnight, there was the Basilica of Santa Maria de los Angeles, and in its inside Galileo's pendulum, and the invisible half of the day. The truth is that, although that night I got to sleep when I woke up. Almost 11 o'clock my throat hurt. Even more. A mix of laryngitis. Viral and bacterial I was shutting down. Throat, and lack of fluids. I was about to convert a anecdote in a tragedy, because since 20 years ago my organism was exposed to the risk of a renal insufficiency. So I took the desperate decision to buy right away a plane ticket from. I returned to Spain. I wrote him a feverish message to Dasso Saldivar, asking him to pick me up at the airport and help me get a doctor, but only at the tomorrow morning could undo by air in 2 hours the trip he had made for water in 24. I spent the afternoon doing rinses with sea salt, and when I decided to write to Sylvia she was so late as I couldn't wait to read the message. In Fiumicino, while waiting for the plane, I understood that it had more than 2 days without eating or drinking, and I told him to some god who was listening to me change him to Rome for a glass of water and a slice of bread. I must have thought about him. Penny I had seen in Villa Diodati in the rain, because the message was the same again. No. There is a wonder greater than the most. Plain and simple, a glass of water in throat, and there are days when we would change the hope of paradise for a quiet cabin, with a little sun on the skin, and a being dear one who looks at us and accompanies us. I had much more than that. Dasso and Reina and her children welcomed me in a friendly house, generous in books and in dialogues, and for a week I forgot of my search. The same night of my arrival we visited a large hospital, where an injection was enough to give me back the ability to speak and the ability to drink. But what I read at the bottom of everything is that doors of this story had closed, even if it took understand it, what was going on. Searching had already found it. The deck was complete, and life. I was saying it wasn't necessary. Look for more, or that this was not a history in which it served something. Search for. His secrets were given to the devotion and curiosity, but trying to find something was irretrievably get lost. In the last fevers I dreamed that in some time the ship of the Grimaldi lines in which he was travelling crossed in time with the ship of Shelley who was heading for the storm, and that he once again lost his life too. That I just lost my way to the wake up. I felt that a voice stranger had told me what I should do, that my place in that moment was not Rome, and that was necessary to return. I had, and everything was fine. That would not known to explain it to Sylvia in Villa Borghese or Maria Gabriella in Rapallo, but a reassuring ending. Enough as proof that the road it was right. The story that had haunted me. For years now I was abandoning myself. Doors that used to open by themselves were now closed. For him. Traveler groping in the gloom is easy to understand when the road no longer offers nothing. If the trip to England had frustrated, if the trip to Italy had been a failure, if even my return to Villa Diodati had been Almost symbolic, it was time to say goodbye to the beloved characters of this story, and let life be open to other heavens and other loves. Now he was there, recovered, and the summer seemed to begin. No. Would winter return the next day? The newspapers almost seemed to promise it. So I decided that at least, in the 3 days I had left in Europe, I would go back to Paris. 59. With a sullen substance. I was no longer surprised that the day of my trip out precisely on the 16th of June. I left several days of running of the bulls, after a navigation. Delusional, trying in vain to visit the Bay of La Spezia, to fail in my attempt to climb the Alps. From Milan, and 2 days of solitude and fever in a Roman pension. I felt like I had just come out of a long illness, and his loving convalescence at the home of Dasso and Reina, so that in that day that was marked before for Joyce, and now for the monsters from Cologne, I had no intention of suffer no mental torment, but to let me live with relish and with simplicity. But I couldn't catch a direct plane from Barajas to Paris, so I did again stop over in Barcelona, and I arrived in Orly at sunset. I tried delay my arrival at Tanya's house, in case she was working, but it is true that Tanya had to go to the hospital, where your father agonized. Ivan Olano was waiting for me at the apartment, and we went for a walk and to dine near the Bastille. War. Less than a month in Paris, I was drinking the city like a wine. Young man, his eyes shone with a mild intoxication. We walk a lot. A while at night, and I enjoyed listening to his city bike adventures. In the imminence of summer, it is true that the only thing that I wanted to do was spend a couple of days in company of my friends. Up to date. Next I spoke with Tanya all the time. Her father had died, and he had many things to remember. Everything was mysteriously willing if I had been able to arrive without knowing it to accompany her in a difficult moment, and we let the hours while down on the Faubourg Saint Antoine, no longer hats or scarves or coats or boots, Paris. He began to undress in the sun. Mighty, and carried its bustle. Comforting and human amid the din of cars and the alarm of mermaids sinking into the distance. In the afternoon we decided to go out to do something in the streets. Ivan had me spoken the day before about a concert, but I proposed absent-mindedly that we go to the movies, and we went out to find the movie. We were going already on the bus around the island of St. Louis, when I suddenly remembered what that Ivan had told me, and what not. He had paid attention to it. The concert. I shouted, "You have to go to the concert. Do you think we have time yet? We will have to run a little bit," Tanya said. Paris always keeps things that one have never seen. The next station. It took a long time to appear. We come down from bus, we started looking for a taxi. That brought us closer, we passed through the great arcades behind the theatre of Odeon, and finally a taxi us picked up, and at the right time we were arriving at the concert, in the middle of the afternoon. Sunny island of the sight. How had I not thought of him? Meaning of that day? You had to attend in Paris, on June 17, to the concert. Organ in the ships of the cathedral, to commemorate the 850 years of Notre. Give to me. Already in our chairs, in the Gothic freshness, under the tall naves of stone, in the balsamic silence. Pre-reveal, other things. They surprised me. From the beginning of this story I had put all my words under the tutelage of some verses by Ospina del Stam on Notre. Give me Paris, and without my knowing why, this story was ending in Paris, in Notre Dame. In mid-June, before arrival of summer, in a long, solemn dialogue between architecture and music. While the organ invented another invisible cathedral, I remembered that Schopenhauer, in his theory on the architecture, always defended the simplicity that strips the elements, essentials of art. If the essential in architecture is the support and weight, I said, there is no more beautiful architecture than the Parthenon, that undresses those two elements in columns and ceiling. The Gothic architecture seemed a mistake to him, because instead of undressing, he was hiding and mystified those elements. The young man philosopher hated walls, which hide and limit space, and he abhorred the arches, which they hide the weight. I looked at the stone sky floating in high up, and I felt that the architecture Gothic consists of putting to fight things with themselves, almost until make them disappear. Make light the stone, make it float on our heads, make translucent walls that filter and shade the light. Exterior, refined exercises of magic that escapes the mere functionality. Tanya was absorbed in the music. I turned to look at Ivan, who, next to me, he seemed to think about his topic. Favorite, the correspondences between the arts. And I remembered a fragment of Chesterton that Ivan himself had quoted shortly before, and it seemed foreshadow what at that time we were living. Those men were, thus, alone, facing the most terrible aspect of Gothic contradiction and monstrous disproportion, the dizzying prospects, the glimpse of the greatness of things, small and small, large, a stone whirlwind in half of the air. Someone said that in a building modern one feels in the world, but that in a Gothic cathedral one is feel in the universe. The Great Mother stone seemed to breathe sustained. For that sublime music, the last spring light died in the stained glass windows telling stories of gold and blood, and I was carried away by the music, chasing a line that had received many years before, in the naves of the great cathedral. I always came to love by roads. Deception. The strange search had finished. First epilogue. The Geneva cycle. At the beginning you think you are the only one. He's obsessed with history, but with the passage of time you give yourself. Realize that Villa Diodati has been the writers and artists' obsession, and musicians and film directors, and each more and more in recent decades, and that your own tracking of all that no is more than a small part of the curiosity of a time. It will end up being called the saga of Villa Diodati, or the Geneva cycle. And if it grows like foam in our time, in books, in movies, and in plays, in operas, in iconographic albums and on pages virtual, it is because they throb in it. The themes of the time, because their passageways and their symbols leave us explore our own landscape. Mental. The Aleph of this saga shows each one a different story, because there are facts of time that changed into signs and metaphors. It seems they could be everything to all, encrypt all things. Et. Doctor of Byron, of West, the protagonist is the young poet. Failed, in the Ospina papers. Of James, the visible form is that of the surviving old woman. Some works. They chase the creatures of fiction. Others to the boys of history. Over the months there were been able to verify that we are legion. Who walk like hounds after the agile hares of history. Each who looks for something so personal in her that there is no danger that we are competing for the same story. The facts have so many edges, the characters are so rich and diverse, and attract the seekers of so many different ways that everything search engine along the way turns out to be a helpful and appreciable member of a scattered brotherhood. We do not. We will know, we do not seek the same. At times the roads cross. Perhaps we share some finding, the story coincides in a fragment, in a reflection, in an instant, and each who disappears on his own path. Can someone tell us the facts? From the gaze of the servants or journalists, someone will. Through the comments of those Englishmen who guarded the house with their binoculars from across the lake, someone managed to converse with the descendants of the settlers of the hills they found one night. A woman's shoe abandoned between the house of one poet and that of another. Someone has traced the history of the mysterious Dipple, who did experiments with corpses in a castle of Germany and which amounted to the Swedenborg pages. No. We have finished interrogating Trelawney, Augusta, or Annabella. Maybe we haven't given Ada the questions that allow us to understand in what way the genesis of computer language is derived from this story through the most invisible of its protagonists. There many speak of everything. Variations of nature and of history, of love and crime, of religion and philosophy, beauty and monstrosity, poetry and music, from the center and the periphery, of creation and imitation, of pity and horror, God and the demon, heroism and madness, of the animals and the climate. Town Diodati is like a hidden prism in the darkness of a triple night. That suddenly a ray of moonlight entered a reflected sunbeam, and produced gloomy colors. Perhaps this cycle proves that the world of the early 21st century has been able to escape the gravitation of romanticism, that darkness that we fight and love is still the darkness that the sons of the Enlightenment and sang the hymns to the night of young Novalis. Maybe prove that the space that vertiginously we travel is still the same that measures the compass. Newton in an engraving by William Blake, and the one who populated with Stocking and Piranesi's pen capsizes, that beauty we crave and the monstrosity we fear are they that were already invoked by the witches of Macbeth, that these dreams riding on our bellies are those of the Swiss Fuslie, that our political designs are still those of Godwin, that our rebellion is still that of Mary Wollstonecraft, the mother, who walked with the womb pregnant amidst the smoke of the barricades, that our religion can be Shelley's, that our guilt they are still Byron's, that Mary the daughter can still teach us a lesson of mental heroism, that we still chase the anguish of Polidori, the despair of William Beckford and the outrage of Matthew Lewis, that these unrevealed cities don't. They will get away from the triple night and that our nostalgia is the same as old Mrs. Bordereau, alone with your paper ghosts in a void Venetian palace. I always wondered where I was obsessed with, what was I looking for with this trace? Messy of facts that more. They seemed to haunt me. It was one novel, an essay, or a journal of travels? One day, looking again. A certain book almost out of habit. I found something that I did not remember having read. I was talking about how it is possible. Foresee a book just for the intensity with which the initial motive acted on the spirit, the invention consists of the ability to capture the possibilities of a theme, and in the power to shape and dress ideas that it suggests. At the end of me search, suddenly I felt interpreted and almost justified. They words, it goes without saying, were from Mary Wollstonecraft, and they were in the Frankenstein's foreword. We do nothing but try our own version of events. Look, as from the deserts of the moon, the year of summer than ever I arrive. Second epilogue. The Sibyls. I thought I was advancing in the understanding of a unusual ghost birth, but something always came to upset my reasons and throw myself back in the superstition. The suggestive name of a castle, the incest of a poet, the escape of a rebellious couple, the appearance of a young doctor, the letters from a disgruntled girl, and the militant hatred of a nation. They seemed like coincidences falling into the cauldron, as the ingredients. Chaotic witches. The engravings of a visionary, a chiseled name over a grave, lightning caught in an experiment, a nightmare captured on canvas, a book of spooky tales in a poem. Spectral before the fire, things that they converged and united in the plot. My adventure was no different from maniac Dr. Dipple gathering in the darkness a lot of shards, scattered and inert, to try to build with them a living being. Those unexpected encounters, that volcano that wakes up, that night that falls over the world, startles scientists, filling in the persistent conversations and blame, working on souls, teasing you. They hurt deep, grudges that drip its acids, a laborious fear germinating in consciousness, and black membrane of wings that unfold, everything would want. Find your place in the scene, like dead fragments assembling under the beam of a challenge. Midnight. And always the moon, shining or overshadowing, outlining things or delineating ghosts, the moon with its white mountains, their red horns, and her faceless monks, the moon with her purple hairs, moving the tides and the blood cycle, and about the countries the broth of 1,000 rebellions, and under the cities an impotence ancient, lashing the rocks, a thirst for justice, showers of abandonment, or I forget, secretly working there. Germinations as the tree matures, its fruits, as the loom of heaven weaves two reverse-colored ribbons in a arch of darkness between them, that so many things intersect in. Villa Diodati was what increased my bewilderment, because the mystery of place exists and is perhaps the most hermetic of mysteries. Humanity always knew that there is sacred places, trees where manifests the divine, branches where blow encrypted messages, sights about which the firmament opens like a pitcher, regions where it is more sweet the water of the fountains. And if it is true that monsters, they choose the caverns where they want born, how much more will they not in their secret the gods Buddha chose from the sky where the belly is. It proposed to be born. Alejandro, what do I know? would take over Asia, the same night that Herostratus burned the temple of Diana in Ephesus, so the traveler does not need to look under what tree falls asleep, because the dream prophetic will come if it is necessary that I arrived long before Rome founded the center of Christianity on the hill Vatican. That hill was already sacred for the people. It was the hill of the Vates, who gave him his name, the place of prophecies. Long before Shiva, the Ganges was already an arch purifier. Sir James Fraser has told that the place where he was born, Jesus Christ, is not far from the caves of Venus, where the Greek goddess saw die to young Adonis, and that for that it is possible to feel in the legend of the Star of Bethlehem the presence of a pagan goddess. Long before Buddha will preach in the park of Sarnath deer, had they not passed by other of the avatars of Vishnu? Did Nasu Rama, did Rama, perhaps Krishna himself, the god of blue backs and flute? And don't they say that, before the cathedral, 2 Christian temples are they had raised in that same place of the Isle de la Cite, a Romanesque church, which lasted 4 centuries, and the first Basilica of Saint Etienne, and before she the temple of Jupiter that they erected Caesar's soldiers, and even before a Celtic temple? When they start really things is all invention a reinvention, everything I find a memory, and life the fulfillment of a story that already do we hear as children by the fire? So I asked myself again, which one was the secret that carried so many months chasing, what a monster, or which angel was trying to arouse with words, randomly assembling fragments of old stories and pieces of my own life, unbound by time and by space, tracking so many facts that they didn't seem to have meaning. Cartoon monsters and heroes, weeklies, and the memory came to me of another poet from the beginning of the century 19, that was always hidden. After all these searches, maybe the most sincere and most shaken of all the poets of his time, who could ever come across Turner through the halls of the Louvre before returned to his German land, where they expected despair and a long madness. I thought that while Goethe interrogated the iris of history and Schiller called for insurrection, that while Byron struggled with his demons and Shelley succumbed to the doom and music, Holderlin, I was chasing the Sibyls in vain to ask the question deeper and more urgent of modern times. How are the villages formed? Myths? And I turned to look at the vast creatures of loneliness and rebellion that sprouted from Mary's nightmares, Wollstonecraft, and the heartaches of John Polidori, and I said to myself with admiration, with veneration, with fright, what if to engender Frankenstein or the vampire, little ones? Myths to move 2 or 3 centuries, it had taken the Enlightenment and Revolution, head of Charles I and the head of Louis XVI, the blood vessels of the mobs, Jacobins and the wagons of terror, the anarchism and feminism, they Milton's angels and the goblins of Shakespeare, the tours, opposites of the Brothers Grimm and of Napoleon, stocks, tormented by Byron and Shelley, from Mary Wollstonecraft and Polidori, and a house where the angels, and the eruption of a volcano in Indonesia, and a cloud as big as heaven, what would not have been needed in time to bring about the earth to Shiva the dancer, to Allah the of the 99 names, to Buddha the enlightened, or to Christ the crucified. Those terrible fountains they drink from. Life the millennia. And the year of summer that never came. William Ospina.